Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 4 of Namikaze's return. Following the devastating failure of the Sasuke Retrieval Mission, a fire is lit inside Naruto. When Jiraiya takes him away from the village for a 3-year training trip, Naruto drops the dead last act and gets serious. No more shortcuts, no more goofing off. Driven to protect his precious people and uncover the secrets Konoha actively denied him, Naruto dives deep into the true shinobi arts. Under Jiraiya's intense guidance, he doesn't just master his chakra, he masters the legendary Hiraishin, flying thunder god. When an overpowered, highly skilled Naruto finally returns to the Leaf Village, the Akatsuki and the rest of the shinobi world won't know what hit them. Lemon's warning. This story contains lemon scenes for mature audiences. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters and the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by the Engulfing silence, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 9. Council Meetings. It was early in the morning and Naruto was walking through the streets of Konoha, glad that he had gotten up early so he could enjoy the peace and quiet before people started waking up. As he walked he looked around the nearly deserted streets. The sun had only just risen a minute ago so only a few shopkeepers were up and about, prepping their stores for the day. Naruto turned his attention back to where he was going, picking up the pace a little bit so he could get there sooner. The blonde was on his way to the hospital today, in the hopes of getting his blood tested so that he could find out if his abilities were truly a Kekkei Genkei. Naruto entered the hospital doors and looked over at the front counter, smiling when he saw his sister figure, Shizune. The black-haired woman was the one in charge of the hospital since Tsunade was the Hokage, which meant she was usually here making sure the place was in top shape before they opened. Before going to make sure the blonde Hokage was doing her work, or berating her for drinking, whichever came first. Walking up to the front counter Naruto tapped on it to get Shizune's attention. Said woman turned around and smiled when she noticed Naruto. "Oh, Naruto-kun, what are you doing at the hospital, and this early in the morning?" Shizune asked with a bit of surprise. It was a well-known fact that Naruto hated hospitals. In fact, the few times he had ever been to the hospital the blonde shinobi would often sneak out. She remembered at least 6 separate occasions when the blonde shinobi had been in the hospital. Each time he had snuck out and they had been forced to send the Anbu after him and drag him back. So Naruto could imagine why she might be somewhat surprised. "Not much, Shizune-chan. I'm actually here to take the test to see if I have a Kekkei Genkei," Naruto replied, giving the woman his patented foxy grin. Shizune blushed a bit at the smile before her eyes lit up in remembrance. "That's right. Tsunade-sama said you would be coming in to get one. Well, let's get started, just follow me." Naruto followed Shizune as they made their way down the hall. Said blonde had to repress a slight shiver as all the walls looked the same. It was the whole reason he disliked hospitals so much, they were completely bland. Naruto decided to get his mind off the drab environment of the hospital, and started speaking with the woman next to him. "So what have you been up to these past 4 years?" he asked. "Oh, not much," Shizune replied. "Mostly I've been working at the hospital and trying to keep Tsunade-sama out of trouble." "Bet that's pretty hard," Naruto spoke with a knowing grin. "Knowing Ba-chan, I have no doubt you've been constantly forced to babysit her and make sure she doesn't get herself plastered." "You know you shouldn't call Tsunade-sama something like that," Shizune said with a semi-stern glance, though she let out a giggle at the end. "Perhaps, but when have I ever cared about what I should and should not do?" Naruto smirked at the black-haired woman. "That's true," Shizune admitted with a smile. They quieted down as Shizune opened the door to one of the rooms, gesturing for Naruto to go in while she came in behind him. "Just sit over on the bed," Shizune said as she closed the door and began going through the cabinets. Naruto grunted in acknowledgement as he walked over to the bed, sitting down and closing his eyes as there was nothing to look at but the dreary walls. A little while later Shizune walked up to him. "Hold out your arm please." Naruto opened his eyes and did as asked. Shizune tapped his arm a few times before finding the vein she wanted. Sticking in the needle, Shizune twisted a capsule on it, making blood begin to flow into the vial at the end of the needle. Naruto watched as his blood bubbled into the vial with an odd sort of fascination. He had only gotten a blood test done once and that was when he was 3, so this was a new experience for him. "There," Shizune said as she pulled out the needle and set on the table. She went back to wipe up the blood and fix the wound. However, when she turned around she saw Naruto wiping off the blood himself, with the wound already completely healed, and remembered his Kyuubi healing factor. "Thanks Shizune-chan," Naruto said with a smile as he stood up. "It's no trouble," Shizune replied as the two walked out the door and back to the front. "Tsunade-sama will be busy for a while, but I'll make sure she gets this sometime next week," Shizune told him as she sealed the vial in a blood seal. Naruto nodded. "That's cool, thanks again." Shizune waved to him as he left, walking back out the door. Looking at the sun, Naruto figured he still had several hours to kill before the council meeting. Naruto decided to walk around Konoha. It was still fairly early, so not a lot of people were out, just a few shop owners who were setting up stores. As Naruto looked around the street he spotted the Yamanaka flower shop, which was just opening. Changing direction, Naruto made a beeline for the store. As he opened the door the bell rang signaling his entrance. "Hello, what can I owe Naruto-kun?" Ino said in surprise before her voice turned flirtatious. "So what can I get you, or did you just come to see me?" Naruto resisted the urge to groan. Despite having obviously grown up and gotten stronger, it was still plain to see that Ino had not lost her fangirlish tendencies. Still, Naruto figured it would be rude to not converse with her. "Not this time, I'm afraid. I just came in to get some flowers." "Oh." Ino's voice dropped a bit in disappointment. "So who are they for?" She figured Naruto was getting them for Sakura. "My parents," Naruto said with a sad smile. "Oh." The platinum blonde found herself cursing for ruining such a good mood. "In that case I would suggest a bouquet of roses," Ino said as she led Naruto to the section where the roses were. She began to rearrange them before putting them into a plastic wrap. When she was done, Ino led Naruto to the front desk. Typing in a few numbers on the cash register, she rung up his total. "That will 150 yen. Naruto nodded and with a puff of smoke had Gama-chan out of its seal. Opening it up, he grabbed the necessary money and handed it to Ino. "Thanks Ino," Naruto said as he grabbed the roses. He was just about to leave when Ino grabbed his hand. "Wait." Ino stopped him as she remembered something Sakura had told her. "I heard from Sakura that you were the author of a certain book." Naruto smirked. "You mean Loveless, right?" "Yeah, I'm the author." Naruto grinned. "So you a fan?" he asked. Only to sweat drop as Ino was suddenly right in front of him, with hearts in her eyes and his book in his face. "Is it just me, or do all women seem capable of the Hiraishin when they want something?" "I can't believe you wrote this," Ino squealed. "This book is my absolute favorite. The beauty of your words and the deep meanings behind them are all so breathtaking." She held the book out to him. "Can you sign my book?" Naruto smiled. "Sure." He grabbed the book and pen she had, signing it for her before handing it back. "Thanks for the flowers Ino," Naruto said as he threw a wave over his shoulder. He never noticed the gleam in Ino's eyes as he left. Yugao placed the single flower she had next to the memorial stone. Standing back up, she looked at the one name that had meant the world to her. Hayate. It had been well known to the ninja population that the two had been dating. She and Hayate had been together since they were genin. However, what had not been as well known was that she and Hayate had actually been engaged for nearly 6 months before the invasion of Konoha struck. They had been nearing the final stages of planning out their wedding, when Hayate had been killed by a wind blade, taking him from her life and leaving the woman feeling completely empty. Ever since then she had been lost. Her entire life seemed to revolve around her fellow swordsman. Now that he was gone, she had felt as if she was just ghosting through life, without really living. Her friends of course had tried to help to the best of their abilities, trying to get her out of the apartment she had shared with Hayate. Taking her out on the town in the hopes she would at least smile. They had even tried to hook her up with another man. However, none of it had worked. She could not bear the thought of leaving the place she and Hayate had shared so many memories. She rarely ever went out with her friends anymore except to drink. Usually Yugao was doing some kind of S-class mission or in the hospital after said mission went wrong. And no one else could ever fill the void that Hayate's death had caused. A part of that may have been her fault, but she really did not feel like moving on. It felt like she would be betraying Hayate's memory. "Excuse me miss, do you mind if I stay here?" Yugo's eyes widened in surprise as she twirled around. When her gaze landed on the figure, her eyes widened even more. "Why Yondaime-sama?" Yugao spoke in shock, finding herself staring into the blue eyes of who she assumed was the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto was about to correct her when he found his gaze traveling along the woman. She was definitely beautiful, with long purple hair that had 2 large bangs falling over her shoulder and several smaller bangs covering her face. Her eyes were a dark brown, which contrasted nicely with her pale milky skin. She had a heart-shaped face, with small yet pouty pink lips and a small nose. She was wearing the Anbu attire for female kunoichi, which did nothing to hide her amazing figure. Nice well-rounded and firm hips, a narrow waist, and luscious mid to high C-cup chest. All in all, the entire woman was the epitome of beauty, yet it was not these qualities that attracted his attention. It was that he knew this woman. Flashback. A 5-year-old Naruto was huddled in a corner of an alley trying to hide from his pursuers. He had gone out of his home in one of the alleys in the low-class district of Konoha to get some food from the garbage. Something he had been forced to do for several months now, since the orphanage had kicked him out. When several drunk civilians had noticed him and began to throw various objects and chase him, claiming that he was stealing. Naruto instinctively knew that they really just wanted to justify beating him. It did not happen often, but the occasional time he had been seen, people would make some trumped-up claim and do what these people were doing just now. Well, what do we have here? He looked up and his eyes widened before he was kicked in the chest. His malnourished body hit the wall, making him cough up blood. The man who kicked him lifted the blonde by his throat, slamming him into the wall before slamming him on the floor. The man then stomped on his back and Naruto screamed as it felt like his spine snapped in half. "Ah, do you not like that?" the man asked in a drunken and whiny voice. "Too bad." The man laughed as he kicked Naruto on his stomach, before raising his foot up to stomp on his face. Naruto closed his eyes as he waited for the inevitable blow. It never hit. After nearly a minute of nothing happening, Naruto opened his eyes to see a young girl standing in front of him. She had long purple hair and was wearing black clothes. She wasn't very tall and looked to be around 15 years old. On her face was one of those funny masks that Naruto had seen answering to the old man in the funny hat. She was currently grabbing the man's leg, keeping it from hitting him. "Who the hell are you?" the man said in anger and disgust. "You better be on your way, girly, or we're gonna." "Ah," he cried out as the leg she had in her hand on previously was suddenly sliced off by a sword the young woman had pulled out. "You people disgust me, picking on an innocent child because of his burden." She slashed the man across the throat, killing him. She turned to look at the other 2 men who, despite being drunk, were sober enough to realize the danger they were in. Both were cowering in fear as the woman stalked towards them. 2 quick slashes of her sword and a fire jutsu later, they were dead and burned to ashes. She turned around and walked to Naruto, who huddled up against the wall. Please don't hurt me." The woman winced at the pitiful tone in the boy's voice. She kneeled down next to him and took off her mask, revealing grayish-brown eyes and a heart-shaped face. "Don't worry, little one, I'm not gonna hurt you." She stretched out her arms. Naruto looked at her for a full minute with eyes that were surprisingly piercing. Finally he moved from his hiding spot. She noticed that he was limping and in obvious pain, despite the fact that she could see the fox healing the boy's injuries. She ignored that as she picked the little blonde boy up and noticed that he was far lighter than he should be, an obvious sign that he was malnourished. She decided to take him to her apartment and get him some food. She may not be able to do much, but she would help where she could. That very same day Naruto had been given an apartment by the Sandame, who had been looking for him, Naru-chan. Naruto ran out of his room and quickly wiped the smile off his face as he went into a pout, crossing his arms and puffing out his cheeks. "I told you not to call me that." "Ah, I'm sorry Naru-chan." Yugao smirked. She loved how easy it was to tease this boy. It had been nearly 2 months since she had found him. The Sandame had made her Naruto's personal bodyguard until he entered the academy in 6 months. "Yugao ne-chan." Naruto whined as Yugao laughed. "Naru-chan. I want you to meet my boyfriend Gekko Hayate. Yugao introduced a sickly-looking man with a bandana headband and sword strapped to his side. What? Naruto cried out, getting surprised looks from the two. I thought I was your boyfriend. Yugao made some choking sounds as Hayate laughed at her. Why you-chan are cheating on me with younger men? Perhaps I should tell Hokage-sama that you're robbing the cradle. Yugao shot him a glare, but Hayate just laughed while Naruto looked just confused. Flashback end. Despite the fact that he had not seen her since he started the academy when he was 6, Naruto could never forget that face. She looked exactly as she had 10 years ago, though he noticed that she had bags under her eyes, a sign that she had not been sleeping well. Her eyes also held a great sadness in them, a void that left her empty. Yet even with that, Naruto found that she was still as beautiful as ever. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Yugao? Naruto greeted, startling the purple-haired woman. Yugao scrutinized Naruto as she got a closer look. It was then that she noticed the 6 whisker marks on his cheek and realized who he was. Naruto, Yugao said incredulously, I didn't even recognize you. You look older, more mature? Naruto questioned with a grin, devilishly handsome? Despite her sadness, Yugao managed to crack a small smile. You certainly have grown. Her smile soon turned into a frown as her thoughts went back to Hayate. Naruto sighed at seeing this. So you don't mind if I... He trailed off as he held up the flowers. No, go ahead, Yugao said as she moved over. Naruto nodded in thanks as he walked up to the memorial stone, placing the bouquet next to it before he stood up. He looked over the many names that were listed there, before finding the 2 that meant the most to him. Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Naruto placed his hand on the memorial stone, letting his fingers ghost over the names of his parents. He took a step back and moved over to the left, allowing Yugao to take a place besides him. You know, I find it kind of funny, Naruto said, making the purple-haired Anbu turn towards him. Every day for nearly 6 months I would meet my team here, yet not one time did I ever look at this. All this time my parents were right here and I never even knew. That is a little ironic, Yugao replied as she stared at the stone. Quote ellipsis. You're here to see Hayate, right? Naruto asked after a moment of silence. Yes? Naruto looked over at Yugao as he heard the crack in her voice, closing his eyes as he realized that it was still a sensitive subject for her. I'm sorry, he apologized in a small voice. Not your fault, Yugao said, though Naruto knew from her tone that she did not want to talk about it anymore. Naruto and Yugao stood there for several long minutes, neither saying a word while one mourned her loss, and the other mourned what would never be. It was a little while later that Naruto turned his head, feeling a chakra signature enter the area. There was a swirl of leaves as an Anbu sushined next to them. Namikaze-san, Tsunade-sama has requested your presence in her office, the Anbu said. Naruto nodded, thank you, tell her I'll be there shortly. As the Anbu nodded and disappeared, Naruto turned to Yugao. He placed a hand on her shoulder and gave it a comforting squeeze before he too disappeared. Yugao watched until the blonde was gone, looking back at the memorial stone one last time before she left to see what S-rank missions she could take. You called Ba-chan, Naruto greeted as he appeared within Tsunade's office, right before he was forced to duck under a paperweight. You know, despite growing up a bit, you're still a brat, Tsunade said with a scowl. Naruto just grinned as he sat down in one of the seats that were in front of her desk. Maybe, but you still love me. Tsunade smiled before gaining a dismissive demeanor, whatever Gaki. So what did you call me in for? Naruto asked, knowing that there was still about an hour before the council meeting started. Tsunade sighed as she started speaking. I figured now would be a good time to inform you about your new duties as a clan head. No doubt Jiraiya skipped out on all of the important information when he spoke to you about this. Naruto laughed, that's true. In fact, the only thing Ero-sensei taught me about was the CRA, which he seemed rather excited about. I'll bet, Tsunade said with a scowl, remind me to beat that pervert the next time I see him. In the hot springs of Konoha, Jiraiya let out a loud sneeze before covering his mouth and nose in the hopes no one heard that. Unfortunately, Hana Inuzuka was one of the women currently in the hot springs, and her enhanced senses were able to pick up the noise easily. Jiraiya soon found himself running from a mob of women who had all sorts of weaponry, threatening him with death and castration. He continued to run, however his luck ran out when he slipped on the wet surface. Hitting the ground hard as the woman surrounded him, giving off that aura of death that all women gain when they are about to cause someone extreme pain. Soon shouts of pain were only eclipsed by the women's shouts of pervert. "I'll be sure to remind you," Naruto said with a grin. Tsunade smirked at him before getting into an explanation as to what his duties as a clan head would be. Most of what he had to do was fairly simple. As a part of a clan, he was a member of the council, which helped the Hokage rule over Konoha and set up new laws and policies. It was also important for him to set an example for the citizens to follow, though that made him wonder why clans like the Hyuga clan seemed to walk around with a 10-foot pole shoved up their ass. She also discussed several laws about the clans, most of which were centered around a clan's rights to privacy. This would keep the council out of his business, in theory anyway, since he had no doubt they would at least make an attempt to get into his affairs. Also, I am not sure whether or not you know this, however, a clan is supposed to have something special about them that helps strengthen the village, Tsunade said. "You mean besides a Kekkei Genkei?" asked Naruto in unmasked curiosity. Tsunade nodded. Yes, each clan has something besides their bloodline that helps contribute to Konoha, otherwise your father's name would have never been given clan status. The Hyuga clan, for example, holds great political power, and is well known for their diplomats and influence outside the village. The Inuzuka clan is a well-known tracker clan. They usually end up teaming up with the Aburame and Hyuga clans for this. They also own all the vets. The Aburame clan is likewise a tracker clan, but they are also well known for a lot of their shinobi spending several years within the Anbu. The Akamichi clan is responsible for the demolitions corps, while the Yamanaka clans are well known for their interrogation skills and have several members who work INT. And the Nara clan has always been charged with creating evacuation drills and counter-attacks during times of war. Naruto nodded as he listened to what Tsunade was telling him. "So I need to find something that will help the village." "Yes," Tsunade said, "your father had been planning to do this eventually, but was unable to before he died. So it will be up to you to find out a way to better Konoha. Think of this as something of an initiation test to see if your name is deserving clan status." Naruto nodded. "Very well, I actually think I already have something that will work." Tsunade cocked an eyebrow at how fast he thought something up, but did not speak as Naruto continued. "As you know, my father was well known for Fuiinjutsu, which Jiraiya told me I inherited. I think it would be beneficial if I came up with several seals that would help Konoha." "What kinds of seals are we talking about?" asked Tsunade, intrigued with what Naruto was saying. "Well, most people never go beyond the standard sealing scroll and exploding tag, many of which I can produce in a higher quality. However, there are also several seals I can design that can help people with more subtlety. I was thinking about what happens when our ninja are captured and slated for torture. What if they had a seal that could be activated by either chakra or blood that would allow them to escape?" "I'm listening," Tsunade said as she grew more and more interested by the second. "Okay, what I'm thinking of are several seals that could be used for this. The first is a seal that will store a certain amount of elemental chakra in it. Any kind would do, though I recommend wind. When the seal is released, the wind is shot out in several blades, which will form a protective sphere around the user. I can make similar things such as a firewall, a water sword, earth spikes, or charge the body with electricity to increase speed and power. With wind it will allow him or her to cut through wires and even people if they get too close, though the downside is they become a walking target for their opposing element." Tsunade continued to listen to Naruto with interest. Some of the ideas he came up with were amazing. While they each had small weaknesses, it did not really matter. If you were captured most of the time, it meant you were as good as dead. This would actually give their shinobi a chance to escape, and even a small chance was better than no chance at all. "Those are some pretty good ideas," Tsunade told him. "I suggest you speak to some of the ninja stores and show them your seals once they're made. We can also present them to the council. This should get them off your back for the most part." Tsunade looked over at the clock. "Speaking of the council, it's about time we headed out." Naruto nodded as he got up, with Tsunade following suit. The council chamber was currently a bustle of activity as the members waited for the last two people to come in for the meeting. There was an air of excitement in the room that had not been there for a while. This was due to the fact that Naruto was going to become the new head of the Namikaze clan. Many of the members of the council were eagerly awaiting this, having made plans to acquire the power that his clan held. Though most of this came from the civilian side of the council, who hoped to force Naruto into several arranged marriages. The elders were also another group who wanted to take the Namikaze clan's power for themselves, something they had desired to do since Minato had been named Hokage and his name was given clan status. The elders always held a strong dislike for the blonde man, who had stripped the council of almost all its power during his short tenure of Hokage. They had always felt that Minato had been nothing more than a young upstart, trying to get rid of them when only they deserved the power to control Konoha. After all, they had been protecting this country long before Minato had even been born. Now that man's son was going to take his father's seat as clan head, which they personally thought was a ridiculous notion. Not only because the boy was the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, but also because they felt he, like his father, did not deserve any of the power that came with being the head of a clan. Danzo in particular was weary of letting the boy get such power and influence in Konoha, unlike his two cohorts who, while intelligent, were also arrogant in their beliefs of their own superiority. Danzo knew that if the boy was anything like his father, it would be hard to gain the Namikaze clan's power. However, he was still fairly confident that he could turn everything in his favor, so that the roots of Konoha could flourish. On the other side of the table sat the clan heads, the only people who were not thinking of ways to gain the blonde's power. In the seat right next to the Hokages was none other than Hiashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan, which was currently the largest clan in Konoha. Hiashi was a man who, despite his cold demeanor, always put his clan and Konoha first, even when it went against his own beliefs. That had been the main reason he had pushed Hinata so hard during her training. It had been his hope that she would push back and eventually grow into a strong clan head. However, it had only been in recent years that the young girl had shown just how strong she could be, which surprisingly enough was the same reason or person that the council had been called for. When Hiashi had heard that Minato still had a son, he had been ecstatic. It was not well known, but Hiashi and Minato had been rivals during their academy and genin days. Minato had graduated as the Rookie of the Year, with Hiashi following behind him in second place. At first, it had been extremely humiliating to be beaten out by a clan-less orphan. This had caused Hiashi to push himself to be stronger, always trying to outdo Minato in everything. It had not been until the Chunin exams that Hiashi and Minato became friends. Hiashi had faced off against the blonde ninja during the third stage of the exams, and despite the blonde being 2 years his junior, Hiashi had lost badly. Despite the fact that his defeat could be considered one of the most humiliating days of his life, Hiashi had seen something during that fight. He had been able to see that Minato had been what Sarutobi would call a carrier of the will of fire, that he would often speak of. It had been that will and determination for change which had formed Hiashi's friendship with the blonde. Later on, he and Minato had made many plans for when Minato became Hokage, one of which had been the blonde's plan to help Hiashi get rid of the bird cage seal. Unfortunately, Minato had sacrificed his life when the Kyuubi came and attacked the village. When he had found that out and that the beast that killed his friend had been sealed, Hiashi had desired to order the young child executed despite his friend's last wish. It had been both a great shock and horror when nearly 14 years later, he had received news that Minato's son and living legacy was in fact the child he had wanted executed. This had brought shame to Hiashi, who was disappointed in himself for not realizing who Naruto was sooner, especially for someone who was recognized for his all-seeing eyes. It was because of this that Hiashi vowed to himself that he would support young Naruto, giving the young blonde his and his clan's backing. 2 seats from Hiashi was Sume, the clan head of the Inuzuka clan. This clan was well known for their collaboration with ninja dogs and their pack mentality. They always believed in looking out for family, and were well known for their fierce loyalty to others. It was because of this that Sume felt she had shamed her clan name by not recognizing Naruto for who he was. Kushina Uzumaki had been one of her best friends during the academy. She and the redhead had been the pranksters of their class. Many times the two would get in trouble for playing pranks, which would end up causing mass amounts of property damage. In truth, this should have been the Inuzuka head's first clue about who Naruto's parents were, with his father's looks being the second clue. Sume had promised that if something ever happened to Kushina, she would take care of the woman's pups, with the red-haired tomboy promising the same. When she had heard that her best friend's child had been the very boy she had hated for containing the beast that killed her husband, the Inuzuka matriarch had been horrified. To find out that she had broken her promise and left Kushina's pup without protection, it was the greatest dishonor she could give. This was why she had promised to herself that she would help Naruto with whatever he needed. Sitting next to the Inuzuka matriarch was Shibi Aburame, the clan head of the Aburame clan. The Aburames were well known as a clan that followed logic, believing that to do otherwise would cause more issues to arise than need be. They were also ostracized, much like Naruto, because of the bugs they carry. That was why Shibi had honored the Yondaime's wish. They knew that Naruto was no more the Kyuubi than their Kikai bugs were them. His clan had been the only one who would really help the boy. It was not as much as he would have liked, since his clan was small and could not look after the boy all the time. But the first few birthdays that Naruto had after starting the academy, Shibi had made sure that one Aburame was there to watch him. It had proved to be a good idea, as during the young boy's birthday many people would get drunk to the point that their logical processes would not work. The end result was a drunken mob who would try to go after Naruto. Thankfully his clan had always been able to stop that by draining the mobs of their chakra before they could do anything. When he had heard the news that Naruto was in fact the son of one of the few shinobi who had received his clan's respect, it had never made him so thankful for honoring said Mon's last wish. The last in the lineup were the members of the Yamanaka, Nara and Akamichi clans, who were well known for their powerful teamwork. These three were Inoichi, Shikaku and Shuza, and they had been known as the Ina Shika Cho trio, due to the teamwork they used during the Third Great Shinobi War. These three all had very different views on what they felt should have been done with Naruto. Shikaku, who was the most intelligent of all of them, was more than smart enough to realize that Naruto was just a boy. Unfortunately, the man had not done much, for the simple fact that like all Nara members he was too lazy and it would be too troublesome to really do something to help the boy. It was something he was regretting now that he knew of Naruto's heritage. Shuza had been on the fence about Naruto. While he knew that the boy was not the Kyuubi, he was still wary about letting his child near him. Of course Naruto ended up befriending Choji anyway, having stood up for the boy when he was being picked on by bullies for his weight. That had probably been the turning point for Shuza, but he had still not really done anything to help the boy, something he was now regretting. Inoichi Yamanaka was the one person in their group who had wanted nothing to do with the boy, while he had not believed that Naruto was the Kyuubi. He had still been wary of him and had told his daughter to stay as far away from him as possible. Now that he knew of the blonde's heritage, he was coming to regret his decision. It was 15 minutes after everyone else had entered the council chamber that the doors opened again, and in walked the last two people they were waiting for. The first was easily recognized as Tsunade Senju, the Godem Hokage and last of the Senju clan. However, it was the second figure that had caught everyone's attention, and ended up shocking those in the council chamber. Standing before them was what many could only feel was the Yondaime reborn. The young man looked like an exact replica of his father. Even the way the blonde teen moved was akin to his father. Each step he took spoke of a man who had great confidence in himself. Yet at the same time it showed that he was not arrogant, it was graceful, much like a predator stalking its prey. That, combined with the aura of power and confidence the young man exuded, was enough to make many of the people in the room look at Naruto in the same light as his father. The two blondes walked over to their seats, Tsunade sitting at the head of the council. Meanwhile Naruto took his clan's seat, which was right between Hiashi and Sume. Naruto offered Hiashi a nod of acknowledgement, which was returned, before turning to Sume and giving the woman a feral grin, that surprisingly enough began to make the Inuzuka matriarch feel hot under the collar due to how feral the look was. It seemed to literally scream alpha to her. Tsunade cleared her throat before speaking. As you are all aware, we are here to welcome Naruto as the new head of the Namikaze clan. But before we do that, I would like to know if any of you have objects to this decision. She looked at all of the council members with a glare, letting them know that she would be going through with this decision anyway. Thankfully no one objected, though the main reason behind this was less than savory. Good, then I hereby bestow upon Naruto all the rights, responsibilities and privileges of a clan head, Tsunade said. And now that that's out of the way, we can. Actually, Hokage-san, Danzo said with an impassive face, though on the inside he was feeling quite smug. There is one thing we must discuss with Namikaze-san. Before he could complete his sentence he was stopped by a growl. Danzo along with everyone else turned to look at the source of said growl in surprise. It was Naruto, who was currently glaring at Danzo, I suggest you hold your tongue when speaking to the Hokage in such a way, Danzo-san. You will refer to her as Tsunade-sama or Hokage-sama as her position dictates. To do otherwise is a vast insult to her, and if Hokage-sama wished it could be considered as an act of treason. Danzo along with the other two elders resisted the urge to glare at the young man. Frankly, they felt that being called out like this was beneath them. But they knew that they would not be able to call Tsunade with anything but respect. Now that Danzo had been called out, and the threat made sure that it would be impossible for them to get away with the small demeaning tactic. Unfortunately, they could not do anything about it. They could no longer risk treating the blonde woman with disrespect anymore, lest they wish to go to jail or worse. However, the only sign they had that conveyed their displeasure was the way they pursed their lips. Of course, Danzo said in a clam voice, though on the inside he was seething. Still, he would not let this boy get to him. He was positive that in the end it would not matter and he would still get what he wanted. I apologize, Namikaze-san, but as I'm not the one you should be apologizing to, Naruto interrupted as he gestured to Tsunade. Danzo grit his teeth but kept his outwardly calm appearance as he turned to the Hokage. I apologize for the lack of respect, Tsunade-sama. It won't happen again. Tsunade looked over at Naruto, who gave her a discreet wink. Resisting the urge to smirk, Tsunade turned back towards Danzo. Apology accepted, Danzo-san. Just see that it does not happen again, she said, emphasizing "san" to let the man know who was in charge. She was so glad she had given Naruto the Tokubetsu Jonin rank. She finally had someone who would help put the civilians and elders in their place. Danzo resisted the urge to glare at Naruto before continuing. As I was saying before, there is something very important that you must know, Namikaze-san. Because you are the last of your clan, you fall under Article D, Clause 36 of the Konoha clan charter. As it states, any last male heir of a new or extinct clan must marry a minimum of 4 women by the time of their 18th birthday, in order to produce strong heirs for said clan so as to keep the clan from dying out. As you are the last of your clan, it is required that you find at least 4 women to wed. As Danzo finished and sat down, another elder, named Kaharu, stood up in what had to have been a practiced routine. She picked up a scroll and unrolled it while clearing her throat. Namikaze-san, we of the council have chosen several women who we feel would benefit your clan. I hope that you will. Excuse me, Kaharu-san, Naruto cut in with a frown. But I believe that under Clause 37 of the same article it states, until the time of the heir's 18th birth date, neither the council nor even the Hokage have any say in who said heir is to wed. To do so is in violation of said heir's clan rights. As such, if the council or Hokage tries to force the heir into marriage before that time, then said heir has the right to take his clan assets and leave Konoha. I am only 16 at this moment, Kaharu-san. So correct me if I am wrong, but I believe you don't have the power to even suggest who I am to wed. Am I right? The Shinobi Council looked at Naruto with a mixture of awe and respect. None of them held any love of the elders or those on the civilian side of the council. So to see them being humbled like this was definitely a pleasant experience for them. Hiraishin in particular was both amazed and impressed by Naruto's political prowess. To him it felt almost like he was looking at Minato, who was speaking circles around the council. He would have to invite the young man over for dinner sometime. Homura and Kaharu narrowed their eyes in anger, displeased that another young upstart was countering their every move. It was like Minato was staring at them and ridding them of their power all over again. It was even worse since this boy was not only his son, but also the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi. Danzo, despite feeling the same way, did not show his emotions, not wanting to give the young blonde another victory. Likewise, the civilian council was feeling most displeased with the situation. Many of their daughters had been on that list. It had been their hope that they could get some of them to marry Naruto to get into the clan, and then they would be able to use several political loopholes to strip the boy of any actual power. However, until Naruto turned 18, there was nothing they could do, making them regret turning Naruto into a clan head. Tsunade smirked as she looked at Naruto, feeling quite proud at how her godson was handling the council. She knew that the main reason Naruto was able to talk circles around the elders was because of the topic at hand. When Naruto had told her that Jiraiya had gone over the CRA in explicit detail, he had not been kidding. The young blonde knew the CRA's laws better than the back of his hand. having memorized every single sentence of that law, making it the one thing that the elders would never be able to beat him on. Tsunade coughed into her hand, getting the attention of the council. Namikaze-san is right, Tsunade said as she used a more respectful suffix than she usually would when they were in a more private setting. However, you do know that you will need to wed at least 4 women before your 18th birthday? Naruto nodded at Tsunade as he gave a smirk, one that made the civilian and elders on the council feel unease. Do not fret, Hokage-sama. I am well aware of my obligations in this department, Naruto replied. Fortunately, I have already found 4 such women who I have met throughout the years and fallen in love with. They understand my obligations and have accepted that. So none of you need to worry about me not finding anyone to help me restore my clan. Any last vestige of hope that the civilian council had to gain the boy's powers was lost with that statement. They had assumed that despite being a Namikaze he would still not be able to find anyone to marry, or more like hoped he would not find anyone. That way when he turned 18 they could arrange several marriage for him, and he would not be able to get out of them. Now all of that was a moot point. If I may ask Namikaze-san, Danzo said as he stood up, there should still be at least one way he could salvage this. If he could find out who the boy was marrying and somehow get them under his thumb, he could use them to get the young man within his grasp. Then he would not only have his weapon, but also the blonde's children as his weapons. Who exactly are you planning to marry? Naruto gave Danzo a cold smile. I am sorry, Danzo-san, however you should know that I cannot tell you yet. It is well known that my father had made many enemies, which have only compounded onto my own. With Iwa and Akatsuki on the loose, it would not be wise for news of my wives to get out right now. I'm sure you understand, the blonde finished with a condescending smile. Danzo's one eye narrowed at the boy. He knew that Naruto was going to become a problem the moment he had found out about his heritage. Unfortunately, Danzo knew that right now there was nothing they could do. The boy was too powerful to take out at the moment. However, Danzo was patient. He would wait until the time was right, then he would strike. However, not all of the people in this room were smart enough to keep their mouths shut, as one of the council members proved when he stood up and glared at Naruto. So what? You don't trust us? Shouted the member of the civilian council, a man who went by the name of Denbei Shojuko. Said man pointed at Naruto, I see how it is. You think that just because you're in some clan that you're better than everyone else. You think that you can do whatever you want. Denbei had always been known for his insatiable greed, even among the council, as well as his hatred of Naruto. It was actually because of this man that Naruto had been unable to buy even the bare necessities in Konoha, such as food and clothing. Since Denbei owned more than half of the shops in Konoha, and had gotten Naruto blacklisted by the others through political loopholes and threats. Soon the man's rant began to degrade even more than what it already was. The only reason you even have that seat is because of your father. It doesn't matter anyway, you don't deserve that seat. You're nothing more than a demon. An illegitimate child from some whore that the Yondaime fucked and got pregnant. I bet you that. The man's words died in his throat as the air around the room dropped nearly 60 degrees in temperature. The people in the room actually began to clatter their teeth together as the cold seeped in. Accompanying this was an absolutely dreadful feeling. It was not like an intense blast of killing intent. No, it was far more subtle than that. To many it felt as if the Shinigami himself had entered the room and death was touching them. The source of this feeling was none other than Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, who was looking at the now freezing Denbei with a deceptively calm face. Tell me, Counselor-san, do you have any family? Naruto asked in a conversational tone, as if merely talking about the weather. Denbei and everyone else shivered at the deceptively casual tone, but he steeled himself as he would not let the demon upstage him. Why are you going to kill them? Denbei asked with a sneer. Naruto gave the man a cold smile. Not at all, I was merely curious. The counselor scoffed. No, I don't have a family. You should know since you're the one who killed them. Naruto raised an eyebrow but did not comment on the man's stupidity. Instead he turned to Tsunade. Hokage-sama, is the third's law still in effect? Well yes, Tsunade answered in an unsure tone. Good, Naruto said before turning back to Denbei. It's too bad you don't have a family, otherwise I might have let you live. Before the man could even open his mouth, Naruto threw one of his Hiraishin kunai, before disappearing and reappearing right next to the man in a flash of yellow, with a Rasengan in hand. Naruto plunged the sphere right into the man's head, making it explode and shower gore on all of the civilian council members. Many of the civilians went wide-eyed, as they began to shake in fear from seeing all of the gore, and more than a few were unable to hold in their lunches. The few who were not as affected were shaking like a leaf in the wind, as they stared at Naruto, who was eyeing them all with a cold expression. Said Shinobi was walking behind the civilians, forcing them to turn in order to look at him, while he spun the tri-pronged kunai in his hand in a lazy fashion. I seem to be finding myself very disappointed with the stupidity of this council, Naruto started in a near-lazy drawl. Many of the council wanted to protest, but the odd feeling of death that had come to them stopped their tongues cold. Meanwhile, Naruto continued on heedless to their problems. After the number of times I had protected Konoha, I would have thought you would have all realized by now that I am not the Kyuubi. I am no more the Kyuubi than a sealing scroll is the kunai that's been sealed into it. However, if I was the Kyuubi, then don't you think that provoking me as you have for the first 12 years of my life might not have been the best choice? If I really was the Kyuubi, then all of you would be dead by now for what you put me through. He paused here as he made his way to the center of the chamber, letting many of the counselors think on what he had just said. In truth, many had to wonder about that. It was true after all. If Naruto had really been the Kyuubi, then Konoha would have most likely been destroyed long ago. When Naruto got to the center of the chamber, he continued, "However, what bothers me more than your treatment of me is the way you claim to hail my father as one of your greatest ninja, and yet you continue to show such blatant disrespect. My father not only gave his own life, but the life of his own son so that all of you could be safe. He sacrificed everything for you, and all he asked in return was that his child be treated as a hero. And yet you took that request and stomped on it, treating the child like he was less than dirt, hailing the father and damning the son." Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "If my father were alive right now, he would be ashamed of you. In fact, I'm almost positive that he is rolling in his grave right now." Naruto locked eyes with each and every member of the council, with eyes that were so dead even Itachi would shiver. "I want each and every one of you to consider this. Would you have treated your own child the way I was treated if they had been used for the sealing instead of me?" With his piece said, Naruto went back over to his seat, sitting down with a soft sigh. Many on the council looked at him with varied emotions. Those on the shinobi side were looking at him with awe and respect. But many were also looking at him in shame, knowing that they were just as guilty as the civilian side for not being there for the boy. The civilians were looking at Naruto with a mixture of contemplation and some even in shame, though only time would tell how they were truly going to take it. Tsunade closed her mouth as she got over her own shock. "I agree with Namikaze-san. I am disappointed in how he has been treated throughout the years. I hope this will be a lesson for all of you." Tsunade paused for a moment before deciding that a subject change was needed. "Now that this is out of the way, I would like to discuss the renewing of our trade agreement with Nami no Kuni. And would the Anbu please take that body away?" Naruto gave a heavy sigh as he sat on the couch in the Hokage's office. "Man, that was hard." "Really?" Tsunade asked with a raised eyebrow as she went over behind her desk. "I thought you did really good." "Maybe," Naruto said as Tsunade sat down next to him with a bottle of sake and 2 saucers in hand. My ba-chan, drinking on the job are we?" Naruto smirked at her, for shame. "Shut up, Gaki," Tsunade said as she poured some sake into the saucers before taking one of them. "With all the paperwork and crap I had to do, I think I deserve a drink every now and then." Naruto gave a small chuckle as he grabbed the other saucer, sipping some of the sake and letting it burn down his throat. "Is this the Kumo imported rice sake?" Naruto asked as he took another sip. "It is," Tsunade said with a grin as she sipped some of her own. "Sounds like you're into sake just as much as I am, if you know that. So you have no right to complain to me about drinking." Naruto took another sip before he grinned at her. "Maybe, but since I can't get drunk anyways, it doesn't really matter. Besides that, I'm not the Hokage." Tsunade humphed before the two fell silent for a moment, quietly drinking their sake. After a while Tsunade spoke up. "When do you think you can have a demonstration for the seals you plan on making?" Naruto frowned in thought as he poured himself some more sake. "Well, the first thing I have to do is find a store that specializes in ninja wear. I'm thinking of going to the Higurashi weapons store since I know Tenten. After that I'll schedule the demonstration. As for the seals," Naruto paused in thought before continuing, "they should be done by the end of the week. Most of them are actually things I've been working on for a long time, so they won't take much longer to finish. Tsunade nodded. Let me know when you plan on doing the demonstration and I'll inform the council. You mean the Shinobi Council, right? Naruto said with a grin. Tsunade matched his grin with one of her own and nodded in agreement. After the discussions on trade and other commerce agreements, Tsunade had been going to start discussing shinobi affairs, such as the academy teachings and budget. Before that could happen, Naruto had once again helped Tsunade by kicking out the civilian council. They had of course protested by claiming they had a right to be there. Naruto had just countered their claims by reminding them that, according to the law set down by the Shoden and Nidaime Hokages, they had no right to involve themselves in shinobi affairs. Of course, now why don't you tell me about your training trip with Jiraiya? Tsunade asked. Well, Naruto said with a smile as the two spent the rest of the time drinking sake, while Naruto told Tsunade stories of all the pranks he had pulled on the perverted senin. The next morning Naruto was up bright and early again. After he finished his training regime and eating a healthy breakfast, the blonde decided to go see if he could meet Tenten and her dad. Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha, as he watched the people getting ready for their day. It was still early in the morning, so only a few people were up, allowing Naruto to just walk around and enjoy the quiet. Naruto made his way over to the Higurashi weapon store, opening the door which sounded with a chime. He looked over at the cash register and saw Tenten, sitting on a stool and reading a magazine of some kind. Most likely a weapons magazine of some kind, thought Naruto with a smile as he walked over and tapped on the desk. Good morning, Tenten. Tenten looked up at Naruto and a blush quickly spread across her face. Good morning, Naruto-kun. How are you doing? Tenten asked. Naruto gave the girl a smile. Not bad, I can't complain at least. What about you? Oh, I've been good, Tenten said as she squirmed in her seat a bit. So, how can I help you today? Actually, I was wondering if your dad was in, Naruto said as he tilted his head to the side. Tenten was just about to respond when a gruff voice did it for her. He is in. Naruto and Tenten turned their head to the stairs, and saw a man with messy brown hair walking down. He was of decent height, being at about 5 feet 9 inches and had a fairly bulky build. His eyes were a brown color much like Tenten's, giving Naruto the clue that this was her father. The blonde noticed that the man walked with a slight limp, denoting that he had received some kind of injury to his heel. This, as well as the general aura the man had, led Naruto to assume that he had been a shinobi at one point in his life. Naruto bowed to the man. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I know who you are, Tenten's father chuckled. It's almost impossible not to with your reputation. And don't call me sir, I hate that respect crap. Naruto gave a grin as he scratched the back of his head, amusing the man who had seen that same expression on Minato's face many times in the past. I'm Kenshi Higurashi. Kenshi introduced himself as he held out a hand. Naruto smiled as he took it. Nice to meet you. Likewise, I was wondering when I would see you in my shop, Kenshi said. So is there anything I could do for you? Actually, I was wondering if there was something I could do for you, Naruto said, getting 2 raised eyebrows from Tenten and Kenshi. Oh, and what is it that you can do for us? Kenshi with his curiosity piqued. I can see that you guys sell things like standard sealing scrolls and exploding tags. However, like most stores, you guys don't have much else in the way of seals. I am currently in the process of creating several seals that will help Konoha. Naruto looked at the two of them. I am sure you know that a clan needs to find some way to contribute to the village in some way, Kenshi-san. Kenshi nodded. Yes, I am well aware of that. I take it this is your way to do that? Yes, Naruto nodded. I was hoping to have a demonstration at the end of the week. As you are the only shinobi store I know of that is run by a shinobi, I wanted to have you there. What makes you think I'm a shinobi? Kenshi asked. If this boy, no man, he corrected himself. If this man was anything like Minato, then he would be able to give him an accurate dissertation of why he thought Kenshi was a shinobi. When you were walking down, I noticed you have a slight limp. By the slight movements your leg makes, I would say that the wound was caused by a sword to the heel. Wounds like that are not something civilians get and escape, whoever gave it to them to alive, meaning you had to have been in combat at one point. Aside from that, Naruto shrugged, your general aura is the same as anyone who has ever been a serious ninja at one point in their life. He's just like his father, Kenshi thought with a smile. That's a pretty good deduction, and you were right about the leg. So why is it that you feel it matters whether a store is shinobi owned or not? Because that makes this shop far more popular than the other stores, since you have ninja experience and know what they would want. Naruto answered. I see, Kenshi said with a nod, because I have first-hand knowledge on what ninja want and the ability to forge custom weapons based on that knowledge. More ninja come to my store. If I were to endorse your seals, they would sell that much more, am I right? At Naruto's nod, Kenshi continued, this will also give you more of a profit in the end too, since more people will. No, Kenshi and Tenten looked at Naruto as he spoke, I'm not doing this for any monetary gain. You can keep any money you make, I have more than enough thanks to my book. I am simply doing this to help Konoha. Kenshi blinked in surprise for several moments before he grinned. You really are Minato's kid, aren't you? Naruto smiled, so I've been told. Well, alright, I'll come to this demonstration of yours, and if your stuff is any good we'll start selling them the moment it's ready for the market. Naruto nodded. I appreciate this, the blonde said before he looked over at Tenten. You're welcome to come to if you would like. Tenten blinked for a moment before blushing. Thanks, I think I will. She looked back up for a moment and tilted her head. So what book were you talking about? Naruto looked at her with an odd expression before smiling. He reached into his pouch and pulled out Loveless. I'm the author of this book, Naruto said with a grin, only to sweat drop when Tenten appeared in front of him with a copy of the book in her hand. I swear to Kami, it's like these girls have a pocket dimension, where they can just pull anything out of it magically. This is my favorite book, can you sign it for me? Tenten asked as he once again saw what he had taken to calling the Suda Boshi no Jutsu, Starry Eye Jutsu. Naruto shrugged before grabbing the book and signing it for her. After that he gave the two a goodbye before heading home. Naruto groaned in relief as the warm water from the shower hit his form, loosening the tensed-up muscles in his back and shoulders. Today had been a hectic day for him, even more so than yesterday when he was in his first council meeting. After he had left the Higurashi weapons store, Naruto had gone into another council meeting, where he had been forced to sit through several merchants discussing a trade agreement between Konoha and Tsuchi no Kuni, which had almost made the blonde clan head fall asleep. After that he had gone home and did his typical training regime, and then he had sat down at his desk and began hashing out his plans for the seals he wanted to create. In truth, most of them were already done, he just needed to finalize them. He had several powerful seals that he was sure would be useful to Konoha. Things like sensor seals that could be used to set up around a camp when on long-term missions. Trap seals that even a genin could set up, that when triggered would release anything from a fire jutsu to a paralytic poison. Sometimes things like that were all that were needed to complete the mission, and get back home safe. However, the ones he was really wanting to show Tsunade and the others were not the ones that were done on paper, but a powerful seal array that should make capture and rape statistics drop. However, that seal was also the one he had yet to really finish, as well as the one that was the hardest to complete. Naruto turned off the water as he stepped out of the shower. Grabbing a towel he dried himself off as he made his way into his bedroom. He threw the towel in a hamper as he walked over to the closet. Opening it he made his way inside. Naruto began to leaf through his clothes, looking for some formal wear for this evening. Normally the blonde would not be caught dead wearing formal clothing. However, he had been eventually forced to get some. Koyuki had bought him some formal kimonos for when he made his appearance before the Haru Council, so that he could look good when he and Koyuki presented him as her fiancé. Something he planned to do once he managed to get rid of Akatsuki. Naruto sighed as he picked one out and began to get dressed. Tonight he had been invited over for dinner by Hiyashi Hyuga. Knowing just how much power that clan held, Naruto knew declining his invitation would not be an intelligent idea. Hinata Hyuga was nervous. This would not surprise anyone who knew her. Despite the young woman making strides towards bettering herself as a kunoichi, she was still a shy and soft-spoken girl. It was something that had never changed about her, even her continuous improvement with her taijutsu and byakugan. So the fact that Hinata was nervous would not surprise anyone, however this time she felt she had a valid reason for it. That reason being her father Hiyashi, who was currently smiling. It was well known that Hiyashi Hyuga almost always kept up the cold Hyuga facade. He said it had something to do with presenting a noble aura to those beneath them. Whatever the reason for it was, Hiyashi was not one to smile, ever really. Sure, he would occasionally when Hinata was progressing well in her taijutsu, however this was something that had only happened recently. Now he was smiling for what seemed to be no reason, other than the fact that they had a guest. Apparently one important enough that her father was smiling about it. This was not really a shock, of course, due to their status and political power both in and out of Konoha. They would often receive visiting dignitaries. However, none of them were important enough for Hiraishin to actually be happy about seeing them. This was what made her nervous. The fact that she was going to be meeting someone who was important enough for Hiraishin to smile about meant that she would need to be even more Hyuga-like, for lack of a better term, than usual. Which due to her kind nature was something she had a problem doing. Hiraishin-sama, your guest has arrived. The three Hyugas at the dinner table looked up to see one of the branch members standing over by the entrance. Thank you, send him in please, Hiraishin said as he stood up to greet his guest. The branch member bowed before leaving to get the guest. Hinata smoothed the hem of her kimono, which was a lavender color to match her eyes. The kimono had floral designs on it, and was tied together with a dark violet obi. Unlike her normal clothes, the formal wear she had on did nothing to hide her figure. Something she was very self-conscious about, which was of course why she always wore that large baggy overcoat. Taking several deep breaths to help her calm down, the young Hyuga heiress looked over at her little sister Hanabi. Said sister was currently sitting with her back straight, and wore the impassive Hyuga stare. She was wearing identical clothes to Hinata, except that hers were in the opposite colors. Hinata turned her head towards the door when Hiraishin began to walk over to it, and had to hold in a gasp of surprise. The person who her father had invited over was none other Naruto. Hinata quickly looked away, and had to start taking deep breaths lest she pass out. When she felt she was calm enough, she looked back to see her father greeting the blonde shinobi. Welcome Naruto-san, I am glad you could make it, Hiraishin said as he shook Naruto's hand. Naruto gave a nod as he took the offered hand. Thank you for inviting me Hiraishin-san, I appreciate it. Not at all, Hiraishin replied easily as he waved the thanks away. Naruto followed the man as he moved over to sit down. When they were both seated, Hiraishin gestured to his daughters. I believe you have already met Hinata, Hiraishin said. Naruto smiled at the girl. It's a pleasure to see you again Hinata. Hinata felt heat rise to her cheeks, but thankfully was able to keep herself from hyperventilating. It's good to see you swln Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she grabbed the folds of her kimono in an effort to keep from poking her fingers. And this is my youngest daughter Hanabi, Hiraishin introduced as he gestured to a little girl who looked a lot like Hinata, except she had what Naruto had dubbed the, I'm a Hyuga so I must act like I'm constipated, look. It's a pleasure to meet you Hanabi-san, Naruto said with a smile. Despite the girl's cold look, Naruto was able to notice the slight blush that crossed the girl's cheeks. You're the one who beat Neji ni-san in the Chunin exams, Hanabi said in an accusing tone. Naruto looked at the girl with an odd expression for a second. Yes, that is true that I beat Neji. How did you do that? Hanabi asked. Neji ni-san is the Hyuga clan prodigy, there's no way you could beat him. Naruto frowned at the girl. It seems that she was much more of the stereotypical Hyuga than the members he had met. Of course he had only known Hinata and Neji had been similar to her before Naruto had removed the stick in his ass. Naruto continued to look at the girl before shrugging. I was able to beat him because unlike him I had something to fight for. Hanabi tilted her head at the cryptic answer. Something to fight for? Like what? Naruto smiled. Well, at the time my reason was to dispel Neji's delusional belief that fate controlled everything. He had to understand that there is only one fate we all share, and that is death. But how we get there and the choices we make before we die are our own. Wise words, Hiraishin said. You sound just like your father. Naruto looked over at Hiraishin. You knew my father well, I take it? I knew him quite well, Hiraishin said with a very small and nostalgic smile. I was in the same class that your father had been in at the academy. He had been the rookie of the year, and became something of my rival. I see, Naruto said as he remembered his own rivalry with Sasuke, before the fool went to play with a pedophile anyway. Naruto looked at the Hyuga head with a mischievous expression. So if you were his rival, did he call you Teme as well? Naruto asked in an innocent voice. Hinata and Hanabi looked at Naruto in shock, while Hiraishin made several choking noises. No he didn't, Hiraishin said as he was able to get himself under control. He paused for a moment before sighing. However, your mother did. If the two Hyuga heirs had been startled by Naruto's comment, then they nearly jumped out of their skin when Naruto started to laugh, loudly. Hanabi more than Hinata was shocked by the commoner behavior the blonde man seemed to have. It made her wonder why her father had invited him over in the first place. Naruto's laughs soon became wheezes as he tried to get his breath back under control. Oh. Naruto sighed as he stopped laughing. He looked over at Hiashi and shook his head. You know, I can somehow see my mother doing that. Hiashi gave an imperceptible smirk. I could imagine, you are a lot like her in many ways. Naruto chuckled. I think I'll take that as a compliment. Of course, Hiashi said, though you do seem to have more of your father's personality now. I admit to being quite impressed with how you handled the elders during your first council meeting. Naruto smiled as the two of them talked back and forth, trading conversation between one subject or another. Naruto knew this was a standard political process that people who wanted something from you did, and he knew Hiashi wanted something. While he was sure the man's desire to repent for not helping him when he was younger was genuine, Naruto also knew that Hiashi would not invite him over for that reason alone. However, he continued to play along with the man, knowing that there was a time to be blunt and a time to use finesse. So Naruto spoke with the man, and occasionally tried to add Hinata and Hanabi into the conversation so they did not feel left out. Their conversation quieted down as the food came. Naruto was surprised when he was served a side of ramen with his food. It seemed that even Hiashi knew of his ramen addiction, which was actually kind of funny since ramen was not his favorite food. Well, most ramen was not. His favorite food was the ramen they served at Ichiraku's, but there was a reason for that. Tuchi and Ayame had been the first two people to ever treat him as a human other than Sarutobi and Yugao, so the blonde had often gone there when he did not want to be glared at or overcharged for food. They had also given him several free bowls of ramen, making the place even better in his eyes. It was not long after going there that ramen had become his comfort food. After they had eaten, Naruto figured it was time to see what Hiashi wanted. I believe you wanted to speak to me about something. Hiashi smirked ever so slightly. Yes, I did. We can go to my office for our discussion. Naruto stood up as did Hiashi. He turned to look over at the two girls. I'll see you later, Hinata-chan, Hanabi-chan. Naruto smirked at seeing the younger girl scowl. Though he also noticed her blush as well, during the course of the conversation he had taken a liking to teasing the younger heiress. He felt the girl was far too uptight for her own good, so he had taken it upon himself to remove the stick, as it were, from her proverbial ass. Of course he knew this would be a little harder than Neji. After all, he could not beat the shit out of her like he did Neji. Still, that would just make it more of a challenge. As Naruto walked down the halls with Hiashi, the blonde decided to get a layout of the estate. Unlike his father's house, the Hyuga estate was made in the purely traditional Japanese style. The building were centered around a zen garden, filled with trees and a koi pond with a bridge over it. Doors were lined up along the wall facing the garden, leading to any number of rooms that were used for various purposes. The place was definitely nice. Naruto had to admit that, though the atmosphere was a little too stuffy for his tastes. They finally stopped in front of a door. Hiashi opened it as he gestured for Naruto to enter. As soon as they were both inside, Hiashi closed the door and set up a silencing seal, before moving over to a seating area with red padded cushions on the ground. Following the Hyuga head's lead, Naruto sat on one of the cushions with his feet under his rear and his back straight. Hiashi looked at him with a calculating gaze before speaking. I am sure you are well aware that the Hyuga clan is currently the largest of Konoha's clans. It also goes without saying that we are the clan who holds the most political power. No Hokage has ever been selected without our support. That is even more true now, since the only clan that could contest with us is no more. Naruto nodded at what the man was saying, narrowing his eyes in thought. The blonde picked apart Hiashi's hidden meaning. You are saying you will support my position for Hokage? However, I assume you also want something for this, otherwise you would not have invited me over for dinner. Hiashi managed to crack a small smile. You are quite astute in your observations, Naruto-san, truly your father's son. Naruto nodded at the compliment as the man paused another moment, before heaving a deep sigh. Yes, I do have something I wish to ask of with you, or more like I need your help with something. I am sure you know of the birdcage seal? Hiashi asked. Of course, Naruto said with a nod. The blonde's mind soon came to a conclusion as to why Hiashi had invited him over for dinner. Still he did not say anything, preferring to hear it from the Hyuga head's own mouth. What was not as well known was that Minato and I had planned to do away with the seal, Hiyashi said. I take it he was going to force the Hyuga elders to get rid of the seal by showing its inherent weakness, Naruto said, and then offer up a counter seal for all Hyugas to wear. Hiyashi did not show it, but he was greatly impressed with the boy's ability to figure things out with only a little bit of information. Yes, he was. It was our hope that this would eliminate the differences and bridge the gap between our two families. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. Do you know how far my father got? I believe he was able to create the replacement for the bird cage seal, Hiyashi answered. However, I know for a fact that he had not even been able to get started on finding the bird cage seal's weakness. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at Hiyashi. I will help you with this. To be honest, I had planned on getting rid of that seal anyways. This will make it much easier to do so. Hiyashi sighed in relief as he and Naruto stood back up. Moving over to his desk, Hiyashi pulled out a scroll. This scroll contains the bird cage seal for you to study, Hiyashi spoke as he handed Naruto the scroll. Naruto took his and placed it in his pouch. I will get back to you sometime within a month. By then I should have both the replacement seal and the weakness to the bird cage seal. Hiyashi gave a nod as he let Naruto out. I appreciate the help, Naruto-san. Not at all, I'm happy to help, Naruto replied as he walked out of the room. Hinata watched as Naruto left her father's study and began his trek back to the front gates. She followed the blonde boy, making sure to always stay in the shadows so he would not see her. The moment Hinata had seen Naruto here, she had realized this was her chance to confess her feelings for the blonde. She knew that she may not ever get a chance to do so like now, since he was right here in her house. However, she was still having trouble gathering her courage to go up and talk to the boy. The decision was soon taken from her as Naruto called out, "You can come out now, Hinata." Hinata's eyes widened in shock. How had he seen her? This had never happened in all the years she had followed him. Something like this was not only unprecedented, but also unexpected. Whatever the case, he had found her, so she had no choice but to come out and confront the blonde. Hello n Naruto KK-kun, Hinata said, cursing herself for being so shy. She knew she would never get another chance like this, so she had to take it. She took several deep breaths as she tried to calm her raging nerves, which felt like they were overloading her brain right now. Hinata opened her mouth as she looked at him, only to start swaying on her feet for a little bit. I will not faint? Hinata thought to herself as she tried to steady her nerves. Finally she opened her mouth. I love you. The words had been spoken so fast, that had Naruto not had enhanced senses, he was sure he would have missed it. The blonde clan had repressed the sigh that threatened to escape him, while he commended the girl for gathering the courage to tell him that he had really hoped she wouldn't. Perhaps it was naive thinking, but Naruto had been hoping that the girl's shy nature would keep her from confessing. At least until he had something to say that would let her down easy. Still, now might be the best time to nip her feelings in the bud. After all, he did not wish to lead her on with the false hope that they might get together. Hinata, you are a very kind, beautiful and compassionate kunoichi, Naruto said, knowing that what he said next would break her heart. However, I don't have any romantic feelings for you, I'm sorry. What? Hinata asked as if she had not heard him. It took a few seconds for the words to register, but when they did, tears started to form at the corner of her eyes. You mean, you don't? She couldn't believe it. She had worked so hard to tell him, only for him not to have the same feelings for her. No, Naruto said in a soft voice, I don't. But, Hinata's mouth was unable to work properly, not that it mattered anyway, as she spun around and took off. Naruto sighed as he chased after her, knowing that if he did not reason with her, things would not end well. He doggedly followed the lavender-eyed girl, who was dodging and weaving in an effort to lose him. However, Naruto was far faster and more agile than she was, and soon caught up. He grabbed her arm to keep her from moving. Let go of me, Hinata shouted as she yanked on her arm. Not until you listen to me, Naruto replied in a calm voice. I don't want to hear it. Let go. Realizing she would not be able to get away like this, Hinata turned around and attempted to juke and strike Naruto. Said blonde was surprised that Hinata would go this far, but thanks to his enhanced reflexes was able to avoid the strike. He quickly wrapped Hinata in a bear hug, keeping her arms pinned to her sides so she could not use them. Though the girl continued to struggle and even tried to juke him with her feet, however she soon began to tire. Eventually the girl sagged into him as she started to cry. Sighing, Naruto just let her do so until she calmed down. "Why?" the girl asked, with her voice muffled by his kimono. "Why don't you love me? Why won't you love me?" "Because you don't love me," Naruto stated, causing Hinata's head to snap up so fast, the blonde thought it would break. "How could you say that?" Hinata asked, completely unaware that she had not stuttered. "I've always loved you. Ever since the academy. You gave me strength and courage." "I only saw what you wanted to see," Naruto interrupted her. "You saw the side of me that was loud, obnoxious, and was not afraid to scream about how he would be Hokage at the top of his lungs. You were so fixated on this image of me and felt that I was something to strive for, so you put me on a pedestal. As something you would always watch from afar, but never touch, which was why you were too afraid to talk to me." "That's not true at all." Hinata shook her head. "I saw you as something I wanted to be. Something to strive for, which is what you do when you place someone on a pedestal," Naruto interrupted in a soft voice. "Hinata, what you saw was not me, not all of me anyway. You saw the parts of me that you wanted, because that side of me was everything you were not. You felt that if you could just be near me, then maybe you would gain some of my strength. Am I right?" Hinata gave a hesitant nod, since that was true. Ever since she had seen his loud and proud attitude, she had begun to admire the boy. She had taken to following him, because just watching the blonde had given her strength to go on. He was what she felt she wanted to be. She wanted the courage he would show even when the world had tried to stomp on that courage. That never give up attitude, that's what she wanted to have for herself. "That's exactly what I mean, that's not real love. You wanted me to be your strength, your courage, to be able to lift you up when you could not do it yourself." Naruto shook his head. "What you have to understand is that by trying to use me for your strength, you end up weakening your own." Hinata's eyes widened as what Naruto said began to sink in. "What do you mean?" "Hinata, I can give you no more strength than a soldier pill can give you chakra. Yes, you may gain a temporary boost by relying on me. But in the end it's only a passing feeling and can never give you the strength you are looking for. What would happen if you were on a mission that went bad, all of your comrades were incapacitated and you were the only one capable of protecting them and completing the mission? What would you do if I wasn't there to give you that pick-me-up? If you had to rely on your own strength to carry on, only you had been relying so much on me that your own strength failed." Hinata looked at Naruto with wide eyes as his words were tossed around in her head. It was painful to admit, but she realized he was right. All this time she had been trying to rely on Naruto instead of herself. Even when he was gone, her thoughts were on the blonde. It was like he had become some drug or a crutch, as he said. Because truthfully all she had been trying to do was emulate the blonde in front of her. It was enough to make her feel sick. "I really am weak," Hinata muttered as tears formed in her eyes again. "You are not weak, Hinata," Naruto said in a firm voice, as he placed his hands on the girl's shoulders. Hinata looked up at Naruto as he spoke. "You just have yet to come into your own strength, but it's there. However, you need to find the right reasons to gain that strength, which are not to impress a boy." "What are your reasons?" Hinata asked, hoping that if she knew the reasons of someone else, she could try to find out her own. "At first my reason was simply because I wanted to be acknowledged. It was stupid, but that was why I tried so hard." Naruto's eyes began to glaze over and his voice softened as he continued. "However, as time went on and I gained people who did acknowledge me, my reasons changed." Naruto looked at Hinata. "Now I fight and gain strength so that I can protect the people who are most important to me. The people who I have found a family in, the Konoha 11, the people I met in my travels, it's for them I try to get stronger, so that I can protect them." Hinata was silent for a moment as she thought about her reasons, really thought about them. Now that she was thinking a little more clearly, she realized that what she had been doing was no better than when Sakura and Ino had tried to gain Sasuke's affection. Everything she had done was for Naruto, but now that Naruto made her realize this, she did not really have a reason, or did she? I think I want to gain strength to protect my family, and make them proud of me," Hinata said as she looked at Naruto. "I don't want them to think of me as weak, or a burden anymore." Naruto gave the girl a smile. "That's a good reason. Wanting to help your family is one of the best reasons anyone can have. I know that with that desire in mind, you will gain strength." Naruto stuck his hand out to the girl. "Friends?" Hinata looked at the hand and then back to Naruto before smiling. "Friends," she said as she took the hand. Naruto stood out on the field with the Shinobi Council, Tsunade, Kenchi and Tenten, all of whom he was going to show his seals to. Now that everyone is here, I figured we'd better get this show on the road, Naruto said as he took out sealing scroll and unraveled it. He unsealed the contents, revealing several different scrolls of various seals, ink and a brush. Grabbing the first seal, Naruto unrolled it. I am sure you all know of the standard exploding tag, which by adding chakra will make it detonate and in some cases can set a timer for a slight delay. But what if they did not just explode? What if instead they launched an erranked jutsu, or a cloud of deadly and poisonous gas? Are you saying you can create a scroll that has an erranked jutsu in it? Tsume asked incredulously. Naruto smiled. I could tell you yes, but I think it would best to show you. Naruto created a clone who took one of the small tags in the scroll, walking several feet away before channeling some chakra into it as he set the scroll on the ground. The clone poofed out of existence and Naruto turned to Tsunade. Hokage-sama, could you make a cage bushin please? Tsunade raised an eyebrow but did as asked. Less than a second later a clone appeared. Good, Naruto said as he turned to the clone. I want you to go over to the scroll. As the clone did as instructed, Naruto turned to Hiyashi. Hyuga-sama would be so kind as to turn on your Byakugan and tell me what you see. Hiyashi nodded and did so. Truthfully, he was quite curious to see what they boy came up with. As the Tsunade clone got within 5 feet of the scroll, everyone became shocked as a giant dragon made of lightning launched out of the scroll. It roared as it homed in on the clone, smashing into it before exploding in a shower of sparks. It reacted to her chakra, Hiyashi said, his voice for once filled with awe. The others heard what he said and looked at the now burnt-out scroll in shock. Yes, it reacts to any chakra signature that does not belong to the person who used the scroll, though it can be said to recognize other signatures as well. Naruto smirked as he looked at the gobsmacked audience. As you can see, things like this could easily tip any engagement or skirmish in our favor. Just imagine if you were to create a minefield of these and placed a camouflaged dual-layered genjutsu over them. An enemy comes within 5 feet of it and they suddenly find themselves within a barrage of rank techniques. Naruto left them to imagine the potential of his strategy for a while. Once they got over their awe, he began showing them some of his other seals, with each one being more impressive than the last. Finally, Naruto got to the seal he had really worked on this week. For this next seal I'll need a volunteer. It has to be a female. The last request had stopped several of the males from stepping forward. Unfortunately, it also made the females wary. Sume Inuzuka, however, took it as something of a challenge and stepped forward. Let's see what you've got, pup. Naruto smirked. Very well, follow me so I can apply the seals. Naruto picked up his ink and brush and headed into the tree line. Sume, despite being surprised, followed him as well. Once they were out of sight, Naruto stopped. Alright, so why did you have to bring me out here alone? Sume asked before giving a feral yet oddly seductive smirk. Or was it just that you wanted to get me away from the rest of the council, so you could have your way with me? You know, I think you might be a bit young for me, though you are quite handsome. Naruto blinked in surprise as the Inuzuka matriarch blatantly flirted with him. He had truthfully not expected this. Still, that did not mean he was going to be upstaged. Well, you are quite sexy, Sume-chan, Naruto said as he modulated his voice into an animalistic and husky growl that caused Sume almost come herself. Unfortunately, that's not the reason, this time anyway. Naruto shrugged. I really just figured you would not want to have to strip in front of all those men. Sume blushed at those words, but it soon turned to a glare. Flirting was one thing, but asking her to strip for him was not something she would take lying down. Alright, listen here, if you think I'm gonna strip for you, you've got another. She could not get another word in as Naruto's presence literally overwhelmed her senses. Where before he had the strong presence that was found in all leaders, his entire aura right now just screamed alpha. It was so strong that her animal side was actually telling to her bow down and do whatever the blonde said. Do not think I am doing this so I could see you naked, Sume. I will not deny that you are quite attractive. However, you seem to forget that I am already engaged to 4 women, all of whom I love. The mere thought of being unfaithful to them makes me feel like committing seppuku. Naruto's glare actually made the Inuzuka woman bow her head submissively. Naruto sighed as he released his dominating presence. I will explain what the seal does while I apply it, is that okay? He asked. When he received a nod in return, Naruto had the woman strip down, until she was in her undergarments. He then began to apply the seals while explaining their functions. By the time he was done, Sume's eyes were wide. Several minutes later they came back out to the field. I apologize for the wait, however we're now ready for the final demonstration. He took no heed of the looks he was getting, or the light blush Hiraishin was trying to hide. They obviously knew what had gone on in the forest, or at least they knew what Sume had done. Naruto paid attention to none of it as he unsealed a chair. Alright Sume, just sit on the chair. Having knowledge on what the seal was supposed to do, the feral-looking woman did as told. Naruto tied her up with steel ninja wire, making sure they were bound tightly enough that she could not move. Naruto turned back to the crowd. Now then, as you know, one of the most serious problems we run into as ninja is the possibility of capture. When that happens, all we can do is try to make sure that we die before we end up cracking from whatever torture we are subject to. However, that does not have to happen. What if we could give our shinobi a small window of opportunity to escape? Hiraishin, I would like you to use your Byakugan to tell me what you see. Naruto did not wait for the man to give an affirmative, before he turned his attention to Sume and raised an eyebrow in question. He received a nod from the woman, right before he unleashed a concentrated dose of Kyuubi's killing intent. The woman felt her eyes widen as the feeling of fear came over her from feeling the same power that had killed her husband all those years ago. Thankfully, it only lasted a second as the seal activated. The ropes were suddenly sliced apart as a shield of powerful cutting winds encased Sume, who was completely protected by it. Naruto grinned as everyone was once again rendered speechless. Tell me, Hiraishin, what did you see? The seal activated when you unleashed that killing intent, Hiraishin said. However, it was not activated consciously. Correct, Naruto said. This seal is actually several arrays that are located on different areas of the body. You have one seal that constantly stores the excess chakra that all people produce in another seal. The other seals are what creates the windshield, one to activate it and the other to maintain it. It activates subconsciously when the body is feeling any sort of negative stimuli, whether that be fear or something else. This means that even if someone has their chakra sealed off, the seal can still be activated because it is not dependent on one's ability to use chakra. Because it's based on the body's reaction to their emotions, Tsunade said in shock. What Naruto had just created was not only a complex seal, but something that also required a thorough understanding the human body and human psyche. To come up with something like that is amazing. Naruto smirked. That's not all, now I need a volunteer. This one has to be male. When no one stepped forward, Naruto sighed. Very well, since no one is stepping forward, Shikaku, Naruto chose with a grin. You are going to help finish my demonstration. Shikaku blinked in surprise before muttering a troublesome and walking up. So what do I need to do? Naruto turned to Sume as the wind shield dissipated. Are you ready for the second stage? Yeah, Sume said, though she still felt a little skittish from feeling Kyuubi's killing intent. Still, getting a little scared was well worth the knowledge that they could save the lives of their ninja with this. Especially what the second demonstration was going to do. Naruto turned to Shikaku and gave him a mischievous grin. What you will have to do is try to touch Sume's vaginal region. There were several seconds of pure silence. What? Tsunade and Tenten yelled in unison. Naruto turned to the two. You heard me. This is necessary to show what the other seal does. The two glared at him before Tsunade spoke. Listen here, Gaki, I don't care if Hokage-sama, I have already been told this was going to be required, and have given my permission to allow this demonstration done on me. Sume interrupted her. Tsunade looked at the Inuzuka matriarch in shock, but don't worry, the pup explained to me what was going to happen, Sume said. Tsunade sighed. Well, alright if you're okay with it. Naruto nodded. Now Shikaku, if you would. Do I have two? The lazy clan head asked. If his wife found out about this, she would have his head. Yes, Naruto said. This is quite possibly the most important part of today's demonstration. That got several raised eyebrows, the clan heads wondering what could be this important. Shikaku sighed as he began to mumble about getting in trouble with his troublesome wife for this. Walking up to Sume, he reached down towards her crotch. That was when Naruto activated a seal on a scroll he had taken out that launched false pheromones into the air, simulating the lust most bandits and lowlifes released when about to rape a woman. Before Shikaku's hand got 3 inches, it was shocked with a burst of lightning. Damn, that hurt. Troublesome? Shikaku tried to rant, but was too lazy to do as he shook his hand. Naruto looked over to the again shocked crowd. What do you think just happened? For a moment everyone was silent until Tsunade spoke up. You used that odd smell which activated the seal that shocked Shikaku-san? More or less, Naruto answered with a shrug. I have destroyed enough bandit camps that I was able to reproduce the pheromones they release when raping a victim through chemistry. When I released those pheromones, Sume recognized them and her body reacted instinctively to them. It also reacts to emotions, but since we know that Sume is not afraid of being raped in her own village, I did it this way. Now that was also a powered-down version of the seal. Had it been at full strength, that shock would have made Shikaku-san's hand useless. Incredible, Tenten spoke. That's an anti-rape seal you just designed, right? Naruto nodded. Yes, the seal was something I thought of to help decrease kunoichi rape statistics. Every kunoichi fears being raped. When their body responds to that fear, the seal activates and whoever was about to touch them now has a useless hand. Same could be said if they used other, more intimate parts. Now combine that with the escape seal, which can also be used on a male, and we now have a way to give our ninja a better chance at escaping physical harm and traumatizing experiences. How long does the seal last? Asked Inoichi. It depends on how much chakra is stored in the storage seal, Naruto replied. It can hold up to an A-rank jutsu, so theoretically it can last for up to an hour. The anti-rape seal likewise enough power for 10 shocks. However, the escape seal has a weakness. When used you become susceptible to fire. Still, it is a better chance to escape than what they first had, Shikaku said with the others nodding in agreement. Naruto smiled as he turned to Sume. Are you okay, Sume? Naruto asked, seeing that she was a little wobbly. Of course, pup, Sume said, though the two experiences were not quite pleasant. Still, knowing this kid ninja, especially kunoichis, made this well worth it. After some questions behind the mechanics of the seals, Tsunade decided it was time to wrap things up. I think we have seen more than enough to say you passed the initiation test, Tsunade said. 2 days from now we will hold the public announcement of your heritage and clan head status. Naruto nodded. Cool, now I think I'm gonna hit the shower and then hit the sack. Tsunade shook her head as Naruto walked off, before leaving with the rest of the clan heads who were speaking excitedly about the new seals. It was the day of the announcement and Naruto was looking out over the crowd of people. It looked like almost all of Konoha had come. He was standing in between Sume and Hiyashi as had become custom, while Tsunade stood in front of them on the ledge where speeches were made. It was not long before Tsunade held up her hands to silence the crowd, as she began her speech. People of Konoha, I am here today to introduce, or perhaps I should say reintroduce, a man whom I am sure you all know. There was a slight rumble through the crowd, as began to wonder who Tsunade was talking about. This young man has just gotten back from a training trip with my teammate, Jiraiya of the Sennin. I am sure by now you all know who I am talking about. I would like to introduce to you the new clan head of the Uzumaki Namikaze clan, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto smiled as Tsunade said that it had been one of their agreements. He had refused to give up his mother's name, not just because he had been an Uzumaki for so long, but also because he wanted to honor both his parents. His smile turned into a smirk as he flicked one of his Hiraishin kunai next to Tsunade, before appearing right next to her in a yellow flash. Resisting the urge to grin at the shocked gasps from the crowd at seeing the feared technique in use, Naruto raised his hand. I would like to thank all of you for coming today. I, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, vow that as the Uzumaki Namikaze clan head, I will do all that is within my power to protect the great tree that is Konoha. A roar swept through the crowd as the people cheered for him, praising his name and clapping enthusiastically. Naruto let them do that, knowing that what he had to say next would not make him very popular with some of the people here. Before we leave in celebration today, I would like to inform all of you of something important. Many people began to whisper, wondering what he could possibly tell them. Even Tsunade was looking at him oddly, since they had not done anything like this in the rehearsal. Naruto merely gave the woman a reassuring smile before he continued. A little over 16 years ago, a great beast known as the Kyuubi no Kitsune attacked our village. Many people died in an effort to stop its rampage. And just when all hope seemed lost, my father, the Yondaime Hokage, defeated the demon. Using a self-sacrificing jutsu which cost his life to slay the creature. This is the history that we are all taught. As Naruto spoke, many of the civilians and council members paled, realizing what Naruto was talking about. Many even had a hunch about where he was going. Unfortunately, due to the laws set down by the Sandaime, they could not do anything to stop it. I am going to tell you all right now that what you have been taught is a lie. Gasps were what accompanied this announcement, all of the younger generation wondering what he meant and the older feeling dread well up in their guts. And so Naruto began to tell them the truth about the Kyuubi's defeat, setting in motion the action that would let him know who really respected him and who was just wanting to use him. This was the catalyst that would start Naruto's new life in Konoha, for better or worse. Chapter 10. The Kaima. As the sunlight began to shine through the opulent bedroom, one Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze began to stir. The first thing he noticed as he woke up was the weight that was on his chest, as well as the fact that it was breathing. Looking down, Naruto's lips curved upwards in a content smile, as he gazed at the still sleeping form of Koyuki Kazuhana, who was nuzzling into his chest. He continued to lay there for a good while as he ran his hands through the woman's hair, while admiring her nude form. A part of him could not believe just how lucky he had truly become within the recent years, to have not just one, but 4 beautiful women with whom he could share his love and happiness with. He knew that without them he would never be even half of the man he was today. Naru-kun? Naruto held in a snicker as Koyuki mumbled out his name, her face trying to burrow its way into his muscular chest. One of her hands came up and began to subconsciously message the left side of his chest. Naruto looked at the hand and noticed it was the one with the ring he had given her. Like the other rings he had given to the women in his life, this one was very similar, and yet looked fundamentally different in order to reflect Koyuki's personality. Like the others, it had all of the seals he had come up with, but it also had an additional seal that could allow her to actually use the Shinsei Henge in case she needed to hide her appearance. It worked the same way Naruto's anti-rape and escape seal worked, by storing the excess chakra that all humans and animals produce and releasing it when someone is feeling high levels of negative emotions. This also had an added seal to change her appearance into one of the people she knew from memory. She could also activate it on her own, since Naruto had shown her how to use chakra. Though she only had a civilian's amount, so it was only enough to activate the seals in the ring, but he hoped she would not actually need it. As for the ring itself, the band was made out of white silver with alternating flower and snowflake motifs running around it. In the center of the ring was a Zultanite gemstone, a jewel which would change color depending on the environment. The jewel itself was cut in the shape of the Haru no Kuni national flower, with 9 tails surrounding it in a protective fashion. On either side of the gem was a diamond, one cut in a blooming flower and the other in a snowflake. He had given it to her on the day he had come over to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of Koyuki's ascension to daimyo and the land's freedom of her uncle Dodo. After a while, Naruto gently rolled them over and extracted himself from her from last night's activities. He brushed some hair out of the beautiful daimyo's face, before leaning down and kissing her cheek. Rolling over, he got out of bed and put on the robe to cover his still nude form. The first time he had visited via Hiraishin, they had not done that and a maid had walked in before passing out from blood loss. Since then they always had a robe on hand to prevent such incidents. Naruto walked over to the door leading to the balcony. Going outside, Naruto leaned against the railing as he looked at the rising sun. It looked to be around 5 a.m. here, which meant that he still had several more hours before he had to leave. As he continued to enjoy the sunrise, a pair of arms wrapped around his waist, and a set of definite feminine assets pressed into his back. Naruto smiled as he turned around in Koyuki's grip, wrapping one of his own arms around her. He brought a hand under Koyuki's chin and lifted her head up. Leaning down, he placed a soft kiss on her lips. Koyuki moaned into the kiss as she began to increase the pressure on their lips. She licked his lower lip to let him know what she wanted, making Naruto open his mouth to allow her entrance. Their tongues became intertwined as they began to dance, letting the two enjoy the taste of each other before breaking apart. When they did, Naruto placed their heads together, as he gave the woman a smile. "Morning, Yukihime," Naruto said, making the dark blue-haired woman smile. "How did you sleep? Do you even need to ask?" Koyuki asked with an amused grin, tilting her head up to kiss him again. "That good, huh?" Naruto chuckled after they broke away again. "I'm gonna have to be careful from now on. With some of the things we did yesterday, I might end up knocking you up, even with the seals on your ring." Koyuki gave his chest a playful slap while mock glaring at him. You shouldn't say things in such a crude fashion. Her glare, however, soon turned into a playful smile. Speaking of knocking me up, the council has been asking me questions about you and our relationship. They have been asking me if I have plans on marrying you. I believe they are hoping that I will produce a strong heir. We will announce our relationship soon, but you know that we can't do it right now. Naruto said with an apologetic smile. He did not want their relationship getting out until he had taken care of Madara and the rest of Akatsuki. Especially since out of all the women he loved, she was by far the most vulnerable, being a civilian and all. Even though she had many samurai who offered her protection, none of them would even hold a candle to one of the Akatsuki members, much less someone like Pain or Madara. I know, Koyuki sighed as she leaned against his chest. They stayed that way for several more minutes before Koyuki broke away. We should probably get something to eat. Alright, I could use a large breakfast right now anyway. What with all that energy we spent last night? Naruto trailed off as he let his eyes roam over Koyuki's body, which even in the robe showed off her amazing figure. Perv, Koyuki muttered with a blush, as she turned around and walked back inside. She only managed to get 2 steps through the door, before Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed her against his back. You say that like it's a bad thing, Haim, Naruto whispered in a husky voice as he nibbled on Koyuki's earlobe. Said woman gave a small shudder and a moan escaped her throat. Besides, we both know who the real pervert here is. That was true enough. While Koyuki did not have as large of a libido as Seimei, the daimyo loved to experiment. Oftentimes Koyuki would have the two of them role-play out several fantasies she desired to do with him. They had done things like the naughty nurse, a schoolgirl and her teacher, a master and his servant, and what seemed to be Koyuki's favorite, the hero and the princess, though he was sure it was her favorite because of how he really had saved her, like in the movies, twice in fact. And not fair, Koyuki stuttered as a blush spread across her cheeks, her entire body turning into putty due to the young man behind her. You know you love it, Naruto said with a grin, which widened as an idea came to him. You know we're still pretty dirty from last night, why don't we go get cleaned up in the shower? Koyuki gave a sultry smile. I think you just want some more alone time with me. True enough, I can never get enough alone time with you. Naruto shrugged as he would never deny he greatly enjoyed spending time with the women he loved. So is that a yes? His answer was when Koyuki spun around in his arms, stripped herself in him, before jumping on him and claiming his mouth with hers in a hungry kiss. Naruto grinned as he caught her by the butt, squeezing her cheeks to earn a low moan from the woman. She wrapped her legs around Naruto's waist as the blonde made his way to the shower. Breakfast could wait until they were done. Tsunade sighed as she sat back in her chair, having finally finished the paperwork which had been nearly triple what it should be thanks to a certain blonde. She would have never expected Naruto to have done something so daring as to tell everyone about his Jinchuriki status, and risk the possibility of having everyone hate him for holding it. However, she could also not deny the effect it had on the younger generation, which as soon as Naruto left had turned angry eyes on their parents. Now they were questioning the older generation, not only for keeping something like this from them but for the way they had treated the blonde. Everyone knew just how badly Naruto had been treated during his childhood to some extent, since most parents had told their children to stay away from him during that time, claiming that he was nothing but trouble. The way children had their parents keep them away from Naruto, treating him like he was the plague, had not been missed by the kids. It was not until Tsunade had revealed Naruto's heritage that the older generation had changed, going from hating his guts to praising him as the last Namikaze. Unfortunately for them, because they did that, they were unable to take it back after Naruto had revealed his status, unless they wanted to seem like liars in front of their children, which they were already dangerously close to being seen as. The busty blonde Hokage shook her head of the thoughts. She had just finished the paperwork his speech had caused and did not want to think about it anymore. Instead, she opened her drawer and reached under her desk. She always kept a bottle of sake hidden under there for whenever she needed a drink. And right now, she needed a drink. She had to hold in a growl, however, when she found the drawer empty. No doubt Shizune had been in here recently and had taken the liberty of removing her sake. The blonde's shoulders slumped a bit at the thought of not getting her drink. Sighing, she decided to instead put her head on the table to get some sleep. Or at least she would have had a blast of lightning not appeared in the center of her room, scaring the living daylights out of her. Good morning, Ba-chan, Naruto chirped in a sing-song voice, only to duck under a chair that was thrown his way. He looked behind him when he heard a crash, and saw that the chair had smashed through the door. Now that wasn't very nice, Naruto said with a grin as he sat down in one of the chairs in front of the Hokage's desk. What did that door ever do to you? Tsunade groaned, it's too early for this gaki. I haven't gotten much sleep, and I don't have my sake, so don't start trying to get smart with me. Naruto snickered, so Shizune-chan took your alcohol away, huh? Well, you shouldn't be drinking on the job anyways, Ba-chan. It's bad for your health. Oh, shut up you, Tsunade said with a glare, so what do you want? Naruto shrugged off her slightly irritated nature. I was hoping you could give me a mission. Tsunade tilted her head in thought for a moment, before nodding. I suppose I could do that. It will be good for you to integrate yourself with the other ninja again anyways. She began going through the scrolls looking for a good mission. Let's see, we'll also need to find you a team and… Before she could say another word, both her and Naruto leapt to their feet and crouched down, pulling out a kunai as instincts kicked in. A black ball of cloth shot through the window, which had been closed last night. As the glass shattered and sprayed across the room, the ball unfurled to reveal a woman Naruto had only met once. However, she had left an impression he could never forget. Anko Mitarashi, reporting for a mission. As Anko went into a dramatic pose, Naruto took the opportunity to study the woman. She was just the same as he remembered, wearing a tan trench coat that barely covered her assets and went down to her knees. Her shirt was just a fishnet mesh shirt that did nothing to hide her body, allowing everyone to see a tantalizing view of her bountiful assets and slim waist and toned stomach. Last and most definitely, least, was the short orange miniskirt that barely covered her feminine parts. Naruto was sure that ran some kind of offense for indecent exposure. Though most people were probably too afraid to tell her that. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched violently as she stared at the woman. Anko, how many times have I told you not to come through the window? Anko rubbed the back of her head with a sheepish expression. Ha 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 well, let's see. I think this makes it somewhere around 300 at least. Almost as many times as I caught the old man reading his porn. Now about that mission, she trailed off as her eyes landed on Naruto and a grin spread across her face. Hello, what do we have here? Anko walked up to him with a sachet to her hips. It's that delicious-looking namikaze. Uzumaki namikaze actually, Naruto replied with a grin as he decided to play along with the woman. And you Anko are just the same as I remember you, still a crazy, psychotic and sexy bitch. Oh, such kind words, Anko replied with her grin still in place, as she trailed a finger along Naruto's jawline. You know, if I wasn't dating Iruka-kun I would take you right now for such a compliment. Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. You're dating Iruka? When or how did that happen? Anko grinned. It's quite the story, let me tell you. She was just about to get into all the juicy details of her love life when a cough interrupted them. Both turned to see a very irate Tsunade, who had both of her eyebrows twitching and several tick marks on her head. If you two are not going to grab a mission, then take that discussion of yours somewhere else. Naruto and Anko looked at each other with matching expressions as they blinked. They looked back at Tsunade and in unison said, "We'll take the mission." Danzo paced back and forth as he tried to find a way around the most recent problem that had developed for his plans, problems that were once again caused by Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Who would have ever thought that the boy would have the audacity to let all of Konoha know of his Jinchuriki status? It was easily one of the most brilliant political maneuvers he had ever seen. Not only did it make the younger generation lose faith in the old, but it also made their respect for the blonde that much more powerful and his position in the village that much more solidified. The fact that the older generation could not do anything without looking like hypocrites since they had proclaimed Naruto as a hero when his heritage had been first announced was just a bonus for the young clan head. The boy was reminding him more and more of Minato, who despite always being a thorn in Danzo's side was a man he had respected. Unfortunately, it also made Naruto even more of a problem for Danzo. Had the boy just been a loud mouth with no real sense for politics like his mother, it would have been much easier to control him. However, Naruto was clearly more like his predecessor than Danzo would have ever expected, especially with all the trouble the man had gone through to subtly stunt his growth until he could get the boy into his root. Now he was not sure he could do that, not without some kind of leverage over him. Perhaps he could use the political pull he had left to get one of his root on Naruto's team, which would allow him to keep an eye on the boy and find some kind of weakness to exploit. Now the only problem was to find someone who could perform this task. He raised a hand and summoned one of his Anbu to him. He looked at the emotionless face of the person before him. "Get me Tori." Naruto looked out over at the sea with a calm smile on his face. Taking a deep breath of the salty air, the blonde let out a large breath. After being cooped up in the village going to council meetings and creating those seals, he had never been so grateful to get out and into the world again. Ever since his training with Ero-sensei had started, Naruto had developed something of a wanderer's spirit. And while it was nowhere near as bad as his sensei's desire to travel, Naruto still loved to get out and see the world. Currently he was on a B-rank mission that had the possibility of turning into an A-rank mission, due to the unknown circumstances that concerned the mission. It seemed that ships were being attacked off the coast of Umi no Kuni, land of sea, by a sea monster which was being called the Kaima by the local populace. Not much was known about this sea monster, which was why several merchant guilds had decided to hire Konoha shinobi to take care of the problem. Naruto turned his head to look at the amusing sight of Ino Yamanaka puking over the side of the ship. The poor girl had gotten seasick almost as soon as the journey had started. It seemed like most of their time on the ship, she had been in the same spot she was now. Seeing the girl who had always been so loud vomiting over the side made the blonde shinobi chuckle. "It's not funny," Naruto blinked as he looked over at Ino, who was glaring at him, right before she turned green and went back over the side. "Sorry," Naruto apologized as he tried not to laugh at her predicament. "I just never assumed someone like you would get motion sickness." Deciding to be a good teammate, Naruto walked over to the girl and gently rubbed her back in a soothing motion. "Stupid sea, stupid boat," Ino mumbled before heaving over the side yet again. As this continued, Anko Mitarashi walked out onto the deck. Spotting the two, she made her way over to them. "So I spoke with the captain and he said that we should get to the port within the hour." She trailed off as she spotted Ino. A grin soon made its way to the woman's face. "Ah, is the poor baby sick?" she cooed with a smirk that somehow looked both seductive and bloodthirsty at the same time. Naruto had to wonder if she just always looked like that. "You know Anko-chan can fix that right up for you. How would you like Anko Mitarashi's super secret? Fix any ailment? Treatment?" "No, no thank you," Ino said as she dry heaved. "I know what your Okami treatment is. All you would, do, was beat the crap out me, until you thought I was cured." Anko gave a pout before turning a seductive smile onto Naruto. "What about you, handsome? Any ailments that need curing?" Naruto chuckled as he decided to play along. "Well, I do have this awfully odd muscle that seems a little stiff, perhaps you could help me with that." "Ah, now you know I can't do that." Anko stuck out an lower lip in a pout. "After all, Ruka-kun would get mad at me, and you." The woman went into a thinking pose after she said that, as if a brilliant idea had struck her. "Of course, if you would like to join us." Anko looked over at Naruto and laughed when she saw him join his fellow blonde in throwing up over the side. Ino gave a sigh of relief as she stepped off the ship. "Finally, I hated standing on that ship." "Technically you weren't standing, you were leaning," Naruto corrected, only to close his mouth when Ino glared at him. "Alright Gaki, Hokage-sama says you're in charge, so what are your orders?" Anko asked as she stretched out, causing several of the men on the dock to pass out from blood loss as the trench coat she wore opened. "You know I'm your superior in this mission, Anko. Do you really think calling me Gaki is the best idea?" asked Naruto with a mock-annoyed tone. Anko smirked at him, this coming from the man who calls the Hokage, Ba-chan. "Touché," Naruto said with a grin. He was just about to speak when he spotted something out of the corner of his eye. There was a young woman who looked to be about 2 or 3 years older than he was. She had an average height of around 5 feet 5 inches, with shoulder-length black hair and 2 bangs that were tied at the bottom and framed her face. She was wearing a faded blue sleeveless overshirt that looked several sizes too big for her and went down past her knees. It was held near her waist by a white piece of cloth that she wrapped around her several times. Her shorts were a dull brown, which were fairly baggy that covered to her calves, and she was walking barefoot. There were also several bandages covering her around her forehead, left cheek, neck, her right forearm, all of her left arm and her right leg. Naruto noticed that if it were not for her dirty appearance she would be quite beautiful. However, it was not this that had gotten his attention. It was the look she had in her eyes. They held a sense of hopelessness that he knew very well. The same look he had when he was younger, and suffering under the abuse and loneliness he had gotten from his village. But it was even more than that, since he also took notice of the way people glared at her and the whispers they spoke. They seemed to go out of their way to avoid her and looked at her with utter hatred and fear, like she was some kind of monster or plague. It reminded him a lot of his own past, and was enough to make his blood boil. "Watch where you're going, you freak." Naruto's eyes hardened as he saw some teenager purposely bump into her, knocking her bag out of her hand and spilling its contents. Naruto resisted the urge to shove a Rasen shuriken up the boy's ass. Instead he walked over to the young woman. Kneeling down he began to help her put her groceries back into the bag, making sure nothing was broken and would fit well. The woman looked at him for a second. When Naruto looked up at her he saw a brief flicker of emotion before it left. When all of her groceries were back in the bag, the woman stood up and left. "How rude," Ino huffed as she and the other two Konoha ninja walked up to him. "She didn't even say thank you." Naruto ignored the platinum blonde as he looked over at Anko. "Did you see it?" "Yeah?" Anko trailed off as she rubbed her neck where the cursed seal was. She had that hopeless look in her eyes. Naruto nodded as he chose to ignore her holding the curse seal for now. "Shino, did you put a bug on her?" "Of course, Namikaze-san," Shino replied. "Just Naruto, Shino, I dislike titles," Naruto said as he came up with a plan. "Alright Shino, I want you to follow that girl. Don't make your presence known, just tell me where she goes and what she does." When he received a nod he turned to Ino. "I want you to use your mind jutsu to discreetly gather information from the villagers. Anything you can find about the Kaima and that girl will be useful." Naruto then turned to Anko. "And I want you to question the sailors on what they know about the Kaima. Make sure you're discreet." "And when you say discreet, what do you mean exactly?" Anko asked with a sly grin. "I want them perfectly capable of walking," Naruto said, causing Anko to pout. "What will you be doing, Naruto-san?" asked Shino. "Jiraiya has a contact located here, so I'm going to speak with that person and see what they know," Naruto answered. Receiving a nod from Shino, he ordered the three to start moving. In the meantime he would see what he could find out about this Kaima as well. Tsunade slumped in her seat as her eyes stared at the information she had just received. Her eyes were able to read the information, but her mind seemed to be incapable of computing it. As she slowly began to think coherently, her mind began to stray again as guilt took over. Many thoughts and questions ran through her head. A part of her wondered if this was Kami's way of playing some kind of cruel joke, or perhaps just her bad luck with gambling at work. Whatever the case, what she had just found out was almost enough to make her want to run away from Konoha again out of shame, especially since it meant she had done something that to her was unforgivable. A part of her wondered if Jiraiya knew. If he did, then the pervert would get the most serious beating of his life, worse than when he had caught him peeking on her in the hot springs. Yet at the same time she knew that logically he could not know, however this only compounded on her guilt. She grit her teeth as she wiped away a few tears from her eyes. She could not face this right now. She would deal with it later. Hopefully several years later. Naruto stared out of the window in his room, as he reviewed the information he had received from the members of his team. Most of what he found out would seem useless to a lot of people, but for those who not only went by the old adage of, look underneath the underneath, but also took that and looked underneath several more times, the information he had received was more than enough to put most of the pieces together. The first piece of information he had was about the girl, whose name he had found out was Ichiraku. Ino had gone through the memories of several of the people here, and found out some useful information about the girl. The first one being that a lot of people hated her in the same way he had been hated in Konoha. Its apparent cause was the irrational hate and fear most humans had of the unknown. Ino had discovered that Ichiraku along with nearly 40 other children had all one day disappeared, vanished with not even a trace of them being found. Many people here made up some superstitious claim about it being monsters. Naruto was sure that it was a monster who had done it. Just not the type they were thinking of. Then about 5 years later Ichiraku reappeared, much to the shock of the people around her. She had also been the only one to actually come back from wherever she and the others had been taken. This had led to the people coming into the belief that she had been transformed into a monster, and had come to somehow destroy the village. It did not help that upon her return several ships had been attacked. This led to Shino's discovery when he had followed Ichiraku, who lived in a shack on the northeastern coast near a peninsula. There the girl had shown off the ability to transform into a creature that Shino described as very fish-like before taking off into the water. This confirmed that the girl was in all likelihood the Kaima, however it also brought up more questions. Like, why was this girl attacking ships? Naruto had seen in her eyes the hopeless despair and desire for acceptance, so he knew she was not a bad person. This gave him the idea that someone was using her for their own ends, which correlated with what Enko had found. The ships that were attacked always had one of two things that were of value. The first was money or anything that could earn money. This made it rather obvious that someone had some desire to get some monetary gain for some purpose that was obviously illegal, and since Ichiraku lived in a shack, Naruto knew it was not her. The second thing that gave ships a high probability of attack was based off of the amount of people on board. The more people who were on the ship, the more likely said ship was to be attacked. It seemed that whoever wanted to attack the ships wanted one of those two things. The first was easily understandable. However, the second was harder unless one was able to look deeper into several other factors. Factors he had discovered when he had done his own investigations. When Naruto had contacted Jiraiya's informant, he had found out some rather interesting and disturbing information. The first was that about 18 years ago, one Orochimaru of the Sennin had passed through here with Anko. Apparently Anko had been found in a shack on one of the islands located off the coast, with no memory of what happened here. The fact that Orochimaru had come here was cause for concern, and what had led him to the current conclusion on what was happening here. One of Orochimaru's laboratories was still here, and someone was using it. Naruto did not believe it was the snake Sennin himself. The man had not been seen in this country for over 10 years, so that ruled out the possibility of it being him. However, it could easily be one of the man's subordinates, someone who, despite Orochimaru cutting off all ties with them, had continued the work anyways. All they would need to do now was follow Ichiraku and apprehend the person responsible. He was just about to get into bed when a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Naruto called out, already knowing who it was thanks to his enhanced senses. "What can I do for you, Anko-chan?" Naruto asked. "Nothing, just figured I'd let you know that I was unable to find anything else, except that another ship is departing tomorrow," Anko said as she rubbed her seal again. "Has it been acting up?" Naruto asked in a soft voice, startling Anko. Said woman narrowed her eyes as she realized what he was talking about. "How do you know about that?" Naruto snorted. "Anko, everyone knows who your sensei is. It's impossible not to know with the jutsu you use. Anyways, I also remember that Sasuke used it during our fight before you went to go play hide the snake in the trousers with Orochi Teme." Anko snickered a bit at his name before letting out a sigh, deciding that she had nothing to lose in telling him. "Yeah, it has been acting up recently." "How long ago did this start?" asked Naruto. Anko moved over to sit on the couch, drawing her knees up and wrapping her arms around them as she spoke. "It started around the time we got into Umi no Kuni. I don't know why, but I think it has something to do with some of the memories that have been resurfacing." "What kind of memories?" Naruto asked as he moved over to sit next to the woman, in case she needed to be comforted. "They're not much really, just flashes," Anko said as her eyes glazed over slightly. "Most of what I saw were the silhouettes of people, however I do remember being in pain." Naruto rubbed the woman's back in a soothing manner as she continued to speak. "Other than that, I just remember seeing the Teme in the dreams. He was telling me something, but I could never hear what it was." "I see." Naruto trailed off for a moment as he gathered his thoughts. "It probably has to do with the fact that Orochimaru most has a base stationed here, or former base anyway. Since it does not seem to be acting up seriously, that probably means that the man himself is not here and it's just reacting to remnants of his presence in this land. If you'd like, when we get back to Konoha, I can take a look at the seal and see if I can't do something about it." Anko's head twisted to look at him. Moving so fast, Naruto was surprised the woman did not break her neck. "What do you mean do something about it?" she asked in a voice that was mixed between hopeful and guarded. "I mean, I could look at the seal. While a part of Orochimaru's jutsu is considered a Juinjutsu, it is also part Fuian jutsu. That means that there may be a way to get rid of the seal, or at the very least counter its effects so that it seems negligible," Naruto explained. "So you can get rid of the Tamiz seal?" Anko asked as she brought her hand back to her curse mark. She had always hated this thing, and not just because of how it acted up sometimes. She had always felt tainted by it, like Orochimaru still owned her because of it. "To be honest, I'm not 100% sure," Naruto said with a shrug. However, I am positive that if given enough time I can work something out. I know I can at least make a better seal than the one you have. Naruto was silent for a moment before sitting up and stretching. Anyways, it's getting pretty late. We should get some rest since we've got a long day ahead of us tomorrow. Naruto moved over to his bed. Good night, Anko. Anko stood up. Good night, Gaki, and thanks. Anko walked out of Naruto's room and moved into her own. Lying down on the bed, she let sleep claim her. The next morning, the four had gotten up bright and early, and had made their way over to the shack where Ichiraku lived. Naruto made sure that they stayed within the tree line just off the beach, so that the girl would not see them as she left. Because of how early they had gotten there, it was a several-hour wait until the girl finally made her appearance. She walked out of her shack and went over to the ocean, which was when Naruto and the others got to see her transformation. She looked like a cross between a human and a fish. In many ways she reminded Naruto of Kisame Hoshigaki. She had light blue scales all over her body, which Naruto saw had spread out from her bandaged areas. Her ears looked like small fins. They had small spikes at the end and looked webbed. Likewise, her hands and feet had the same webbed look. Her hair was like a giant fin that spread back, looking similar to hair but scaly and webbed. She looked every part the sea monster, with the sole exception of her eyes. Once the girl jumped into the water, Naruto and his team shot off, following the girl. Naruto using his advanced senses and water affinity to feel the current the girl was making while she swam, allowing him to track her to a string of islands. Eventually they got to one of the islands and the blonde shinobi could no longer pick up the currents. He assumed she had gone through an underwater entrance of some kind. He turned to his team to give out orders. Alright, we'll be splitting into two groups, Naruto began as he looked at them. Shino and I will make one group, while Anko and Ino will form another. Be sure to keep your headsets on and inform the others when you find the entrance. Do not try and enter yourselves. Chances are high that this place will have a lot of traps, so it would be better to do this as a group. Anko and the others nodded as they adjusted their headsets, knowing that Temei would not be surprised if this place had loads of traps. The snake mistress looked at Ino. Come on girlie, let's head out. As the two females left going around the eastern side of the island, Naruto and Shino headed around the western side, moving at a slow pace. Shino was in the front, sending bugs ahead of them to make sure there were no traps or shinobi waiting for them. For a while neither shinobi spoke, preferring to keep their senses on alert and their thoughts focused on their mission. After several minutes Shino perked up. Naruto-san, my bugs have located an entrance on the northern side of the island, Shino said. It is several meters inland. Naruto nodded his thanks as he thumbed his headset. Girls, Shino's bugs have found the entrance. It's on the northern side. If you get there before us, be sure to wait. Over. Gotcha, came the somewhat staticky voice of Anko. We're almost there, so we'll wait for you. Over. Naruto turned off the headset and the two continued on their way. Eventually they reached the northern side where Anko and Ino were waiting for them. The three made their way inland and moved up to the door. Said door was large, at least 15 feet tall and 10 feet wide. It looked like it was made out of some kind of composite-grade steel, and was most likely very thick, at least a foot if Naruto's estimation was correct. There was also no handle, but Naruto did notice what looked to be grates on the bottom, meaning that the door lifted up, rather than swung open. From what he could see there were no trap seals of any kind, but that did not really mean anything. Especially since he noticed that there was a camera currently focused on the group. Anko gave the camera a wave as she tossed it a cheeky grin. So how are we gonna bust this thing down? Naruto frowned as he thought the same thing. He had several techniques that might work. Deciding quickly, he came up with the one that sounded the best to use right now. I want you three to stand back by the beach, Naruto ordered. The other three looked at him for a moment, before shrugging and moving back. When they did, Naruto formed a single reinforced cage bushin and had it hold out its hand, making it form a perfect Rasengan within it. When it did, Naruto began to infuse the spinning sphere of destruction with his wind element, further increasing its power. He had yet to really master this jutsu as he wanted that being to find a way to throw the jutsu. However, he had come up with an alternative for the moment, if the need to use it ever arose. By using a clone, Naruto could have it use the jutsu while he just stood back. Of course there was a small weakness in this. Since the clone did not have as much chakra as he did, it would not be anywhere near as powerful as the original's attack. About half power would be there all told, still it should be more than enough for the door. A bell-like screech soon filled the air as the Rasengan suddenly turned pure white, and the wind began to pick up around it. 4 wind blades formed around the white sphere, spinning rapidly and making the entire jutsu look like a large Fuma shuriken. As the wind began to pick up even more, Naruto's Haori was whipped around wildly. The other 3 ninja looked at the jutsu in shock, having never seen such a powerful and deadly-looking jutsu. The Rasengan was of course well known to everyone, but what they were seeing was utterly ridiculous. When Naruto finished pumping his element into the technique, he stepped back, moving over to where Anko and the others were. Once he reached them, he gave his clone the mental command to go, which it did as it launched itself off the ground on a one-way collision course with the door. Once the clone reached the door, it thrust out his hand, connecting with the door and causing an immediate reaction. Boom! Anko and the others were forced to close their eyes as the area with the door was suddenly engulfed in a large dome. Said dome was at least 20 feet in radius. Large amounts of debris and dust was kicked up, as violent winds threatened to throw the ninja out of the area. They were forced to apply chakra to their feet, while listening to the fierce winds howl. When it was over, the ninja who were with Naruto uncovered their eyes, and gaped at the sight. Not only was the door completely gone, but so was everything else within a 20-foot radius. A large and perfectly round crater was where the door stood, with the side of the mountain even being round where the attack had hit. As Naruto walked up to survey the damage, the other 3 simply followed dumbly as they tried to figure out what had happened. What the fuck was that? Anko said as she finally found her mind rebooting from the shock. Naruto, who had been looking over the damage, looked back and shrugged. That was the complete form of the Rasengan, Naruto said. Complete form? Questioned Ino. Naruto nodded. It was only known to a few people, but the Rasengan is an incomplete jutsu. When my father first made it, he had wanted to add his elemental affinity to it, combining the ultimate shape manipulation with the ultimate attack chakra. Naruto made a sweeping gesture. That is what this was. I call it futon. Rasen shuriken. Anko gaped at the boy for a minute before speaking. That's got to be the most overpowered jutsu I've ever fucking seen. The amount of power a normal Rasengan does on its own is enough to cause some serious damage, but adding your element to it. Naruto shrugged. Meh, this wasn't even half of the power behind the actual jutsu. With that said, Naruto walked into the building, not even waiting for the other 3 gob-smacked Konoha ninja were following. Anko, Ino and Shino looked at each other, before moving quickly to catch up to Naruto. You stupid girl. Ichiraku fell to the ground as the scientist known as Amachi smacked her. Having grown used to it over the years, she merely got back up. How could you let those pesky ninja follow you? Amachi screeched in an angry voice. Amachi was a very short man, standing at about 5 feet 3 inches in height. He was wearing brown pants, a grown shirt and white laboratory coat. He had beady-looking black eyes, and the top of his head was bald with only a little hair around the sides. Altogether he looked like your stereotypical mad scientist. I did not let them follow me, Ichiraku said. I didn't see them near me and had only met them once in the city. I don't want to hear any of your excuses. Amachi yelled at her before moving over to a computer terminal. Now I've got to deal with these insects, he mumbled as he typed in keys. Can you handle them? He asked seemingly to thin air. Of course, a voice answered as a figure stepped out of the shadows. He was wearing purple clothing, sunglasses and a bandana covering his face. Amachi then turned back to Ichiraku. Come on you stupid girl, we have to go catch a ship. And don't mess up this time, if you do I will never give you the cure to turn you back to normal. Ichiraku followed the man, with a single tear falling down her cheek. Naruto frowned as he, Anko, Ino and Shino walked along the hallway, moving slowly just in case there were several traps along the way. The hallway was exactly as he had expected something belonging to Orochimaru to look like. The place was dank, dark and wet. The walls had cracks running along them, and the entire place looked completely run down. However, there was something that had been bothering the blonde shinobi since they had entered. Not once had they run into any traps. Given who this base had once belonged to and the fact that it was still occupied, Naruto would have expected some traps or enemy shinobi at least. Yet so far nothing had happened to them, which made Naruto assume that there would be an even more dangerous trap waiting for them at the end. Man, this place is so creepy, Ino said with a shiver. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. What did you expect from a place like this? Bright colors on the walls, and cute fluffy bunnies. No, Ino said as she glared at the blonde, I'm just making a comment. Yamanaka-san, you may want to keep your voice down, Shino said. As we are in enemy territory, it would be unwise to speak so loudly. Ino huffed but remained quiet as they continued to walk. They eventually reached the end of the hallway and found out that their path was blocked by yet another door. This one was the exact same as the one outside. After checking the door to make sure there were no traps, Naruto tried to figure out which jutsu to use to get past. He could not use the Rasen Shuriken for this. If he did, the whole laboratory might collapse if there were any important support structures in the wall. Making a decision, Naruto unsealed Susanoo and got into a Batujutsu stance, with his knees spread slightly apart and bent. Taking a deep breath, Naruto unsheathed the blade and made several slashes. All the other three ninja could see were flashes of light. When finished, Naruto sheathed his blade with a resounding click. The door then fell into 16 even cuts. Naruto looked back at his companions, to see them gaping at him as he resealed his sword. The wonders of wind chakra, Naruto said in answer to the obvious question of how he had cut the door down. Wait, Ino said as her mind kicked back in, if you could have done this, why didn't you do that with the other door? Naruto blinked for a moment. That's a good question, he shrugged. To be honest, I didn't even think about doing things this way until just now. With that said, Naruto walked in, ignoring the two face-faulting females, and the buzzing noise coming from Shino. Stepping into the room, Naruto let his enhanced vision scan the area. It was still too dark to see everything, but what he did see was not good. All around the room was what the blonde assumed was standard laboratory equipment. Several computers were located throughout the room. Monitors held above them, showing various sets of data on what looked to be the same experiments as Isaribi. The thing that Naruto noticed the most and got his blood boiling were the tubes that were behind the computers. Each tube was filled with some kind of liquid that was glowing a dark green color, as well as what Naruto knew was a human. Or at least what had been humans. Now they were beings that had been experimented on and twisted to the point that they were only recognizable as humans by the standard bipedal shape. Many of the creatures looked similar to Isaribi, with scales of varying colors, clawed and webbed hands and feet, fins running out of their backs, and on their forearms. Seeing something like this was enough to make Naruto sick, and judging by his companions' expressions, they felt the same way. Spread out and look around, Naruto ordered as he shunted aside his anger. However, do not touch anything. We have no clue if any of these things have traps on them. As the other three took a look around, Naruto went over to one of the tubes. Looking at the creature inside, he could see that it looked the closest to Isaribi. Naruto looked at the monitor that had the information scrolling down. He could not understand half of what was on there but hoped that Tsunade could. Naruto placed a hand on one of the seals on his chest and channeled some chakra through it. There was a small puff of smoke, and in his hand was a small rectangular device. It was a new form of technology that had not even reached the markets yet. He had gotten it from one of the scientists that Koyuki had working on producing different technologies. One of the many benefits to being secretly engaged with the beautiful daimyo. It was called a USB drive and worked by cracking, downloading and compiling knowledge found on computers such as this. Naruto had no clue how the thing actually worked, but he knew it was designed to easily download and access data, or transfer it to another computer. Plugging the device into one of the slots on the computer, the blonde watched as a bar appeared in the center of the screen and slowly filled up. Watcha doing Gaki? Naruto turned his head to see Anko looking over his shoulder. Turning back to the display monitor, he shrugged. I'm downloading the data from this computer. This, Naruto pointed to his drive, is some new technology I got when I was in Haru no Kuni, and is designed to download information so that I can look through it later. Hopefully we'll be able to find out something useful about whatever the hell the person working here was trying to achieve, maybe even some information on Orochi Teme. So you got that in Haru, huh? Anko asked with something of a lecherous grin. Was this before or after you made that porno with the daimyo? You know, I've got to hand it to you, Gaki. You've got some pretty big balls to do something like that. I've also got to thank you for all the material you gave me and Iruka-kun. I really don't want to hear about your sexual life with my brother figure, Anko, Naruto said with a sigh. The device gave a soft chime to let Naruto know it was done. He unplugged it and turned to the others in the room. Alright you guys, it's obvious whoever was here has left for the moment, so let's get out of here and plan our next move. Ino and Shino came over to them and they began to walk back towards the entrance. Before they could even get within 2 feet of the exit, the floor dropped out from under them. Naruto groaned as he stood up. While the fall was not enough to kill any of them, it had still hurt quite a bit. He looked over at the others to see that unlike him, they had not been able to land on their feet. The blonde sighed as he walked over to Anko and kneeled down next to her. Anko, Naruto said as he shook her awake. What happened? Anko asked as she blinked her eyes open to see Naruto standing right above her. Gah! She rolled away, getting on her feet with a kunai in one hand and another on her chest. Don't do that, Gaki. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Naruto snickered as he stood back up. Sorry, I didn't think you would get so scared. I wasn't scared. Anko protested, just startled is all. Right, Naruto drawled as he went over to help up Ino, who had just woken up. You okay? Yeah, I mean I only have one of the worst headache ever, but I'm fine, the platinum blonde replied sarcastically. At least you don't have seasickness, Naruto said with a grin that while Ino could not see, knew was there. Shut up, Ino mumbled. That was a most unpleasant experience, Shino said as he got up, brushing himself off as he looked around. It seems that we fell for some kind of trap. The only question is what kind, Naruto said as he looked around the tunnel. There seemed to be only one way to go, with the other end blocked. Looks like we don't have much of a choice but to go this way, so let's head out, but keep a sharp eye out for any more traps. The other three nodded, as they got into a triangle formation with Naruto in front and Anko covering the rear. Several minutes later they found themselves in decent-sized room. Naruto could not get the exact proportions right since he could only see about 20 feet in front of him. But judging from the way his chakra bounced off the walls when he flared it, he would have to say it was at least a 30 feet by 30 feet space. As they continued walking, both Naruto and Anko felt their instincts kick in. Grabbing one of the other two, they jumped out of the way just as several kunai were launched at them. Your reaction times are quite impressive, a voice reverberated through the room. Who are you? Show yourself? Ino yelled out. Now why would I do that? Naruto frowned as he tried to locate the source of the voice, however due to the acoustics of the room it was bouncing around too much for him to find. He flared his chakra again and frowned when he could not detect a human shape aside from the three next to him. However, he could see a door on the other side. Someone would need to deal with whoever this was if they wanted to get to the door. Shino? Naruto whispered. Can I leave this guy to you? Of course, Naruto-san, the Aburame heir replied. You three may go on ahead while I take care of this. Naruto nodded and had the other two members of his squad follow him, as he made a dash towards the door. Don't think it will be that easy to get away. Several kunai were launched at the retreating trio, however a swarm of bugs appeared behind them and stopped the attack. Your opponent is me, Shino said in his monotone voice. Very well, after I kill you I'll get them. The voice laughed, that is if they don't get them first. Shino did not respond as he sent his bugs out. Naruto cursed as several traps activated, launching kunai at them as they ran. Without warning, Naruto picked up both Anko and Ino, before using one of his own original speed techniques to beat the traps. The jutsu was called Shunpo, Flash Step, and was designed to surprise an opponent. It was very similar to the Hiraishin. However, unlike the famed Thunder God, this technique was based off of pure speed. By using a combination of lightning and wind chakra, Naruto was able to move at speeds that could match the Hiraishin's teleportation. By creating a current of air in front of the user and channeling lightning chakra into the bottom of the feet, Naruto was able to skate across the surface in a burst of speed that left a yellow streak in its wake. He deposited the two surprised females on their feet, as he took a look around the room. This room was a large cylindrical room. Naruto could tell it was a fair bit bigger than the one they had left Shino in. The lighting, while still low, was enough for him to make out the door at the other end, as well as several gates located along the walls. This gave the blonde shinobi a bad feeling about this place. What the hell was that? Asked Ino as she looked at Naruto with an expression that demanded an explanation. Naruto looked over at his fellow blonde. What was what? That thing you did to get us over here so fast? Ino practically shouted, causing both Naruto and Anko to wince. Naruto sighed, it's a family technique, that's all. Naruto walked off before Ino could question him further, forcing her and Anko to follow him. When they were about halfway to the exit, the three heard a slight screeching sound as the gates began to open. The Konoha ninja quickly went back to back, waiting to see what would happen. Naruto began to channel chakra into his eyes to increase their perception. He was able to make out the outlines of several bodies that looked the same as the creatures back in the lab. Naruto knew what they were even before their eyes opened to reveal bulbous fish-like eyes that glowed with a light green color. What the hell are these? Ino screeched as she saw the eyes staring at them. Most likely the experiments of Orochi Tamiz, or whoever owns this place now, Naruto replied, preparing for what he knew would be a long fight. There's quite a few of them, and with whoever caused this not here means we don't have time to play around. Anko growled as the creatures started to move in, revealing they were indeed like the experiments they had found on the upper floors of the lab. Gaki, get out of here and let the girlie and I deal with this. You sure? Naruto asked, we don't even know if this is all of them. Yeah, we'll be fine, Anko said, though Naruto noticed that Ino looked like she wanted to disagree. Fine, here catch. Naruto pulled something out of his pouch and tossed it to Anko. Said woman looked at it for a moment before her eyes widened. If you need help, don't be afraid to call. With nothing left to say, Naruto shot off the ground in a burst of speed. Moving towards one of the creatures that was blocking his path, in less than a second he had formed a Rasengan in his hand and shoved it into the creature's head. He ignored the explosion of gore as he ran through the opening, heading out into the tunnel. Now that the Gaki's gone, let's have some fun, Anko said as she flicked a kunai in her hand, moving it to her lips and licking it. What do you mean fun? Can't you see we're surrounded? Ino yelled. She was seriously beginning to regret going on this mission. Naruto jumped and spun his body in mid-air, allowing the kunai that were launched at him to fly past. Landing on the ground, he rolled to his feet, before putting on a burst of speed just as several kunai shot out of the walls. This entire corridor was a death trap. It seemed that whoever owned this place had put all of his traps in one spot. No doubt hoping that if someone managed to get past the creatures, they would be too tired to get past these traps. Naruto jumped and flipped onto the ceiling as the spikes shot out of the ground, jumping back down just as more came out of the ceiling. Naruto was close enough now that he could see the end of the tunnel, which was once again covered by a door. Naruto's mouth compressed into a thin line as he continued to dodge traps, and swiftly decided on what jutsu to use. He began to channel chakra into his hand, forming the Rasengan once again. However, rather than go with a standard one, he began to increase the chakra output, making the jutsu much larger than normal, at least 3 times the size of a standard Rasengan. Acting on instinct, Naruto formed a cage Bushin behind him, who shot out his hands and launched a blast of wind at the blonde who had jumped into the air. Forming an air current in front of him, Naruto stuck out his hand, allowing the Udoma Rasengan to hit the door, blowing the entire thing off its hinges and flying several feet away, hitting the water outside with a loud splash. Naruto sighed in relief as he got outside. Turning his head, he noticed that he was on another island entirely. It did not look like there was a way out, as all he could see was a large coral reef. Naruto walked onto the water and moved towards the farthest point. He soon dove down in the hopes of finding an exit. Luckily, it looked like there was one at the bottom of the reef. Swimming down to it, Naruto exited the area and swam back up. He got back on his feet as he stood above the water. As he looked around, he realized he did not have a clue on where to go to find whoever they were looking for. With a sigh, Naruto put on a burst of speed and decided to head back to port. Shino used his Kikai bugs to block the kunai that came his way. When the barrage ended, he sent them out to attack whoever threw them, only to find that no one was there, right as another barrage of kunai came at him. This time, rather than use his bugs, Shino took out his own kunai and began to block and dodge the attacks. At the same time, he sent his bugs over to where the attack originated, only to frown as he once again came up with nothing. The Aburame heir knew there was no way this person could be fast enough to escape his bugs like this, which meant that all the places he was sending them to never had his enemy from the start. The logical conclusion to this meant that whoever his enemy was, had some way to activate the traps without actually being there. However, he was sure his enemy was still in this room. The man had been taunting him for a while now to try and make him lose his cool. Shino decided it was time to use a different approach. As he continued to dodge and block the kunai, the bug user called all of his Kikai back to him. Then Shino sent out his female Kikai beetles, ordering them to spread throughout the room in the hopes of finding the location of his attacker. For a few minutes they continued to search but found nothing. It was 17 minutes later that one of his Kikai began to emit the powerful pheromones that sent his male bugs into a frenzy. He soon let them loose, allowing them to swarm over to one area. A scream began to emit from that spot, as the bus found who Shino had been looking for and began to suck him dry. Shino did not even pay attention as his enemy dropped to the floor dead, instead choosing to head towards his companions had gone. Naruto stopped his run as his enhanced senses heard what sounded somewhat like explosions. Channeling chakra to his ears, Naruto tried to pick out the location of the noises. They seemed to be coming from the southwest. Looking over, Naruto channeled chakra into his eyes. When he did, he saw two transformed fish-like people attacking a ship. Naruto recognized one as Ichiraku, who was actually just standing there. The other he did not know, but was going to go with the assumption that he was the scientist who made Ichiraku what she was. Not wasting another minute, Naruto shot off towards the ship, leaving a crescent wave in his wake. Itachi grinned as he shot another cannonball-sized water bullet at the ship, sending wood chips everywhere as he destroyed more of its hull. Who knew that this form would feel so exhilarating? He had never felt so powerful in his life, knowing that he was easily a god of the sea while in this form. He could do whatever he wanted, it was all so easy. Had he known this, the man would have started to use this form a long time ago, rather than just have that simpering little girl do this. Speaking of her, the bitch wasn't actually helping him. Hey you stupid girl, start doing your job and help me destroy this ship. Itachi yelled out. Ichiraku looked at him and bit her lip. When are going to give me my cure? I've been doing this for 4 years now, and you still haven't given it to me. Cure? Itachi said with an incredulous expression, right before it turned to anger. He stopped what he was doing and swam over to Ichiraku, before grabbing onto her throat and choking her. You stupid girl, what makes you think I ever bothered to make a cure? The man laughed as the girl's eyes widened. I'm the one who made you what you are, why would I want to unmake you? Your only purpose was to do the job I gave you, until I collected enough data and then disposed of you. And since you're not doing your job and I feel I have enough data, I think I'll just get rid of you right now. The man laughed as Ichiraku began to tear up as she tried to get out of the man's ironclad grip. He was just about to crush the girl's throat when something he had not expected happened. An invisible blade of wind cut right into the man's arm, slicing it off at the elbow. Ah! As the man began to scream out in pain, another voice spoke up, falling back into the water as he held the stump where his forearm had once been. You know, I'm not sure what you said, but I do know it's not polite to make a woman cry. Ichiraku turned to the source of the voice, and saw herself staring at the man who had helped pick up her groceries. Who the fuck are you? Itachi yelled, gritting his teeth as he tried to ignore the pain of his lost hand. Naruto tilted his head to the side as he resheathed Susanoo. I thought it would be obvious. I'm the guy who here to kick your ass. Itachi grit his teeth, that's not going to happen. Now you'll have to face my greatest creation. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man, before they widened as he saw what was rising out of the water. Anko snarled as her kunai continued to bounce off of the ugly creatures she and Ino were fighting. Damn it, why the hell are those hides so tough? Anko yelled. Her arms shot up as several snakes came out, latching onto one of the creatures before her. Spinning on the balls of her feet, the snake mistress swung the creature into a horde of its brethren, knocking them all down. Unfortunately, they just got back up a moment later. The things, while slow and easy to dodge, were nearly impenetrable to anything less than high-level jutsu and exploding nodes. Unfortunately for her, they were also resisted to fire and mud jutsu, which were her specialty, and she wanted to save her exploding tags for later. Over to her left, Ino was engaged with a few of the creatures, weaving her lithe body in and out of the monsters while she tried her best to beat the things. However, unlike her friend Sakura, who had gotten Tsunade's strength technique down, Ino was only able to increase her strength by about half, and that only knocked the creatures back. She had tried other methods, such as a kunai to the neck, base of the skull or temple, but none of that seemed to work. She jumped back towards Anko, who had just finished tossing another creature away and was about to ask what they should do, when a gurgling noise interrupted her. Turning, they saw one of the creatures being swarmed by a cloud of bugs, which were draining it of its chakra. The thing thrashed around for a bit, before its body lay on the floor twitching as it died. It seems that even with their tougher skin, they are still susceptible to being drained by my Kikai. Shino spoke as he materialized in front of them. Shino, Ino shouted, glad to see her companion safe. Shino nodded to her. I suggest we think of a plan to get out of here. Anko nodded as she came up with a plan. Well, now that you're here, we don't have to worry about running out of weapons. We'll launch a barrage of kunai with exploding notes attached to them into the ones blocking the exit, and then we'll make a run for it. The others nodded as they reached into their pouch, pulling out kunai and exploding tags. They wrapped the tags around the kunai, and on an unspoken signal activated them and threw them at the horde in front of the exit. As soon as the explosions went off, the three ran for it. Not even paying attention to the body parts and gore that was being thrown around the area, they soon reached the tunnel and ran for the exit. Thankfully, Naruto had activated all of the traps when in there, so they had not been subject to any as they ran. Soon enough they shot out of the tunnel and into the open air. I'm never, ever doing that again, Ino huffed as she bent down and put her hands on her knees, trying to regain her breath. Yeah, I know what you mean, girly. Anko was interrupted from her speech as a searing pain shot through her body, originating from the curse seal. Anko-sensei, Ino shouted as she and Shino rushed to the woman. Anko fell to her knees as she grabbed her mark. The last thing she saw before darkness claimed her was Ino shouting something at her. Acting fast, Naruto released his gravity seals as he grabbed an unresponsive Isaribi, before jumping out of the way of a giant watery tentacle. Naruto created a clone in mid-air and handed the girl off. Landing on the ground, he unsheathed Susanoo. Dodging another tentacle, Naruto channeled wind chakra through his blade and sliced the watery appendage off. However, the thing, since that's all Naruto could use to describe the amorphous blob of water with tentacles and a red orb in the center, did not seem to be affected by the loss of its appendage. A new one merely seemed to take its place and begin attacking him. Ha ha ha. Amachi laughed in his mad scientist voice. There is no way for you to defeat my greatest creation. Even lightning is ineffective against my ultimate creation. Naruto listened to the madman speak with one ear. Like all evil people, this one seemed to have a desire to monologue. Telling him about his creation and how it was unstoppable. Of course, this just gave the blonde more knowledge to analyze the creature with and hopefully find a way to kill it. As he continued lopping off limbs that just regrew, Naruto began to devise a way to defeat it. Let's see, that guy said lightning was ineffective. If I go by what he said, then that means the elements don't really work the same way as normal. This means that the creature isn't really alive, or at least not enough to be affected by things like pain. That would mean the only way to kill it would be to evaporate the water and attack its core. I should be able to destroy it that way. That would mean I need a powerful fire jutsu to work. Unfortunately, I don't know any fire jutsu above C rank since it's not my affinity. And I can't summon toads since they're freshwater amphibians and I don't want to be on their bad side like Ero-sensei. Naruto began to think of ways he could evaporate the creature when an idea came to mind. Hey Kyuubi! Naruto gave a mental shout in his mind. You need my power, ninjin? Came the demonic voice of Kyuubi. Yeah, I need your power to fry this creature and evaporate him. The great fox remained silent for a moment. Very well, I suppose I did offer to help you, for now at least. However, I expect you to make this battle amusing, and try not to embarrass me. Naruto did not respond to the fox's parting comment, as he felt Kyuubi's chakra run through his system. The fox cloak began to form around Naruto in less than a second, stopping at 3 tails, which Naruto believed would be enough. As the next tentacle came after him, 2 of the tails shot out from behind the blonde. As they grabbed the appendage and kept it in place, the other tail ran straight through the water, evaporating it as it made its way to the core. Soon enough, the red chakra tail pierced the core and shattered it, causing the creature to screech and flail. Channeling all of Kyuubi's excess chakra through the tails, Naruto released it in one go. The result was the entire creature exploding in a shower of steam. Amachi, who had been watching in glee, now stared in shock as his creation died. He turned around to get away, only to see another Naruto right behind him with a spinning ball of chakra in his hand. Said ball soon smashed into the scientist, tearing his skin and muscles away. As the man let loose an anguished scream, he was blasted back by the energy and sent skipping across the water, before stopping as he lay face down. The clone Naruto went over and grabbed the man by the cloak, throwing him over his shoulder in an uncaring manner. Meanwhile, the real Naruto walked over to the clone holding a crying Isaribi. He put his hands on the girl, causing her to nearly jump out of her skin. "Hey, are you okay?" Naruto asked, only to wince as the girl turned her now bloodshot eyes on him. "How can I be okay? That man lied to me. Now I'll never be turned back to the way I was. Now I'll never be human." The girl shouted as tears streamed down her scaly face. Naruto frowned. "You know there may be a way to cure you." The girls looked up at him in shock, before they narrowed in suspicion. "And what would I have to do to receive this cure?" she asked, saying cure as if it was some kind of poison. "Well, you would have to come back to Konoha with me," Naruto replied with a shrug. "Unfortunately, the woman who I'm sure can cure you is also the leader of our village. So she can't just leave whenever she wants. However, after that you can just leave if you want, or stay there as a citizen and start a new life. I'll leave that choice up to you, if you want to come to Konoha, that is." Isaribi looked at Naruto, trying to see if he was lying. She had already been tricked once and did not want to have her hopes dashed again. After several minutes her shoulders slumped. Even if he was lying, she did not really have much of a choice but to go with the blonde man. "Okay, I'll go," she said in a soft tone, as she changed back to her normal form. Naruto nodded. "Right, well, now all we have to do is wait for my comrades and Naruto." Both Naruto's and Isaribi turned their head to see Ino and Shino running towards them. The blonde frowned when he did not spot Anko. He soon realized that the reason for this was because she was being carried on Shino's back, unconscious. Naruto ran towards them. Stopping in front of the two, he looked at Anko, who was muttering incoherently in her sleep. "What happened?" Naruto asked in a worried tone. "We don't know," Ino said. "We had just managed to get out of that creepy place with the fish people, when Anko just started grabbing her neck and passed out." Naruto looked over at Shino, who nodded in agreement. Sighing, Naruto gave them his orders. "Alright, I want you, Shino, to head back to the hotel and get Anko to the bed. Ino, you can escort my clone and Isaribi to the hotel as well. If they deny you access, you may threaten them, since I have placed the girl under my protection. I'll go over to the dock and tell the people there about this ship and that they need assistance. After that we'll leave." "Understood?" "Yes, okay," the two said as they moved off. Naruto cracked his neck as he too headed off, glad that the mission was for the most part over. Pain. That was all she felt as she lay there face down on the floor. It was like an acid dripping through her entire body. She felt as if it was eating her from the inside out. No matter what she did, it would not go away. Well, it seems one survived. Despite the agony she felt, she looked up and spotted him. The pale face and snake-like yellow eyes were unmistakable. She knew that face anywhere. It was the same face as the man whom she had admired most. The man who had taken her in and taught her everything she knew. The same man who had been like a father to her, and the same man who had taken her trust and betrayed it. "Kukuku, I'm surprised you survived, Anko-chan. But then again, you are my apprentice." The man hemmed for a moment before shrugging. "Still, it seems as if your usefulness is at an end." He turned around to leave, but stopped when a hand gripped his leg. Wait," Anko said as she grit her teeth. The man turned around and looked into Anko's eyes as she spoke. Why? She asked as she tried to understand why this man would betray her so. "Why are you abandoning me, Kukuku?" Orochimaru laughed at her as he leaned down, gently caressing her cheek as if nothing bad had happened between them. "Because, my dear Anko-chan, you lack the desire for power." The man paused for a moment before he smiled. "Still, the fact that you survived is impressive. Maybe you're not so useless after all." He stood up and offered his hand to Anko. After a minute of staring at the hand, Anko growled and knocked it away. Now that she knew what this man had done, she wanted nothing to do with him. Orochimaru just gave his snake-like laugh. "Very well, Anko-chan, if that's your choice." He turned around and walked away, shutting the door and casting out the light as Anko let darkness claim her. Anko slowly opened her eyes, adjusting to the light as she tried to find out where she was. It was obvious she was in a room on some kind of bed, and judging by the swaying the room was making, she was in a boat. She was just about to sit up when a voice called out to her. "I'm glad to see you awake." Turning to the voice, she saw Naruto writing in a folder. Writing for a few more seconds, he snapped the folder shut and looked at her with a smile. "You've been out of it for a while now. How do you feel?" For one of the few times in her life, Anko smiled. "I feel good." Naruto looked at her for a moment with a raised eyebrow, noticing that she seemed much more calm than before. He shrugged it off. Whatever it was not any of his business. That's good to hear. Anyway, we should be reaching Hai no Kuni, Fire Country, in a few hours. You might as well get some more shut-eye. Anko nodded as Naruto stood up and left the room, no longer finding a need to be in there now that he knew Anko would be alright. As the door closed behind the blonde, Anko shut her eyes again. Smiling as she had one last thought before falling asleep again, I left him by my own choice, it was my decision. Naruto frowned as he gave his report to Tsunade, listing off what had happened during the mission in chronological order. The moment he had entered the room he had noticed that something was different. Something felt off, would be the best way to describe it. Aside from the obvious fact that Tsunade had not thrown anything at him for calling her Ba-chan, which was definitely an oddity in and of itself, there was something else that seemed wrong. The busty Hokage also refused to even look him in the eye. Again, that was something that had never happened before, even when the woman was angry at him. And so I was hoping that you would be able to find some way to help Isaribi here. Naruto gestured to the scaly teenage girl as he finished his report. I figured since you're one of the best medics around you would be able to find some way to get rid of her scales. Very well, Tsunade said, still looking down at her paperwork and refusing to meet his eyes. If you come into the hospital tomorrow at noon, I'll be able to check you over and see what I can do. Okay, Isaribi-san? That's fine, Hokage-sama, Isaribi said with a small bow and hopeful look. In the meantime, I'll have Shizune help you find a place to stay. After I check you over and see what I can do about your scaly problem, you can decide whether you want to stay here in the leaf or leave. Shizune, Tsunade called out, getting the woman to walk in through the door. Yes, Tsunade-sama? Shizune asked as she looked at her boss. I want you to help Isaribi-san here find a hotel for the night. Naruto has told me that he will be paying, so you don't need to worry about cash. Tsunade said as she filled in a few papers and gave them to the dark brown-haired woman. Said woman bowed and gestured for Isaribi to follow her. The fish girl looked over at Naruto and seeing his encouraged nod left with Shizune. The other three ninja left after them, now that the report was over, leaving just Naruto and Tsunade. For a moment Naruto said nothing before deciding to take the plunge. Tsunade, is something wrong? Tsunade hid her wince at being called by her name. Naruto only ever called her Tsunade when he was being serious or heartfelt. She knew which one it was right now. No, nothing's wrong. Why do you ask? Tsunade asked as she continued working. Well, aside from the fact that you did not try to throw something at me, for calling you Ba-chan. You also refused to look at me, instead opting to do work, which you always complain about doing. Naruto answered as he crossed his arms, waiting for the woman to answer him. Nothing's wrong, Tsunade said again, putting on her poker face as she looked at him. I'm just a little tired is all, and I want to get this work done before I get another batch. Naruto's frown deepened as he tried to figure out what could be wrong with the woman he thought of as a mother, grandmother. Did you get the results of my Kekkei Genkai test? Naruto asked. His eyes narrowed when he saw the small display of emotion that flitted across her eyes. It was not much, in fact Naruto was sure that most others would have missed it. However, Naruto was an expert on reading people through their eyes, and he knew the emotion she had displayed. Guilt. Now the question was, what could she be feeling guilty about? Quote ellipsis. Your test did come in, Tsunade said eventually, bringing her eyes back to her papers so she did not have to look at him. After several seconds of not getting an answer, Naruto began to get impatient. And? Tsunade resisted the urge to bite her lip as she looked back up at him, keeping on her best poker face so he would not see her guilt. It came up positive. Your ability to combine two elements to create sub-elements is a bloodline. Do you know who I got it from? Asked Naruto. The strand with your bloodline was found in the DNA that you got from your father, Tsunade answered quickly. Naruto closed his eyes for a few moments before speaking again. Do you know why I have it and he didn't? Tsunade sighed as she spoke. I can only assume that the Kyuubi's chakra may have somehow jump-started your bloodline. It has been theorized that all bloodlines came from them, so. Naruto nodded, and you're sure you're alright? Of course, as I said, I'm just a little tired from all this work, Tsunade answered. Naruto looked at the woman for a moment longer. He knew she was lying. One of Naruto's abilities was that he always knew when someone was lying, and he knew right now that Tsunade was hiding something from him. Yet he knew that he could not question her or demand answers since she was the Hokage. For now he simply nodded his head. I can see how it would be tiring. I guess I'll leave you to it, Bachan. With that, Naruto disappeared in a swirl of water. As Tsunade looked at the spot where Naruto had been, a single tear ran down her cheek. Naruto found himself wandering around Konoha, as he tried to clear his mind from his conversation with Tsunade. He knew that there was something important he was not getting, but he also knew that right now he would not get anything out of it by thinking about it. Shaking his head, Naruto looked up and blinked as he found himself standing at the gates to the academy. He smiled as a moment of nostalgia hit him. Walking towards the academy doors, Naruto decided to see if Iruka was in. And that is how the Shodem Hokage. Iruka trailed off as he noticed that none of the kids were paying attention to his lecture. Most were talking to each other, whispering about whatever took their fancy, while some were even sleeping. Several tick marks appeared on Iruka's head. Quiet down and listen, you brats. Iruka yelled out as he used his Oni Hitsu no Jutsu, Demon Head Jutsu. All of the kids instantly shut up, staring at him wide-eyed. Iruka nodded his head in satisfaction. He was just about to restart his lecture when another voice spoke up. Tisk tisk, Iruka-sensei. It seems your lectures are as boring as ever. Iruka and the class turned as one, to see Naruto looking at them with a smirk as he leaned on the doorframe. Naruto grinned as he got up and walked into the room, noticing how all of the kids there had stars or hearts in their eyes, depending on their gender. You should make your lectures more fun, sensei, Naruto said with a grin. That's why everyone never pays attention in your class. And I suppose you're an expert on teaching? Iruka asked with a tick mark on his head, though truth be told he was happy to see Naruto. The scarred Chunin smirked as an idea came to him. Well then, since you're here, why don't you answer a few questions? That way the students can learn what it's like to be a real ninja of Konoha. Naruto tapped his chin in thought before grinning. Alright then, that sounds cool. Almost as soon as he said that, several hands shot into the air, with almost every child shouting for his attention. Iruka tried to calm the class down, and get them to ask their questions one at a time to no avail. He was just about to use his jutsu again, when Naruto decided to quiet the kids himself. Quiet. Naruto had not even raised his voice when the words were spoken, yet every child there had heard it as clear as day. The tone of voice and presence that single word projected was so commanding that none of them could help but obey him. Iruka stared at the quiet kids and Naruto in shock. He had never been able to get them to be this quiet so fast. Naruto grinned. Alright, if you have a question, simply raise your hand, I'll call on you to ask. Every hand was raised into the air. Naruto looked at the kids before eventually picking a young boy in the front row. Said boy put his hand down as he asked his question. Was it true what you said about your dad sealing the Kyuubi inside of you? Iruka stiffened at the question and was about to lash out at him. However, Naruto merely raised a hand to stop the scarred Chunin. He gave the young boy a small smile. Yes, it is true, because Kyuubi cannot be killed due to the fact that it's simply a mass of chakra with a conscience. My father did the only thing that can defeat such a creature. He sealed inside of me, his own son who had just been born only a few hours before. This time Naruto chose a girl in the back row. But why did he seal it inside of you? She asked. Naruto ran a hand through his hair as he spoke. To be honest, I don't know. I am unsure if he just chose me because I was the only child available, or if there was some other purpose. But if you were the leader of your village, could you really ask someone else to sacrifice their own child in such a way? A Hokage's job is to protect the village, even if it means sacrificing yourself and the things you hold dear to protect it. He looked at chose another boy, this one sitting over by the window. Does it bother you that he chose you? For a while it did, Naruto replied with a shrug. You have to understand that until I had turned 12 I never even knew about the Kyuubi. It was only when a traitor had tricked me that I found out. He had told me about the Kyuubi being inside of me and how a law prevented anyone but me from speaking about it. In fact, if not for Iruka-sensei here, that man would have killed me. Several of the kids looked over at Iruka as Naruto spoke. For a while after that I did blame my father, how could I not? I had no clue why he had chosen me. In fact, I did not even know he was my dad until a year and a half later. But it doesn't affect me anymore. I know that if there was another way he would have done it. To be honest, I'm glad he chose me, since it means no one else has to suffer like I did. Many of the kids stared at him in awe, while some of the girls were actually crying. Naruto smiled as he chose another child. Ah, Naruto said sighed as he finished gulping down the broth from his Ichiraku ramen. Now that hits the spot, eh sensei? Naruto asked as he turned to Iruka. Said man just looked at Naruto and the 32 bowls in exasperation. You know, despite how much you've obviously matured, it seems that some things never change. Naruto gave the man a grin. Well, you know the old saying, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Besides, I don't eat ramen nearly as much as I used to. I've got to make up for lost times. Iruka simply laughed as Naruto inhaled another bowl of ramen. One suppose it does. Now, Naruto said as he set his last bowl down, thanking a blushing Ayame before turned a mischievous grin on Iruka. Why don't you tell me how you and Anko got together? The blonde asked in an innocent tone. Iruka choked on the noodles he was eating, causing Naruto to laugh while he blushed in embarrassment. Well, you see it was, Naruto chuckled at seeing the man with a beet red face, as he stuttered over his worse than a certain Hyuga used to. Wow, Iruka-sensei, I don't think I've ever seen you so flustered. Iruka scowled for a moment before sighing. I suppose I could tell you, it actually started when I found her at the bar completely drunk. Chapter 11. Chunin Exams. It was the day after Naruto's mission to Umi no Kuni, and the blonde once again found himself in the hospital. Most people would consider this to be odd for the Uzumaki Namikaze clan head, especially since neither of the times he had been in here was he injured. Said blonde was searching the cabinets, while cursing the unhelpful nurses who don't put bottles and medicine in alphabetical order. Finally he found what he was looking for, a powerful herbal pill that would numb all pain for 1 hour. Turning around, Naruto made his way over to the bed, where the entire reason he was here was. Or perhaps who would be more accurate. Anko Mitarashi was currently sitting on the bed, with both her trench coat and fishnet shirt off, allowing her curvaceous figure to be completely unimpeded. She was the reason Naruto was currently at the hospital for the second time within 2 weeks, without actually having an injury. Naruto had promised to look at her curse seal the moment he got the chance, which Anko had jumped at when she had found him and Iruka eating at Ichiraku's the night before. Said scarred Chunin instructor was sitting right next to Anko, with one of her hands in his. When Anko had asked Naruto to look at her seal, they had decided to bring Iruka along for emotional support. The academy teacher was a little apprehensive of having Anko half-naked in front of the young blonde. However, he also trusted Naruto not to be a pervert, despite the perverted jutsu said blonde had come up with in his younger days. Alright Anko, I want you to take this pill, Naruto said, handing her the pill as he explained what he was going to do. After that I'm going to take off the binding seal on the cursed mark that keeps it in check. What I need from you is to activate the seal so that I can see it in its entirety. Thanks to the pill you should not feel any of the pain you normally would when it's active. Now please take the pill. Anko hesitated for only a moment before swallowing the pill whole, as she did. Naruto moved around to her back. Unsealing his special Fuiinjutsu brush, which he had created to make ink from his chakra, he took a look at the seal before getting started. Using the precise strokes that only came with years and years of experience, or 4 years worth of several hundred kage bushin training in Fuiinjutsu, Naruto created a counter seal designed to get rid of the binding seal on the curse seal. When it was done, Naruto placed a hand on her neck, and began channeling chakra into the seal. The seal that bound the cursed seal and Naruto's own seal began to dissolve, melting off as if someone had put acid on it. Once the binding seal was completely gone, Naruto got down to the next step. Anko, please release the cursed seal. Taking a deep breath, Anko began to channel her chakra and her negative emotions for her former sensei into the seal, causing the black flame-like marking to spread out from the center of the mark. Naruto watched as they spread and waved about as if alive. It was exactly like when he had seen Sasuke use it. When it was done, Naruto went to work, pulling out a blank scroll as he began to copy what he saw. For about half an hour, Naruto's brush strokes and Anko's breathing were the only thing heard in the room, as Naruto moved from her back to her front, drawing out the seals in a circular pattern along the paper, making sure that he had everything right by double and triple checking his work. Once he was satisfied, Naruto spoke again. Alright, deactivate the seal. With a nod, Anko began to call the cursed seal back, letting it retract from her skin in much the same way it came. Once she did, Naruto, who was behind her again, began to apply a more advanced binding seal than the one she had on. This one was actually based off of Naruto's own 8 trigram seal, which held the Kyuubi at bay. Naruto had been able to find a way to modify it in order to contain the seal on Anko, making the binding seal many times more powerful than any other in existence. After all, if something is designed to contain a Biju, then containing human-created powers are nothing. Alright, Naruto spoke with a sigh of relief. It's all done. That seal should keep it from even twitching until I can find a way to get rid of it. Naruto came back in front of the two as he rolled up his scroll, putting it into his pouch where it was sealed into a containment seal. He looked at the two and gave them a smile. Now then, why don't you guys just enjoy yourself? I should be able to find a way to remove within the month. Confident, aren't you, Gaki? Anko asked with a grin, though one could see she really hoped that what he said would be true. Naruto grinned. I think I've got a right to be confident. After all, Ero-sensei even admitted I'm better than him with Fuianjutsu. Baka, don't insult the Sennin with such disrespectful titles. Iruka scolded, though it was rendered ineffective by Anko's laughing. Naruto grinned. I just call him as I see him, and any man who can call themselves a super pervert without shame deserves such a nickname. Amways, I'm gonna go see Ba-chan and see if she's got a mission for me. Naruto left the room with a red-faced Iruka and a madly cackling Anko. Making his way outside, Naruto headed off to the Hokage Tower. Along the way, he made sure to pay attention to how the people around him reacted to his presence. As his speech had intended to do, nearly all of the generation his age and younger were looking at him with no small amount of awe and respect. It had been one of the few reasons he had announced his status to the village. Because those who were too young to remember the Kyuubi's attack or not born yet had an unbiased opinion of what had happened so long ago. Without the hate and fear clouding their mind as many of the older generation had, they were able to make a more informed decision on his revealed Jinchuriki status. It also helped that the adults had dug their own grave, telling their children to stay away from him and then proclaiming him as a hero and the last Namikaze. They could not afford to call him a monster after that, since it would be the third time they went back on their word. Naruto also noticed how many of the people who did remember the Kyuubi attack reacted. A few were of course giving him looks utter loathing and disgust. However, those people turned their eyes as soon as he looked at them. What surprised the blonde was that they seemed to be in the minority for the most part. Many of the adults were now looking at him with shame and regret in their eyes. Showing Naruto that they truly regret their treatment of him, it was those people who would receive his forgiveness. Naruto stopped paying attention to the crowd as he walked into the Hokage Tower, moving up to the top floor where the Hokage's office was. When he got to the desk in front of the tower, Naruto found himself getting a bit of a surprise. Isaribi? Naruto asked as he walked up to the desk and stared at the woman behind it. Said woman looked up and almost immediately a large blush lit her cheeks. Oh, Naruto-kun. How are you today? Naruto blinked for a moment as he looked at the woman. She looked so different than he had remembered. The most major change, of course, was that her scales were gone. She now had completely unblemished and healthy skin. She must have gone in and seen Tsunade early this morning or sometime yesterday, and the cure must have been easier than thought, since most operations of this nature usually took a lot longer time due. She was also out of those rags she had worn before, and was now in a yellow sundress that complemented her skin. It hugged her enough that Naruto could see that despite not being a kunoichi, she had a very nice figure. Naruto assumed she got it from all of the swimming she used to do. Naruto's mind rebooted as he registered the question and he smiled at the girl. I'm doing good. And how about you? I see you went to see Tsunade. Isaribi nodded. Yeah, I went in early this morning. Apparently the process was easier than she had initially thought it would be. Isaribi blushed a bit in embarrassment. She gave me an explanation, but I didn't really understand any of it. Afterwards she said I could work here, while Shizune-san works at the hospital. Naruto gave the black-haired woman a foxy grin, causing said woman's blush to spread further across her face. That's awesome. To be honest, a lot of her explanations would go way over my head as well. It's good to see that you got a job already. I guess this means you're going to stay? Isaribi nodded. Yeah, I mean I don't really have anywhere to go, and she looked at Naruto with a blush. Naruto knew what it meant but pretended not to notice it. I'm happy for you. So I take it Ba-chan is in? Isaribi giggled at the nickname as she nodded. Yes, she is. She had actually sent an Anbu to find you. Though since you're here and they aren't, I guess they're still looking. Thanks, Naruto said as he walked to the door, without even bothering to knock. He threw it open. Hey Ba-chan, I heard you were calling for me? Tsunade, who was sitting at her seat, sighed at the name. She looked up at Naruto and covered up any guilty emotions as she began to speak. Yes, I did. I am not sure if you're aware or not, but in 1 month the Chunin exams will be coming back to Konoha. Naruto tilted his head to the side. I was not aware of that. I take it you have a mission that involves the exams for me? I hope it's not another invasion. Naruto spoke in a dramatic fashion at the word invasion. Don't even joke about things like that, Gaki, Tsunade said, though there was no real malice in her voice. But yes, I do have a mission for you involving the Chunin exams. She handed him a scroll. You along with 2 other Jonin will be acting as proctors for the Chunin exams. Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise at this. He had not expected to ever proctor in the Chunin exams. He had always been a fighter-type shinobi, point him at the enemy and let him go kind of guy. Still, it was an order, and if he was honest with himself, it did sound fun. Alright, I guess I can do this, so who are my partners? Man, that woman drag you into this troublesome job too? Naruto looked over at Shikamaru, who was apparently going to be one of the proctors for the exam. Yeah, she did. I'm surprised she would choose you for something like this though. I mean, you're so lazy? Naruto, you know you're also something of an oddity for this mission, Kakashi said as he flipped a page of his book. Yeah, but then again, so are you. Naruto retaliated with Kakashi conceding the point. They of course knew the reason Naruto and Kakashi had been chosen. It was to show the strength of Konoha. By having 2 such prominent figures such as Kakashi no Sharingan and the Nidaime Kiroi Senku, it would make a huge political statement about how powerful Konoha is. This would in turn make more clients want to hire them, knowing that 2 powerful shinobi were a part of the Leaf's forces. So anyway, there are usually 3 parts in this exam, Naruto said as he looked at his mission scroll. He had already memorized it, but it never hurt to read it over again. Yep, Shikamaru said in a lazy drawl, the Chunin exam is always 3 phases. The first is a written test to test a shinobi's aptitude of looking underneath the underneath, as the old adage goes. Then you have the second stage, which is a test in the forest of death. This one can vary in difference from test to test, however one thing remains the same. It is a test of teamwork and to see if they have what it takes to survive in a harsh environment. After that, if there are too many people who passed, we will have to hold a preliminary round to get rid of a few genin. And the last test is always a one-on-one tournament, which is designed to show potential clients the strength and skill that the genin who passed the other exams possess. Naruto looked at Shikamaru for several seconds before speaking. Shika, I think that's the most I've ever heard you speak in a single go. Naruto grinned when he heard a mutter of troublesome, so who's going to take which parts? Personally, I think you Shikamaru would be better at the first part. With your IQ you could probably create a test with so many twists and steps that the genin will end up failing on principle. Shikamaru nodded. That does sound like it's right up my alley, plus I won't have to do as much troublesome standing. Naruto's sweat dropped as he listened to Shikamaru's main reason for wanting the first test. Shaking his head, he turned to Kakashi. What about you? I mean, I figure we could go either way with the 2 that are left. Which one do you want to take? Kakashi looked up from his book for a second and thought. I think I would be good for the second test. I have an idea that I think would work well with it, plus having you as the 3rd proctor would allow Konoha to display you better to the clientele. Great, just what I need, Naruto groaned. I almost feel like a trophy wife. Well, Shikamaru drawled with a smirk, you're certainly troublesome enough to be one. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the lazy Nara air. You may want to be careful, Shika, after all, if your mom were to hear you say that. Within the Nara household, Yoshino Nara sneezed into the food she was making. She got so mad that when Shikaku walked into the room she began to hit him with a frying pan. Shikaku, who had not been expecting it, was sent flying into the ground, where he was beaten into unconsciousness. Shikamaru paled at the thought of what his troublesome mom would do if she found out about that comment. I hate you, Naruto. Naruto merely laughed at him. A blinded folded Naruto stood in the center of a clearing in his backyard. He was in a basic stance for one of the toad styles he had been taught. Around him were nearly 200 other Narutos, some had Susanoo out as well, others had Hiraishin kunai, and some were merely using their bare fist. For a moment all was silent, except for the faint rustling of the trees when a breeze blew by. Then without warning all of the clones attacked, coming at him with speeds that were beyond most Jonin. Naruto however remained rooted to the spot, and as soon as the clones got in close Naruto began to move. He did not attack any of them however, but rather redirected their attacks so that they hit each other. His feet stayed in the same spot, never moving as Naruto used Susanoo to shift blades and kunai to the side. When he felt a fist go at him, Naruto would merely use a hand to redirect the attack into another clone. The style he was using was called Gamma Nintai, Toad Patience Sword style, because of the patience and calm required to use it. Most people could never remain calm or patient when one, let alone when hundreds of people were attacking you. That was because of the nervous system and naturally ingrained reflexes that controlled automatic movement functions. In order to properly wield this style, one had to learn to turn these automatic functions off, allowing one to remain calm even in the face of certain death. For several hours Naruto continued this, neither attacking nor counter-attacking as he simply redirected attacks, letting them flow over and around him as he stood there. Each time he destroyed a batch he would create another, larger batch of clones until he was up to 500. The object of this exercise was for him to see how long he could retain his ability to remain calm, while also increasing the size of his enemies. Finally he felt a slip in his abilities, which got him nicked on the arm. It healed up a second later, and Naruto knew he had found his limit with this so far, 550 clones. Now it's time to surpass it. Naruto muttered as he summoned 600 clones, all of which charged him the moment they were made. So tell me, why are we here again? Naruto asked the people who had managed to drag him here. Naruto and his friends Kiba, Choji, Ino and Sakura were in one of the shinobi bars located throughout Konoha. The four had somehow managed convinced him go with them, not that he minded being with friends, but since he could not get drunk he did not see the point in going to a bar. We're here because you need to let loose every onche in a while, Kiba said in a slurred voice, before taking another shot of sake. The lightweight here is right, Ino said, making Kiba's face gain an expression that looked somewhere between wanting to snarl at her and wanting to hit on her. And while I don't feel like getting myself wasted, it's a good place to hang out, Ino finished as she took a sip of her sake. Sakura nodded, Ino's right, with all the things we do as shinobi we should take whatever opportunities we can to relax. Yeah, I suppose so, Naruto said as he scratched his chin in thought. He gave them a grin, and with all the goddamn council meetings I had to go to I need to let loose. Seriously, I'm starting to get the picture of why Ba-chan drinks so much. Having to deal with that group of pompous and overly arrogant windbags would make anyone want to drink themselves stupid, if for no other reason than to block out the headache they bring. You know you really shouldn't call Tsunade-sama such a disrespectful name, Sakura said with a frown as she drank her non-alcoholic juice. Once upon a time she would have hit him for saying something like that, however she knew he was not the little boy he used to be anymore and would probably not take well to getting a fist smashed on his head anymore. Besides, he was right about her drinking habits. Naruto shrugged, it's a term of endearment, Sakura. I don't give these titles to just anyone you know. Besides, she knows she loves it, she just hasn't realized it yet. Whatever, Sakura replied, not really wanting to get into an argument over something like that. Man peeking of the Hokage. Kiba muttered as he took another shot of sake, shesh hot. Sakura smacked him on the back of the head while Ino kicked him in the shin, causing the Inuzuka heir to howl in pain. Baka, Sakura shouted, don't be so disrespectful to Tsunade-sama like that. Kiba was just about to reply when another voice yelled out, you bitch. Naruto and the others turned their attention to see four men surrounding a woman. One of the men lunged at said woman, with the woman dodging a little to the left with a little bit of a drunken swagger, before smashing her fist into the man's face. The man was sent flying back into one of the tables, breaking it and spilling several drinks. That was when the woman stood up and Naruto felt his eyes widen as he realized who it was. The woman was none other than Yugao. The blonde shinobi instantly noticed that she looked worse than she had when they first met. Her hair was unkempt and her eyes were bloodshot and had bags in them. She was obviously drunk as fuck from the way she was swaying, but she also looked like she had just gotten out of the hospital as well. Naruto noticed several bruises on her face, bruises he was sure she had not gotten from these men. Alright, who wants some more? Yugao asked as she got into a sloppy taijutsu stance. Fucking cunt. One of the men yelled out as he charged at her. Before he could get even 5 feet from her, a fist planted itself right into his chest with all the force of an rhino. The man was soon sent flying backwards, crashing through not only a table but straight through the wall. Naruto stood up and looked at the last 2 men coldly. I suggest you leave this woman alone. The dead tone in the blonde's voice caused the 2 men to shudder. Naruto sent a dose of killing intent their way and smiled when they began stumbling over themselves in their haste to leave. Naruto sighed and was about to turn around, until a pair of arms around his waist. That was so romantic? Naruto-kun. Naruto felt a slight shiver pass through him as Yugao pressed her assets into his back, while struggling to stand up properly. Naruto turned around in her grip as he pulled her arms off of him, placing one around his neck as he held her up by her waist. Naruto turned to the bartender. I'm sorry for the damage. Please put it under the tab name Uzumaki Namikaze. Many of the patrons began to whisper at the name, having recognized it in him. Naruto ignored this as he sent an apologetic expression to his friends, before leaving with Yugao. Who was that? Ino asked with a hint of curiosity and jealousy, and how did she know Naruto-kun? I don't know, but a drunk like her doesn't deserve someone like Naruto. Sakura said in an angry voice. Ino looked at Sakura and grinned. Why, Sakura, is that jealousy in your voice? Said girl's face turned the same color as her hair. Don't be ridiculous, I'm not jealous. I just don't think someone like her is good enough for Naruto. Ino just grinned a knowing grin. It was at that moment that Kiba decided to make his presence known. Who Koresh who she ish? That chick wash hot. Both Ino and Sakura got tick marks. Looking at each other they both nodded. Rearing their fists back, the 2 women smashed them into the back of Kiba's head. The end result was Kiba's face getting sent right into the wooden table, with said table breaking and sending Choji's food all over the place. Choji looked at the food and soon began to cry anime tears, while Kiba was knocked unconscious with swirls in his eyes. Naruto resisted the intense urge to groan. He wondered how it was that he found himself in situations like this. He was unsure whether it was a blessing or a curse, but every time a beautiful woman was in some kind of trouble, he seemed to be in the right place at the right time to help. It happened with Koyuki, as well as several other daimyos. It happened with Mei, it happened with Konan, and it happened with Yugito and Anko. Now it was happening with Yugao, and while he did not mind helping her. Quite the contrary, in fact, he was more than happy to finally be able to help her rather than the other way around. He really wished she would change her topic of conversation. They were currently wondering aimlessly, since the woman was refusing to tell him where she lived and he could not remember. Worse than that, Yugo's choice of conversation were of the things she and Hayate used to do, things that should forever remain private. And did you know that Hayate-kun is such a pervert? Yugao asked with a giggle. I remember this one time, when he wanted us to play out this one scene. It was from one of the Icha books? And so Naruto tried to ignore the purple-haired woman as Yugao went into explicit detail of her and Hayate's sex life, something he would never in a million years want to hear about. Yugao-chan, not to be rude or anything, but could you please tell me where you live so I can escort you home? Naruto asked after finally having enough listening to her sex talk, which was something he would have expected from Anko. He was forced to stop walking when Yugao began to shake. Naruto turned his head to look at her and frowned, wondering if she was cold. That was when he noticed that there were now tears coming out of her eyes, which were hidden by her bangs. Naruto felt a twinge of guilt at seeing this, feeling this was somehow his fault for sounding so abrupt. He had always hated watching women get hurt, and it was worse when it was someone close to him. Naruto put a hand under Yugo's chin, gently lifting it up so he could see her eyes. Grayish-brown met cerulean blue. When Yugao saw Naruto's eyes, which if she and any other girl that ever saw them were honest with themselves, were easily the most beautiful eyes ever seen, she instantly felt warm and safe. Of course, this caused her to start tearing up even more, as she lunged at the blonde shinobi and began crying into his chest. Naruto had absolutely no clue what to do in this situation. One minute she was talking about her sex life with her former lover Hayate, and the next she's crying her eyes out. So he did what he always did when trying to comfort a woman. He simply pulled her closer, resting one hand on her mid-back while the other began to run through her hair. Naruto began to whisper sweet nothings in Yugo's ear. letting her know that he was right here for her. It seemed like several hours when in truth it was only 15 minutes that they had been like this. Yugo's breath eventually began to even out and Naruto realized she had fallen asleep. She didn't even tell me where she lives, Naruto muttered to himself with sighed. Knowing he could not leave her here, Naruto gently lifted the woman up bridal style and began his trek to his house. When he got to the gate, Naruto let his chakra flare to open it. Walking into the yard, Naruto made a clone to open the door. As he walked in, the clone closed it and followed the original. Naruto made his way upstairs and chose one of the rooms, having the clone open it so he could make his way inside. The clone followed him and went over to the bed, lifting the sheets before dispelling. Naruto gently set the purple-haired woman in the bed, taking off her shoes and moving over to place them by the door. He walked back and brought the sheets up over Yugao, who was mumbling Hayate's name in her sleep and looked like she was having a nightmare. Naruto tucked her in and sat down on the bed, running his hands through her hair until her whatever she was dreaming of seemed to subside. The blonde shinobi frowned as he looked at the woman. While he had noticed how bad she looked when they had met at the memorial stone, she had not looked nearly as bad as she did now. The bags under her eyes were much more prominent, showing that she had gotten barely any sleep and was probably overworking herself with missions. Her breathing was also sounding a little strained. While Naruto was no medical ninja, he was more than skilled in the medical field to recognize that her injuries from her last mission had not healed yet. Knowing she was a friend of Yugo's, Naruto had explained his history with the purple-haired Anbu to Anko and asked if she knew what exactly was going on with Yugao. She had informed him that Yugao had not been doing well since Hayate's death. It seemed that no matter what her friends did, nothing seemed to work. Anko had hoped that Naruto could somehow help Yugao, since he had a small history with her and no one else was able to do anything. Unfortunately, the blonde did not even know where to start, though that did not mean he would do nothing. Naruto brushed some of the hair out of Yugo's face. Leaning down, he kissed her on the forehead before getting up and leaving. The next morning, Yugao Azuki woke up with a massive hangover. Groaning, she held onto her head as she sat up in bed. She slowly opened her eyes, so that they would not get hurt from her oversensitive eyes overloading from the light in the room. It was then that she realized she was not in her apartment, nor in any of her friends' apartments. She looked around and saw that the room she was in was nice. It reminded her of some of the 4- and 5-star hotels she had stayed at when dealing with nobles. The bed was a deep crimson color, with soft and plush pillows. On the left-hand side was a dresser with a reading lamp on it. Farther along the wall was a door that led to a walk-in closet. On the other side was a door that was slightly ajar to show a bathroom. No doubt it would be just as opulent as the room she was in now. The carpet looked extremely soft and matched the color of her bed. Meanwhile, the walls were a light blue that contrasted with the sheets and floor. As she looked around the room, Yugao tried to remember what had happened last night. She could not remember too much. She remembered going out on another S-rank mission and had almost gotten herself killed when they ended up fighting an S-rank missing ninja and several Chunin-level ninja. It had only been thanks to one of her comrades carrying her back to Konoha while she had only been half-conscious and near death from blood loss that she survived. After she had woken up, Yugao snuck out of the hospital like usual. She then went to look for her friends in the hopes they would want to get a drink. However, she had not been able to find any of them. Deciding she did not care, Yugao had gone to get drunk by herself. After that, things got fuzzy. She remembered a fight of some kind, feeling really bubbly, then feeling depressed and finally feeling completely safe. She was unsure what to make of this. However, she knew that whoever had given her that last feeling, which she had not felt since Hayate's death, must live here. Getting out of bed, Yugao felt her legs wobble a bit and had to wait for a moment to regain her balance. Once she did, the young woman checked herself over, and sighed in relief when she noticed the only thing that was out of place on her was the fact that she had no shoes on. Looking around, she spotted her shoes near the door. Moving over despite the headache she had, Yugao put on her shoes. She then opened the door and looked out. One side had a staircase while the other had a door. Not seeing anyone, Yugao moved to the staircase, walking down as she made her way to the first floor. About halfway down the stairs, an absolutely heavenly aroma hit her nose. Yugao soon found herself following the mouth-watering scent. She stopped where the scent seemed to be and found herself in a kitchen. Looking around, she blinked in surprise as she noticed who was cooking. It was Naruto, wearing a pair of what looked like workout sweats of some kind. flipping some kind of pancake in the frying pan he held. Yugao stayed in her spot for a long while as she looked at what in her head was a really odd scene. That was when Naruto turned around to put the pancake, which Yugao noticed was flat, down in a dish and saw her. Naruto gave the woman a large smile. "Good morning, Yugao-chan. How did you sleep?" Yugao blinked before remembering her manners. "Oh, I slept fine, how about you?" "Pretty good," Naruto replied as he poured some batter onto the pan. "Why don't you go sit down while I finish cooking breakfast? It should only be another minute or two." Unable to really think properly due to the scene before her, Yugao merely nodded, walking over to the table and taking a seat. Several minutes later, Naruto came to her with an empty plate and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. He set some pills on her plate, making her look at him and quirking an eyebrow. "They're hangover pills," Naruto explained as he walked back into the kitchen to grab a large dish filled with the flat pancakes. "I came up with them when I was traveling with Ero-sensei. The man would always wake up in the morning with a serious hangover." Naruto set the dish down. "I created those so I didn't have to wait for him to get over it naturally to train me." Yugao nodded and despite still feeling out of sorts cracked a smile. It was just like Naruto to give someone in authority such a disrespectful name. She remembered the times she had been the boy's bodyguard and he had barged in on the Hokage, calling him Oja-san. She grabbed the pills off her plate and swallowed them with some orange juice, sighing in relief as she felt her headache disappear. "That feels so much better," Yugao said. "Thank you, Naruto." Naruto grinned at her as he served her a plate of the flat pancakes. "Not a problem, Yugao-chan. You know I'm always willing to help a friend." Yugao smiled one more time before she turned her attention to the food. It had to be the oddest-looking breakfast she had ever seen. The pancakes were completely flat and were rolled up. Stuffed inside were various fruits and some kind of cream cheese. She picked up a fork and cut a piece off. "What is this?" she asked as she looked at Naruto. The blonde shrugged. "Something I found in my mom's cookbook. They're called crepes. You'll have to tell me how they are, since this is the first time I've ever cooked them." Yugao looked at the food with a small amount of apprehension. Back when she had been watching Naruto, the blonde had been a terrible cook. All he had been able to cook was instant ramen, and that was only because all you had to do was pour water into it, put it into a microwave and set the timer. Still, it did not look bad, and it certainly smelled delicious. In the end, she decided not to be rude. She took a bite of the food. Her eyes promptly widened as the absolutely amazing burst of flavor overcame her. The food was sweet and literally melted in her mouth. Soon enough, all reservations were gone and Yugao was stuffing her mouth like never before. However, she stopped when she heard a laugh. Looking up, she found Naruto laughing at her and instantly blushed in embarrassment. "So I take it the food is good then?" Naruto asked with mirth clearly visible in his eyes. Yugao blushed even more as she began to feel absolutely mortified with how terrible and messy she had started to eat. She put down her fork as she tried to regain some of her dignity. "It's delicious," she complimented, though her red cheeks remained. "I honestly don't think I've ever tasted something this good." She looked over at him and noticed that his plate was empty. "Aren't you going to eat?" Naruto shook his head. "It wouldn't matter if I did since I'm just a clone." Yugao looked at him in surprise. She had not even realized she had been talking to a clone this whole time. The real Naruto is most likely just finishing with his workout. "I was made to make you two breakfast and keep you company until he got here." Yugao had to smile at Naruto's thoughtfulness. Knowing that he cared so much about her invoked an oddly warming feeling in her. "Good morning, Yugao-chan." Yugao blinked as the clone at the seat dispelled, and a few seconds later another Naruto took its place and began piling crepes on his plate. He paused for a moment as the memories of the clone hit him. He looked over at Yugao and grinned. "I'm pleased to know you like my food so much," Naruto told her. "It's really good," Yugao said as she repeated what she told the clone. "Where did you learn to cook?" Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "Well, when I was traveling with Ero-sensei, I got to try a lot of different foods besides ramen. I guess after a while I just wanted to try and cook for myself, so I went to a library and grabbed several cookbooks and well," he trailed off with a shrug. The rest of the meal was eaten in a comfortable silence, as Naruto hummed a soft tune and Yugao went into her own thoughts. The young woman was feeling a bit confused as she ate there with Naruto. A part of her loved it, this warm feeling that she had been missing for so long. And yet another part of her felt like she was betraying Hayate, that by feeling what she had felt with him when she was with another person was a betrayal to him. Her thoughts began to get more and more distraught and depressing as she continued this line of thought. Eventually they became too much and she stood up. Yugao-chan, is something wrong? Naruto asked as he too stood up. I am sorry Naruto, but I have to go, Yugao said as she headed towards the door. Before she could reach it, a pair of arms wrapped around her waist, causing the young woman to stiffen. Yugao, Naruto said in a soft tone that belied how worried he was. What's wrong? Please talk to me. The young woman's voice cracked as she shook the tears from her eyes. I'm sorry, I can't. With that she shook herself out of Naruto's arms, opening the door. She left before Naruto could try and stop her. For a long moment the blonde shinobi just stood there, wondering how he could help the woman who had helped him when he was a child. He closed his eyes for a moment, deciding that he would talk with Enko and Kurenai when he got the chance. He looked over at the clock on the wall and noticed that he had a meeting with Shikamaru and Kakashi in a little while. Soon he too was out of the door and on his way. Are you ready, Enko? Naruto asked as he, Enko and Iruka once again found themselves in the hospital. It was the last day before the Chunin exams started and Naruto had been busy, whether it was going to meet up with Shikamaru and Kakashi or looking for a way to get rid of Enko's cursed seal. The blonde had once again barely found any time for himself. Despite not having much time, Naruto had been able to find out a way to get rid of the cursed seal. Through his study he had learned two things. The first was that the seal was actually a transference of a bloodline that existed on someone. Jiraiya had told him it was a man named Jugo, a person who was considered to be psychotic and violent. He was in one of Orochimaru's hideouts. They had not been able to find out anything else, but it was enough. The second was that the seal that allowed the enzymes from Jugo to work was made from a mixture of Orochimaru's blood and chakra. This was why he had to bite the person to inject the enzyme. Each fang contained a portion of Orochimaru's blood and chakra as well as the enzymes. The way Naruto planned on getting rid of the seal was in theory quite simple. In execution, however, it would be difficult and painful. Using Enko's weight in her own blood, Naruto had created a large sealing array in the room he planned to use. The blood was mixed with Naruto's chakra, which he would use to overpower Orochimaru's chakra. In essence, what he was doing was fighting Orochimaru for dominance over the cursed seal. With him in control, he could simply will the seal away. Enko nodded. I was ready the moment I got this thing. Naruto nodded. Alright then, I want you to sit in the center of the array and we'll begin. Enko gave another nod. Kissing Iruka on the cheek, she moved over to the center with Naruto, where she sat down. Naruto got out his brush and the special ink he had created from her blood and his chakra. The first thing he did was get rid of his binding seal. With that done, he moved on to the hard part. Enko, this is going to hurt, but I need you to activate the cursed seal. Unfortunately, he had found out that because of the pain-numbing effects medicine had on the nervous system, Enko could not use any since her body would be unable to fight the seal's effects, and that could end up destroying her body from the inside out. He watched as Enko activated the seal, gritting her teeth as pain began to spread throughout her body. Naruto dipped his brush in the ink and began to create his seal, covering every inch of the activated cursed seal with his own. The process was only around 15 minutes, but to Enko it felt like an eternity. When it was done, she heard Naruto mutter, "Now comes the hard part." The blonde began to inject his own chakra into his seal, using it to try and overpower Orochimaru's tainted chakra. Enko soon began to scream as the pain became overbearing, collapsing to the floor as Naruto's chakra and Orochimaru's began to push against each other for dominance in the seal. Iruka, who was still standing to the side, was about to rush over, but a glance from Naruto stopped him. If he interfered, his chakra could easily tip the balance of power in the seal. Naruto felt sweat trickle on his forehead as he continued, watching the seal go from blue to black and back again as the struggle continued. The problem with what he was doing was that Naruto had to be careful with how much chakra he put into the seal. Too much and Enko would suffer from chakra overload, too little and he would not be able to get rid of Orochimaru's chakra. Naruto gave one last push of chakra, watching as the seal turned blue and stayed that way. Naruto sighed in relief as he shut off his chakra flow, gently lifting Enko, who had passed out sometime during the process. Naruto looked at the cursed seal, which was now blue, having had Orochimaru's chakra exorcised. Naruto took his hand and placed it over the seal, Using another seal he had prepared, he sucked all of his chakra out of her system, making the cursed seal disappear as if it never was. Naruto looked over at Iruka, who had finally came over. Get her trench coat. Iruka blinked before nodding dumbly and going back to grab Anko's trench coat. He walked back and gave it to Naruto, who wrapped it around Anko. Standing up, he gave the purple-haired snake mistress to Iruka. It's done, the seal is gone. Iruka looked at Anko's neck and noticed that the seal was indeed gone. He gave a large smile as he thought of how happy Anko would be when she learned of this. Thank you, Naruto, Iruka said to his little brother figure. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he gave a smile. Not at all. You don't think I would let my precious people suffer like that, did you? He put his hand down and got serious again. Make sure that you give her a lot of fluids, also make sure she waits a month before doing anything that requires her to use chakra. Iruka nodded, thanking Naruto again before he left. Naruto created several cage bushes and had them clean up the room before he too left. Shikamaru sighed and resisted the urge to mumble troublesome, even though that was exactly what this was. The genin who managed to get past the genjutsu down below were now starting to filter into the room, taking seats at the many tables around it. Unlike last time when they had desks when he had taken the exams, this time there were several dozen rounded tables. Each table had 3 chairs, making it obvious that they were meant for teams to sit in. The Chunin watchers were on 3 sides of the room, while Shikamaru was in front. On the walls all around the room were dozens upon dozens of posters, which caught the eyes of many of the genin. Shikamaru waited for about 30 minutes for any genin teams who were lagging behind, before nodding to one of the Chunin close the door. Shikamaru stood up and with a lazy expression got started with the test. Alright, listen up, you troublesome children. Many genin sweat dropped at the lazy tone in their proctor's voice, which said Proctor ignored as he began to explain the test to them. As you know, this is the first stage of the Chunin exams. I want you to listen as I explain the rules because it would be too troublesome to go over them again. Shikamaru paused as he looked around. First rule, there can be no talking during this test. If either I or the seers see you talking, you will get 2 points docked off. For those who get seen 3 times, you will be automatically disqualified. Second rule, you are not allowed to look anywhere but in front of you. Again, 2 points will be docked off if you do this, and 3 times getting caught will get you sent out of here. Fourth rule, any ninja caught cheating will get 2 points docked off as well. If you haven't figured out what will happen when you're caught 3 times, then that sucks for you because I'm not gonna explain again. Now for the final rule, this is a team test, meaning that if one of your teammates fail, so does the rest of the team. The genin soon erupted into shouts, telling Shikamaru how it was not fair and how that was the dumbest rule they ever heard. The Nara heir just groaned, why did I have to be picked for such a troublesome mission? Naruto looked around the Jonin room as he sat on one of the couches in it. He had decided since he was proctoring in this exam that it would be a good opportunity to hang out with his fellow Jonin. The room itself was very basic. It looked almost like an apartment's main room. There was a kitchen area and a living area where the couches were located, which had a basic television set. Currently occupying the area besides himself was Kakashi, who was reading his book and giggling perversely. Genma, who had gotten a genin team about 2 years ago, after he had gotten his promotion from Tokubetsu Jonin to Jonin. Ebisu, who Naruto knew was Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon sensei. And surprisingly enough, Anko Mitarashi. After their last mission to Umi and then Naruto getting rid of her cursed seal, he and Anko had become fairly good friends. The two were in many ways similar, mainly in how they had both been hated by the village for things beyond their control. Because of this, they had found something of kindred spirits in each other, and Anko had become a sister figure to him. A very creepy, blood-loving, psychotic sister, but a sister nonetheless. Oftentimes when Iruka was at the academy or working, Anko would hang around with him, either going out to dango or ramen, depending on who won their spars. Naruto turned to look at Ebisu. So Konohamaru and his team are in the Chunin exams this year? Yes, Ebisu said in his somewhat prissy voice as he adjusted his sunglasses. They still have much to learn, but they have gotten stronger and understand the value of teamwork. I figured it would be best to let them see some of the competition. That way if they don't make Chunin this year, they know how much harder they need to train. Naruto nodded as Genma spoke up. I hear you're actually one of the proctors this year? Naruto gave the man a grin, of course. Ba-chan figured I was the best man for the job because of how totally awesome I am. For a moment all was silent as those who had not heard of Naruto's use of disrespectful suffixes for authority figures registered what he had just called the Hokage. When they did there were 4 different reactions. Ebisu looked like he was about to shit himself with a scandalous expression on his face as he gaped at the blonde. Genma made several sputtering and choking noises. Kakashi ignored the whole thing as he gave a perverted giggle. Meanwhile Anko had just fallen onto the floor, holding her sides as she took wheezing breaths while laughing. "Damn kid," Genma said as he got himself under control, rolling the toothpick in his mouth around. "I always knew you had balls, what with those pranks you used to pull and all. But to call Hokage-sama that. You think that's bad," Anko said as she got back into her seat still wheezing. "You should hear what he calls Jiraiya." Everyone turned to Naruto expectantly, causing the blonde man to sweat drop. Well you see I figured since he had proclaimed himself to be a super pervert," Naruto said as he put up quotes with his hands. "I figured that a good name for him would be Ero-sensei, or if he's not your sensei you could just call him Ero-senin." Somewhere in Tasuki no Kuni, Jiraiya was spying on the bathhouses when he sneezed. "Did you hear that? It must be a pervert. Let's get him." Jiraiya's eyes widened as the wall separating the male and female sides broke. Several women in towels had somehow managed to get numerous weapons in their hands. From bats and pitchforks to giant butcher knives. One of the girls pointed to Jiraiya. "There he is. Let's beat him girls." Jiraiya paled before taking off, trying to avoid the deadly swings which were aimed at his man parts. Somehow he knew this was Naruto's fault. "I'll get you for this Gaki." "I take that back," Genma said. "Kid, you've got to have the biggest pair of brass balls I have ever seen to call 2 of the 3 senin something like that." Anko grinned. "Oh, this kid's got a pair all right. In fact, if it wasn't for Iruka-kun, I would take this kid home and—" "Anko?" Naruto interrupted the woman with a blush. "I so do not need to hear that right now." Anko pouted for a second before looking at the clock. The lazy bastard should be about finished with his test. She looked over at Kakashi who had just released another perverted giggle. "Hey Cyclops, aren't you, I don't know, going to go over there or something?" Kakashi looked up from his book and looked over at the clock. He then just shrugged and went back to his book. "Nah," he said in a lazy voice, "I've still got at least 3 more hours." Everyone else in the room sweat dropped at the man's choice to be tardy. Shikamaru sighed as the hour he gave the kids to finish their test came up. The test had been designed to make it so you had to cheat, but also make it increasingly difficult. Like the test he had been given, this one had questions that were far too advanced for the average genin. However, rather than have Chunin hiding in the room and writing the answers, Shikamaru had the answers hidden in the posters. The seats were strategically placed so that each genin could see several of the answers, but not all of the answers. And because they could not look anywhere other than in front of them, they had been forced to communicate the answers to each other. This meant that they had been forced to establish some form of communication, since they were unable to talk. Some had done this through Morse code, others had given foot nudges, and some had just used eye contact. The last question had been a riddle that could only be solved when all of the previous questions had been answered. In the end, 32 of the 70 teams had passed. Troublesome, I thought it would be less. Shikamaru sighed. Oh well. At least they were no longer his responsibility. "Congratulations to all of those who have passed," Shikamaru said in the same lazy voice he had used throughout the whole exam. "All of you will now need to wait for your second proctor to get here. Good luck in the next exam, and I hope to never see your troublesome faces again." With that, Shikamaru and the Chunin seers disappeared within a puff of smoke, leaving the genin to themselves. "Man," Konohamaru said as he stretched out in his seat, "I'm so glad that's over with." Konohamaru let out a loud yawn. That test was absolutely boring, and it was so hard and pointless. "I would rather take this test again than go where we have to go next," Udon said. "I hear that the second exam takes place in the Forest of Death." "I've heard a lot of rumors about that place," Moegi said as she agreed with Udon. "I heard that there are giant insects and tigers that love to feast on human flesh. It's supposed to be a really dangerous place." "Who cares how dangerous it is?" Konohamaru said as he stood up and put a foot on his chair. "I'm not afraid of some Forest of Death. I will face anything that comes my way, only then will I be able to defeat Naruto Ni-san." Moegi and Udon both looked amused as Konohamaru went on another, beat my rival, rants that had been getting more and more frequent. Ever since news of what Naruto did in Kiri reached Konoha, the young Sarutobi had started pushing himself even harder to beat his Ni-san and hero. Of course they could not blame him. After all, they both felt quite a bit of hero worship for the blonde shinobi too. Man, that was so boring, an orange-haired genin from Kiri said. The young man looked to be about in his mid to late teens, with spiky orange hair and brown eyes with a height of 5 feet 8. He was wearing a pair of white and black cameo-style pants, which were tucked into a pair of black shinobi sandals. On his torso was a sleeveless black shirt showing off his muscles, and wrapped on his left arm was his Kiri Hidia 8. In his left hand was a large black sword with no guard with the tip on the ground, which he twirled the hilt of around in his hand. Seriously, could this be any more boring? Shut up, Ichigo, said the other male on the team. This man stood at a height of around 5 feet 7 inches and had red hair done up in a head tie, making his head look like a pineapple with his Hidia 8 around his head. Around his eyes was a weird-looking tattoo that looked kind of like seals. Like his companion, he was wearing cameo pants, except they were in the opposite color. Likewise, his shirt was long sleeve instead of short sleeve. On his hands were a pair of black fingerless gloves. You just didn't like the test because it was too much for that tiny brain of yours to comprehend. Ichigo growled as he stood up. You want to say that again, Renji? Did you not hear me the first time? Renji asked with a smirk. You better watch yourself, Squiggles, otherwise I might have to beat the crap out of you again, Ichigo said. Now his was his turn to grin as Renji stood up and glared. What did you call me, Carrot Top? You heard me, Pineapple. Soon the two boys were face to face and glaring at each other. Will you two stop fighting? Asked the only girl in the group. This had black eyes and black hair with a single bang going down the middle, and was only around 5 feet 1 inch in height. Unlike the others, she was wearing a black shikashu and hakama, with tabi socks and sandals. Her Kiri Hidia 8 could be seen hanging around her neck. I'm gonna pound your face into the ground. Bring it on, Strawberry. The girl soon gained several tick marks, as her two teammates continued to glare at each other and insult each other. Will you two shut up and sit down? Instantly the two boys were in their seats, along with everyone else in the room. Sorry, Rukia, they said with a pale face, not wanting to piss their teammate off. Eventually the genin all began to talk again as they waited for the second proctor of the Chunin exams. And waited, and waited, and waited. Gah! Konohamaru yelled as he grabbed his hair. Where the hell is the second proctor? I swear if I have to wait one more minute I'm gonna beat the crap out of him. Many others nodded in agreement with the young Sarutobi's statement. Thankfully at just that moment their second proctor walked through the door. Many sweat dropped as this man looked even lazier than their first proctor, which they had not thought was possible. He looked up from his porno and gazed out across the students, with a single eye that was half-lidded in a lazy and uncaring manner. He mumbled to himself, there's more than I thought there would be. Konohamaru and Ichigo quickly stood up from their seats and yelled, you're late. Kakashi looked at the two before giving everyone an eye smile. Well, you see, I was on my way here when I ran into a cat stuck in a tree, so I had to get it down. Only I found out that it was a black cat, so I had to take the long way around, and that was when I got lost on the road of life. Kakashi gave himself a mental pat on the back for coming up with such a brilliant excuse, which was really just combining several excuses he had already used when being late, but they didn't need to know that. None of the genin were even able to say anything, having been so shocked at hearing such a lame excuse that it had rendered them speechless. Kakashi went back to his book as he spoke. Anyways, meet me at the entrance to Training Ground 44 in 1 hour. Those who don't make it in an hour will be automatically disqualified. Ya nay. With that, Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the grumbling genin to get up and head to Training Ground 44. Kakashi gave a perverse giggle as he read his book, Icha, Civil War, Special Red Edition. Oche-chan, you naughty naughty girl. Looking up from his book for a moment, he noticed that a few genin were starting to trickle in. Shrugging, he went back to his book, continuing his perverted giggling, much to many of the females' ire. After an hour of waiting, Kakashi snapped his book shut, putting it into his pouch before pulling out a bell. Now then, this is the second stage of the Chunin exam. I would like to welcome all of you to the Forest of Death, Kakashi said. Despite his voice being just as lazy as always, the genin began to sweat as the Cyclopean Jonin began to let out his killing intent. Now the purpose of this exam is rather simple. Each team will get a single bell. Kakashi lifted up his bell and jingled it. Your purpose is to get at least one other bell in order to pass. You will have a total of 5 days to do this. He paused here for a moment, however the teammate who does not have a bell will automatically fail. Kakashi watched as the genin erupted into shouts of anger. It always amused him how easy it was to rile genin up. They were still so pissed from him being late that the Cyclops doubted they could even think straight. Finally deciding they had shouted enough, Kakashi shut them up with a burst of killing intent. Good, now that I've got your attention, I need you all to do something else. A Chunin appeared next to Kakashi with several sheets of paper. The Jonin took a sheet from the top and showed it to everyone. Because we have a lot of people die in here every year, we are going to have you all sign these forms. Otherwise we would not have a way to claim deniability when we have to return your corpse to your village. Kakashi chirped in a cheerful voice as he gave the now pale genin an eye smile. The Chunin began to hand out stacks of death waivers to the genin, telling them to pass them off. Once all the papers were signed, the genin went to their assigned gate where they were given a bell. Finally the Kakashi's voice rang out over the speaker telling them to start, and the gate opened up. The genin began to speed off, not even aware of the dangers that awaited them. Kakashi pulled his book back out and began to read for a moment. So what do you think? He asked seemingly to no one. There was a slight rustle in the trees as a dark orange blur shot out, landing on the ground a little ways away. Naruto stood up and shook his head at his sensei. I cannot believe you actually gave them a bell test. Seriously Kakashi, it's like you have some kind of bell fetish. Naruto finished with a cheeky grin. Kakashi let out a huff. Hey, I'll have you know that the bell test is a Team 7 tradition. Naruto merely laughed. Right, I suppose it is. He was going to say more when several screams pierced the air. Naruto looked out into the forest. Well, looks like the fun has started already. Seems so, Kakashi said as he flipped another page of his book. Well, I'm going to go in, Naruto said. I'll see ya later, sensei. The blonde tossed a wave over his shoulder, before he jumped into the forest and sped off. Naruto was smiling as he lay on the bed that was located in one of the rooms reserved for the proctor. His smile widened when he heard a low moan from the woman that his hands were currently trailing up and down, gently running along her back. Said woman was none other than the blue-haired beauty Konan, who had called for him to summon her just a little while ago. Unfortunately, since they were in the middle of the second stage of the Chunin exams and also in Konoha, Naruto could not take her out like he usually did. But Konan did not seem to care, having told him that as long as she could be with him then nothing else mattered. Morning sleeping beauty, Naruto said with a grin as Konan lifted her head up and looked at him with her beautiful amber eyes. Konan smiled at him as she leaned into him and gave him a kiss. Naruto felt a shiver pass through his spine as he felt the woman's nearly unclothed breasts rub against his chest. He was now absolutely positive that Konan did in fact wear her night clothes just to tease him, if for no other reason than the coy smile she gave him after every time she noticed his reaction. The blue-haired woman had been getting a lot bolder in her teasing recently, not that Naruto was going to complain since he greatly enjoyed her more teasing personality. Morning yourself, Konan mumbled into his lips as they continued to kiss. Naruto pulled the blue-haired woman even closer, licking her bottom lip as he asked for entrance. Konan opened her mouth, but rather than let him in she tried to push her tongue into his mouth. However, Naruto was not so easily outdone and the two soon began to duel as they let their tongues push against each other. Having more experience, Naruto was the winner in their duel. He began to eagerly explore the woman's mouth. She tasted of flame-broiled fish, which Naruto knew was her favorite food and something he would cook for her whenever they got together. Eventually Naruto retracted his tongue and let Konan do some exploring of her own. When they broke apart, Konan smiled at him as she laid her head on his chest. You know, I had a really good dream last night. Oh? Naruto asked as his hands began to slowly trail up and down Konan's back again. I hope I was in it, he said in a teasing voice. You were, Konan said as she gave light moans from Naruto's touch. I had dreamt we finally achieved true peace. Konan gave a content sigh. We got married and had a family, and had 2 children, a boy and girl. Our son's name was Yahiko. Naruto smiled as he closed his eyes and listened to Konan. That does sound like a good dream. When we have a son, we'll name him that in honor of your friend. His blue-haired lover gave Naruto's chest a light kiss, before resting her cheek against Naruto's chest. And what about our daughter? Asked Naruto. I don't know, I didn't hear her name in the dream. Konan looked up at Naruto. What would you name our daughter? Naruto closed his eyes in thought for a moment before smiling. Kushina. After your mother? Konan asked with a somewhat sad smile. Naruto nodded as he opened his eyes. Yes, because I never knew my parents. I am never able to feel as close to them as I want. I know that a part of me loves them, but another part doesn't really know enough to love them. All I know are the stories I hear, but I've never met them or anything. I feel that maybe if I name our child after her, I can in some way be closer to my mom, you know? I do, Konan said as she brought her hand up and began to draw circles on the blonde's chest. I only knew a bit about my parents. They died when I was young, though I can't even remember their names anymore. I was about 6 years old when they died, 7 when Yahiko found me scrounging through the trash in one of the slums in AIM. Naruto kissed Konan on the head as he buried his face in her hair, letting her scent invade his nose. They stayed like that for a while until Naruto spoke again. So what has Akatsuki been up to? Konan sighed as she realized they would have to talk business. So far Akatsuki only has the Rokubi and the Sanbi which Deidara and Tobi just captured. Naruto nodded when Konan quoted the name Tobi, knowing who she was talking about. I think Kisame and Itachi are currently going after the Gobi, but I can't be sure. Since you killed 3 of their members, the others have been forced to switch targets in order to compensate. I'm sorry. Konan said as she lowered her head, slightly ashamed at not being able to give better information. Naruto frowned as he lifted Konan's face up, placing a chaste kiss on her lips before speaking. Kona-chan, you know that I don't really care about the information. The only reason I'm even considering letting you stay with them is because of Gaara, Yugi-chan and B. The fact that you have information on what Akatsuki is doing is more than enough to help, though I would personally prefer if you stayed with me. Konan smiled at him, pleased to know that he was so concerned for her. Thank you, but you know that no matter how much I wish to, I can't leave right now. Naruto did indeed know, if she left now it would become obvious she was a spy and traitor. They would then hunt her down and kill her, and Naruto knew that while he was strong enough to fight almost everyone in Akatsuki, he still might not be able to defeat Pain, and he knew for a fact that right now he could not defeat Madara. I know, Naruto sighed before giving Konan a grin. Doesn't mean I can't dream though, right? Konan giggled as she shook her head, missing Naruto's mischievous smirk. In one quick move Naruto flipped the 2 over, startling Konan who was now under Naruto as the blonde straddled her waist. You know I'm kind of tired of talking about all of this Akatsuki business. Kona grinned when she saw Naruto's smirk. Then what do you want to talk about? In answer Naruto closed the distance between them. For the rest of their time together the 2 of them used their lips for something other than discussion. 5 days had come and gone and all those who had passed the second test were now standing in one of the Forest of Death Tower's many chambers. Tsunade looked out over the genin and frowned at the number of teams that had passed. 8 teams had passed, so there was a total of 24 genin there. That was even more than when the Konoha 11 had been in the exams. It also meant they were going to have a preliminary test. She should have known Kakashi would be too lazy to make a test that was actually hard. She was going to pound that open pervert Jonin for not coming up with another test. Standing a little ways from Tsunade, Kakashi let out a shiver but chalked it up to the weather and continued to read his book. I would like to congratulate you all for making it this far in the Chunin exams, Tsunade said as she decided to get the ball rolling. Before we begin the final stage, I regret to inform you that she was unable to say anymore, as she and everyone else in the room became completely gobsmacked. Just before the platform she was on, something none of the people here had seen was happening. Ice was shooting out from the ground. They were large towering ice spikes that came out of the floor and each other. The entire thing looked like a large and creepy ice castle. It was something you would think you would find in a fantasy book. Once the ice castle was fully created it began to crack, leaving long lines to run up and down its entire length as arcs of lightning shot out from the cracks. Finally the entire structure shattering into a million pieces, forcing everyone there to cover their eyes. When they opened them again they saw one Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze standing where the ice castle had been. Naruto grinned at the surprised and shocked looks he was getting from his peers. as well as the looks of envy he was getting from the genin. "Hokage-sama, why don't I explain what's going on?" Naruto said as he turned to her. Okay," Tsunade said in a dumbfounded voice. Naruto grinned as he turned back to the genin. "Alright. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and I'm going to be your proctor for the third exam." Naruto felt a smirk come on his face as many eyes widened in recognition. The Iwa team that managed to pass actually looked like they were going to shit themselves in fear. "And I haven't even unleashed my killing intent," Naruto thought with a grin. "Damn, I'm good." He soon began to speak, now as Hokage-sama was about to say. "Unfortunately, too many teams ended up passing the last test. This means that we need to decrease the number of genin who will be in the last exam, which means we are going to be holding preliminaries." "Wait, you mean right now?" a genin from Kusa asked. "But we just got out of that damn forest," one of the Konoha genin shouted. Naruto shrugged. "Not my problem. Had you not taken so long you would have had more time to rest. Now then, I want all of you to move up to the fighter's balcony when your name appears on that board." Naruto pointed to the board behind and above him. "I want you to come downstairs and onto the arena floor." The genin went upstairs as the board began to run through names before selecting 2 random ones from the genin who passed. The first 2 matches passed by in a blur to Naruto, who did not find anything particularly skilled in the participants. The first match was a man from Iwa named Kanashi Motaka, and a Suna genin called Otame Shinji. Otame was able to win by using a wind jutsu to cut through Kanashi's stone armor, and knock the kid out by smashing some of the excess rock on the Iwa genin's temple. The second fight was between a Kumo Kunoichi named Akira Kazuki, and a Kusa shinobi named KL Tenab. Akira was able to win by using a Raiden jutsu to scramble Kaeli's nervous system, allowing her to knock the boy out. Renji Ibari vs Kan Nokaza. Naruto watched as the 2 fighters took to the arena, the red-headed Kiri shinobi standing on one side. And the Iwa shinobi, a man with black hair and gray eyes, stood on the other. "Are both fighters ready?" asked Naruto, receiving a nod from each fighter in turn. Naruto's hand made a slashing motion, then Hajime. Renji pulled his katana from his sheath as he charged towards the Iwa genin, who was currently going through hand seals. When Kan was finished, he slammed his hand into the ground and shouted, "Doden! Doroku Gashi! Earth release, Earth shield!" An earth wall appeared before Renji, forcing the Kiri swordsman to swerve and change course. While this was happening, the Iwa shinobi was going through more hand seals, finishing them just as Renji appeared on the left-hand side. "Doden! Doryu Dango!" A giant mud ball was launched out of Kan's mouth, heading on a collision course with the Kiri genin. However, Renji poured some chakra to the bottom of his feet, putting on a burst of speed and dodging to the right. He then came in close to Kan and aimed a slash at the other genin's head. However, Kan was able to keep out of the way for the most part and only had his jacket slashed. He took out a kunai as Renji charged again. The 2 were soon fighting a close-quarters battle. As the fight progressed, it became clear that Renji was better. Not only did he have a sword which extended his reach, but he was just plain more talented. In the end, Renji made the Iwa genin duck under a slash, and then smashed his foot right into the man's face, sending the Iwa genin sprawling to the ground, unconscious. Winner by knockout is Renji Ibari, Naruto announced as the red-haired genin went back to his team. The next match was between a Kumo shinobi named Raiden, and a Konoha genin called Detenta Onmaikatsu. The battle was fairly well matched until Raiden started channeling lightning chakra into his hands, making it so that even if Detenta was not hit he would still get a mild shock. The Konoha genin eventually received so many electrical burns that he just ended up passing out from the pain. Konohamaru Sarutobi vs Notaru Akaze. "Alright," Konohamaru shouted as he forsook the stairs, and simply jumped over the railing. Landing on the floor with a spring in his step, he looked at his opponent and grinned. The other genin was a Kusa shinobi who was fairly tall and had a blocky build. Obviously he was a taijutsu fighter. He did not react to Konohamaru's eagerness, and merely got into his taijutsu stance. "Are both fighters ready?" asked Naruto, receiving a nod from Notaru. "Of course I'm ready," Konohamaru yelled. "Let's do this." Naruto grinned, then Hajime. Notaru kicked off the ground and rushed towards Konohamaru. Meanwhile, the young Sarutobi was going through several hand seals. When finished, he placed a hand to his mouth, as he called out his jutsu. Kaiden. Gokyaku no Jutsu. A decent-sized fireball shot from Konohamaru's mouth, and barreled towards Notaru, who was forced to roll to the right in order to avoid being burnt to a crisp. When he got back up, it was to notice that Konohamaru was not in his original position. The Kusa Genin was about to look around when he was forced to roll in order to avoid several kunai. Coming up, he turned to the left and saw Konohamaru going through several more hand seals. He rushed up to the Konoha Genin just as the young Sarutobi slammed his hands into the ground. Doden. Doryu Taiga. Earth Style. Earth Flow River. A river of mud came out from the ground and smashed into the Kusa Shinobi, knocking the man off balance. Naruto saw Konohamaru go through even more hand signs, and recognized that the young boy was going to use one of Hiraishin's favorite collaboration jutsu. Kaiden. Enden. Fire Release. Fire Bullet. A small flame bullet was launched from Konohamaru's mouth, igniting the mud river and consuming everything in it. The Konoha Genin waited to see if his jutsu had worked, only to be surprised when he did not see Notaru anywhere. That changed when he fist rammed into the back of his head, sending the young boy sprawling across the ground. Thankfully, Konohamaru was able to flip himself up and dodge another attack. Thus began a taijutsu battle between the two. However, Konohamaru, despite being decent in taijutsu, was not as good as the larger boy. He was forced to weave and dodge between strikes as bruises from several hits appeared on his skin. Realizing that he had to get out of the boy's reach, Konohamaru grabbed several smoke pellets from his pouch and threw them into the ground. Managing to slip around the Kusa ninja's guard, Konohamaru gained some distance and tried to think of a plan. He had already used too much chakra. Those 3 jutsu were C to B rank and more than most genin could perform. That left close quarters combat, however taijutsu was out of the question. Grabbing a scroll from his back, Konohamaru unsealed its contents to reveal a long black staff. He got into the Sarutobi-style bujutsu stance, as he waited for the smoke to clear. When it did, Konohamaru ran at Notaru, launching a strike from the left. As the other man went to block, Konohamaru switched and struck from the right, smacking the genin across his shoulder and making him stumble a bit. With the added reach and versatility the staff offered to the boy, Konohamaru was able to drive Notaru back, eventually managing to crack the other genin in the back of the head, making the boy crumble to the floor. Winner by knockout is Konohamaru Sarutobi, Naruto said with a grin. Yes, Konohamaru jumped into the air. I'm the best. He ran up the stairs to where his teammates were, getting congratulations from them. The next match was between the last Iwa shinobi, a tall man called Hitorei Gozan, and a Suna shinobi with black hair and green eyes, who went by the name Juka Karatake. The fight lasted a little longer than the others, as it was a pure taijutsu match and their styles contrasted with and counteracted each other. Hitorei used his muscle and weight to give hard, heavy hits that broke bones, while Juka's style relied on speed, flexibility and counter-attacking, but he could not do as much damage to the Iwa genin. Eventually, though, Juka was able to win by launching a senbon into the other genin's neck, knocking the genin out cold. Moegi Utatane vs Hanabi Hyuga. The two fighters walked down to the arena floor and glared at each other. Naruto could tell they had some kind of rivalry going on. As the two stood on opposite sides, Naruto looked at them. Are both fighters ready? He asked and got a nod from each. Then Hajime. Moegi threw several kunai at the Hyuga girl, knowing that close range with her was suicide. Hanabi merely dodged and blocked the kunai, before continuing on her way towards the orange-haired girl. Moegi began to backpedal as she continued throwing kunai, trying to gain some distance between them. Unfortunately for the orange-haired genin, Hanabi was the worst possible opponent for her. Moegi was a genjutsu and medical ninja type, and she had not been training under Tsunade long enough to learn the woman's secret strength technique. Genjutsu would not work on Hanabi, and her taijutsu was only subpar since she rarely used it. Despite this disadvantage, when Hanabi managed to close the distance, Moegi stepped up her game and tried her best against the taijutsu specialist. The battle was not as long as the others. Moegi was only able to get in a few good hits as her tenketsu points were closed. When Moegi fell unconscious due to too many tenketsu points being closed, Naruto was forced to call the match. Winner by knockout is Hanabi Hyuga. Said girl began to walk back up to the balcony, while the board began to call names again. Rukia Kuchiki vs Talia Notami. Naruto watched as the two girls came down, neither really spoke. Talia the last Kusa Genin took the left, while Rukia stood on the right and unsheathed her sword. Are both fighters ready? Naruto asked as he received a nod from each, then Hajime. Naruto jumped out of the way just as Rukia put on a burst of speed. Talia did not even have time to act as the Kiri Genin slashed across her arm. The Kusa Kunoichi hissed in pain, as the muscles in it were damaged enough that she would not be able to make hand seals for jutsu now. She threw several shuriken with her good hand, but Rukia just knocked them away as she came in. Talia was soon forced to dodge and move back as she attempted to put distance between her and the sword user, however Rukia stuck on the woman like glue. In the end Talia ran out of juice and was forced to forfeit. Winner by forfeit is Rukia Kuchiki. Naruto called out, as Rukia went back up to the balcony to her team. Udon Mitokado vs Hikari Katona. Udon walked down to the ring. Rather than getting in a ready stance he put his hands in his pouch. On the other side Hikari, a kunoichi from Suna who was a few years older than Udon, got into the Suna Academy taijutsu style. Naruto looked at both of them. Are both fighters ready? As he received a nod from each he slashed his hand down, then Hajime. As soon as the fight started Udon threw several shuriken at Hikari, then went through several hand seals. Ninpo. Shuriken Kage Bushin no Jutsu. 5 shuriken became 25 as they sailed towards Hikari, they stabbed right into the Suna Kunoichi. However, rather than blood coming out, flower petals flowed out of her body. Udon watched as Hikari's entire body soon dispersed into flower petals. He looked around waiting to see what happened. You Udon-kun. Udon turned around and saw Moegi lying on the ground in a pool of blood. Her hand was reaching out to him. For a second Udon began to freak out, before remembering that Moegi was in the hospital with her tenketsu closed. Genjutsu? Udon thought as he put his hand in the release seal. Kai. The vision wavered before dispersing. Hikari appeared right next to Udon with a kunai in hand. The Konoha shinobi ducked under a slash. Planting a hand on the ground Udon lashed out with a kick, hitting her hand and causing her to drop her kunai. Reacting quickly Udon pulled out some ninja wire and attached it to a kunai. Jumping back he swung it around and threw it at the kunoichi. Hikari soon found herself falling onto the ground as the wire wrapped around her. Before she could even think of escaping Udon grabbed her kunai and placed it at her neck. Surrender, Udon commanded. Hikari tried to think of a way to get out of her situation, but soon realized there was nothing she could do. Sighing, the Suna Kunoichi gave in. I surrender. Winner by forfeit is Udon. Naruto said, as said Genin cut Hikari from the wire and helped her up. The next match was between two Konoha Genin, who Naruto thought honestly did not belong in the Chunin exams. Their battle reminded him of Sakura and Ino's fight during the time when he had been in the exams, meaning it was as bad as two fangirls duking it out. Like that battle, this one ended in a double knockout. The second to last match was between a Kumo shinobi called Inoi Tatino, who was tall with black hair and red eyes, and a Konoha shinobi named Hisaibameno, an older shinobi with brown hair and brown eyes. The battle did not last long as the two started throwing kunai and shuriken at each other, before moving on to taijutsu. Inoi managed to knock Hisai out by using a kuriwimi to fool the Konoha Genin and neck chop him from behind. Ichigo Kurosaki vs Gyousa Wetoshi. Ichigo appeared in the arena floor as soon as his name appeared on the board, taking a few practice wings with what Naruto could only consider a giant butcher's knife. While Gyousa just walked down and stood in his spot, waiting silently for the battle to start. Are both fighters ready? Naruto asked, getting a nod from Gyousa. Of course we are Blondie, Ichigo said in his cocky tone. Let's get this party started. Whatever you say, Strawberry. Naruto chuckled as the Kiri Genin growled, Hajime. Naruto quickly sushined away, appearing next to Tsunade. A good thing he did too, since as soon as he started the battle Ichigo had blasted across the ring. The Kiri Genin sent an overhead slash at Gyousa, who sidestepped the attack. When the sword hit the ground, it formed a large crater. Ichigo did not even seem to notice as he swung his sword diagonally, hoping to bisect Gyousa. Said Genin jumped back, but did receive a gash across his chest. Ichigo continued to stay on the Konoha shinobi's tail, slashing and hacking at his opponent. Knowing he could not stay on the defensive forever, Gyusa reached into his kunai pouch and pulled out several smoke pellets. When Ichigo came in to attack again, the Konoha shinobi threw the pellets in the teen's face. Jumping out of the expanding smokescreen, Gyusa began going through several hand seals. Kaiden, Gokyaku no Jutsu. A fire was launched from Gyusa's mouth, heading towards the smokescreen. It had not even gone 2 feet when a large blue blade of energy sliced it in half, continuing on towards the Konoha genin. Gyusa jumped out of the way, letting the blade slice into the wall instead of him. That was all the opportunity Ichigo needed to appear right in front of him, beginning the game of cat and mouse again. Naruto looked at Ichigo's blade as he analyzed the attack just used. Interesting, that seems to be a chakra-based attack similar to the ones the samurai of Tatsu no Kuni use. However, it also has some fundamental difference, namely that it's stronger and takes less control to release it. Judging by the amount of raw chakra put into that attack, I feel it's safe to assume that the more chakra put into it, the stronger the attack becomes. It may also have something to do with the sword he is using, which kind of reminds me of the swords that are used by the Kiri no Shinobi-katana Nananin Shu. I wonder if I can create a technique similar to that and use it with Susanoo. Naruto looked back at the battle just in time to see Ichigo smash the pommel of his sword against Gyusa's face. The Konoha shinobi landed on the ground completely dazed and out of it. Seeing that the genin was not going to get up, Naruto called the match. Winner by knockout is Carrot Top. What did you call me, fishcake? Ichigo growled as he glared at the blonde ninja. Naruto grinned. What, you don't like your new nickname? Well, I suppose I can just call you Strawberry again. Now listen here, you. I don't care if you are an S-class shinobi, I'll still kick your ass. Ichigo shouted as he glared at Naruto. Naruto gave him a smirk. Right, you think that? But you should know, even if by some miracle you did defeat me, Maid-chan would melt your balls off. Ichigo paled as he remembered the rumor that this man and his Mizukage were very intimate with each other. While he himself had never seen the two of them together, since he had always been on missions or at the academy. Many other people had, and would often speak about how romantic it was that their hero and Mizukage were together. He muttered an apology to the blonde as he hurried back up to his team, leaving all of the ninja who were not from Kiri confused. Seeing that all the battles were now done, Naruto called the genin back down before beginning his small speech. Congratulations to all of those who passed. You have truly shown that you are the best of your village, be proud that you have made it this far. Now the final exam will take place in 1 month. I suggest you use that time wisely to train and create strategies to defeat your opponents. Naruto paused for a moment to let his words sink in. Now normally we would draw numbers and you would find out who you're facing. However, we won't be doing that this time. In live combat you almost never know who your opponent is until you start fighting, so shall it be with this tournament. Therefore I suggest you train to be able to counter any opponent you may come across. Good luck, and I will see you in the exams. As the genin began to filter out, Naruto went over to Tsunade, wanting to talk to her about something for the upcoming final exam. And that concludes part 4 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Namikaze's return, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to the Engulfing Silence, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.